just working with the imagination and connecting to this universal possibility of quantum awareness that predates life. And let's see, as we move through the piece, I'll be singing along. If you want to sing along, probably muted is better, just because it's there's a lot of polyrhythms that we want to catch. But feel free to like bring your voice and your vibration into the mix, or even just feel and think we are the universe. Okay, so it's going to take me about a minute to set this up. And also I want to mention that another way that this piece has evolved is that my twin brother has added some of his video effects to it. So
sorry about that, Amanda, you got muted.
Oh, all good. Okay, so thank you. I will go back like 10 seconds, assuming you heard most of what I said. So, and Maxie's here, and I just want to shout out to her. I'm so grateful for the initiatory collaboration of this piece. So in its current state of evolution, it's also takes the sound of bubbles popping from thermal vents from her footage and also morphs it into the sound of a stream and to an ocean wave crashing, and then eventually onto land to kind of symbolize this time-lapsed, very fast version of the story of life moving through water onto land. And so the visuals that my brother's added, he's folded in just a clip of her original footage and then kaleidoscoped it with different forms of water. And so the frame rate is not great on Zoom, so don't feel attached to having the clarity of detail, but just use it as an anchor for entering into a more hypnagogic state, a more relaxed, kind of lucid dream-like state. And if you really feel inclined to, I highly recommend closing your eyes and letting the polyrhythms incite a synesthetic representation visually for you if you kind of like to do that and listen to music and visualize. Okay, so it'll take me just 1 minute to set it all up, and it's 4 minutes and 44 seconds long. Grab your headphones. Thank you very much for listening and sending many blessings to each of you. And I'll leave my email in the chat for anyone who'd like to stay in touch afterwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a big round of applause for Amanda? They have to be visual applauses. Visual,
Very
nice.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, everyone, very much.
Beautiful, Amanda.
Thank you.
I feel perfectly in tune and in vibrational resonance with the people here. Thank you for the acoustic intervention. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beaming to you live from the heart of the Regenaissance. We are here in Regenera, the flying city in the skies, which has come shortly to revisit mankind. We have got a very special show prepared for you today. And the first person to kick it off, after Amanda Gregory, obviously, is none other than Diane, also known as the Empress, a social sculpture which moves me every time she shares her profoundly touching poetry. Diane, are you ready? Are you ready to kick this off? And more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, here on the call, are you ready for the Empress? Are you ready for the Empress? You ready? I'm not getting enough affirmation. We need, come on guys. This is a sustaining space where we share, we open up, we're intimate, open about our dreams, our aspirations, and with art with one another. Give her a big round of applause.
Yay!
Yay. Way to go.
Thank you, Empress. Welcome, Yorgi.
Thank you so much. Greetings, beloveds. Greetings. It is always beyond a pleasure. It's a journey of deep affirmation, a celebration, and as you heard, a ululation. Ooh, I'm flashing all over the screen. Are we there? To be with you tonight. Thank you so much. This evening, I'd love to invite you into the Ubuntu sphere, a space where we will, for a few moments, sensorially explore Ubuntu. Ubuntu, the African Bantu philosophy that speaks to our interconnectedness, our meeting each other in communion, and our voyaging as co-creators of the Regenaissance. It is my privilege to be a revolutionary in cohort 2 of the Design Science Studio. And I've been developing this work, which emerged from my doctoral research in social sculpture, where I looked at belonging. And that the idea for me was, how can we enliven, reawaken Ubuntu, which I truly believe is a philosophy, is a perspective, is a substance that flows through every human being. Ubuntu, without you, I do not exist. This is the clarion call. So shortly we'll go to my work in New Art City. I'm hoping, Roxy, you're on standby. Can I get a witness, Roxy? Are you there? Let's see, who else is in the room?
Yes, she's thumbs upping.
Okay, great. All right.
Sorry, I was trying, my mouse was stuck in the art world.
No problem. So what we'll do is, Roxy, if you could please open it up, and then I will just invite everyone to chant as we move over into the space, and then you will hear a voiced meditation where I would invite you to be as comfortable as you can, as grounded as you can. If you have headphones, please do plug them in, and we journey in the Ubuntu sphere. Thank you. So as we transition, I invite everyone to chant with me. Ubuntu. I'd love to hear you. Can we unmute everyone?
Ubuntu.
And here's the next part. Without.
One more
I
time.
cannot exist. Fundamental Lovely. Thank you. Okay, so Roxy, if you could start the louder. There we go.
Hold it deeply and exhale. Inhale the breath of connection, connecting all human beings to your being and all beings to our beautiful Mama Gaia, planet Earth. Gentle, gentle, gentle be your sense of knowing. Inhale once more as we sense into co-creation. How it feels to co-create with another voyaging soul, journeying like you, in a world where our voices, all voices are heard. We are called to step up, step in, to participate, to ensure that those who came before us are represented as we be the expression of our ancestors' wildest dreams. Dwell here, beloveds. Rest in dominion of your being. Bring this sense of calm, tranquility, and anchoring to your heart. Resting your hands on your heart. Breathe deeply and release. Breathe deeply in. Ubuntu, without you I do not exist. And release. Inhale. Ubuntu, without you I do not exist. And exhale. Ashe. We are one. Deep gratitude for your being. Welcome to the Ubuntu sphere. Ashe.
Thank you, Roxy. We can now exit the Ubuntu sphere, just holding on to that sense. I'd love to see everyone's face if that's possible. There we go. Thank you so much. So this is a journey, thank you. And this digital expression of a space that I create with human beings, equitable spaces for courageous conversations around racial equity. What it will take for us to truly go deeply into the root causes that oppress those of us who come from communities that are less seen, less heard at the center. To explore power and privilege, to explore oppression, and to ensure that every voice can be heard and that every human being can find their language through their expression and their anchoring of Ubuntu. So this is a very beautiful journey for me to explore how to begin to express this in this digital form. And this iteration has really been some of the work that I've been developing in the Science Studio in collaboration with Wahinia, who, sorry, the audio did sound a bit low. I don't know what it was like with headphones in, but we'll work on that. It's a work in progress. But thank you so much to Wahinia and also Serena, who was in cohort 1, who helped me with some of the graphics, and also Roxy for the constant support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jampus. Let me know if you hear this a little better, just at least the last little bit of the audio, so we can turn it up a bit. Can you hear that a little louder?
I can't hear.
Voices are heard. We are called to step up, step in, to participate, to ensure that those who came before us are represented, as we be the expression of our ancestors' wildest dreams. Dwell here, beloveds. Rest in dominion of your being. Bring this sense of calm, tranquility, and anchoring to your heart. Resting your hands on your heart, breathe deeply and release. Breathe deeply in. Ubuntu, without you I do not exist. Inhale. Ubuntu, without you I do not exist. And exhale. Ashe. We are one. Deep gratitude for your being. Welcome to the Ubuntu sphere. Ashe.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd love to hear if there are any reflections, how you felt as you voyaged in that journey, in that meditation. I'd love to hear your thoughts if that's possible.
I would love to throw in, that is your voice alone and the images. That is Gaia. That is the voice of all of our motherlands. And the first motherland in Africa.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I feel a deep, like, grounded belonging. And this was coming up a lot last night as people were feeling into the home that they've been feeling this last 11 days. And that, like, coming home, that remembering that we are all part of one larger family and body.
Absolutely.
Feeling that in my bones.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jennifer. Would anyone else like to share their reflections?
Ubuntu I am nothing without you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
How do you see the Ubuntu sphere expanding into the world, the Empress?
For me, thank you for that question, Roxy. Awakening, reawakening this substance within us, this knowing within us. For me, it's about ways of knowing, ways of seeing, possibilities of us being able to create spaces, especially for the communities that I work with, African heritage communities that live in diaspora spaces, forcibly removed intergenerational trauma that we carry from our, we were forcibly removed from ancestral lands. How do we create a reconnection to our land base? How do we begin to claim the shape and the form of our new ways of knowing, our diaspora indigenous knowledge systems? So as a revolutionary artivist, I look at these planetary concerns, because ecological citizenship, without everyone being part of this journey, there's no climate justice without social justice. And these are huge social justice questions. And what I also know, Africa being the cradle of humankind, this regenerative narrative is something that's very deeply woven into our soul bones. I believe Ubuntu is deeply woven into our soul bones. Shorthand for Ubuntu is humanity. As human beings, this is what we feel, this is what we know. And so for me to create these spaces, be it digitally, I've worked with Zoom, where we can come as inquirers, as co-researchers into questions that are facing us, where we can bring in policymakers, community-based organizations, individuals, young people to the questions, but first anchoring this real deep sensorial expression of Ubuntu. And so that blue water around the Ubuntu sphere, I envision and imagine as a rebirth canal, so that we can be rebirthed in these moments, in this liminal space for the time that we spend in there, in a space where we know this. What changes when we know and we feel and we truly believe we are all connected? How then, are the questions shaped? How do the questions emerge? So it's to do more of this work and to really get the Ubuntu sphere out there, and invite many to engage with questions of equity, racial equity, diversity and inclusion. For me, without the equity, equality, diversity and inclusion, they follow, but we need to really come to a space where we can equitably begin to engage and inquire. So I would close just by saying that for me, belonging, it's a provocation, it's an evocation. My work, my practice is about evoking. And I'd like to leave everyone with this evocation that belonging is a co-created cultural practice. Thank you.
So beautiful. Even when you speak, it sounds like poetry. Even when you speak in prose, it sounds like poetry. I think it's because your words are laden with a whole lot of truth. And it's absolutely brilliant. I hear you speaking, I hear those ideas, and I go, they resonate so deeply. If you, ladies and gentlemen, feel, brothers and sisters, that those ideas resonate with you, can we get a little bit of vibrations? If the vibrations are similar, if you're vibrating, it means that, yes, we may resonate. Diane, thank you very much. I know you have an engagement, but if you're not, you don't have to go just now. Just now. You'll come back. All right, we look forward to having you back. Mwah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This time and the future It's so many things. Is we. Let's say is we. Thank you.
If everyone doesn't know, Diane is also running for office.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. That's right. We're on the election trail. Vote Diane Regisford. There we go. So we're going to have activists in the council in a week's time. All right, in Oxford. The future now, indeed. Thank you so much. I'll see you all soon. Blessings. Blessings.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Lovelies, how are you all doing? You doing good? Let me share something with you. This here, this chord I'm playing, it's an A major. It really well describes how I feel in this group. You've got a perfect first, a third, a fifth. Everything feels harmonious with you people. Everything feels nice. I feel that I look into your eyes and I just want to smile. I feel that there is communication that is superfluous. There is communication that is not needed because simply by being in each other's presence, there is a deeper connection. But this chord here, it has a twist. When I see your art, when I hear your expressions, when I hear your visions, I want to take that fifth and I want to suspend it a little bit because I feel possibility. Everything is harmonious between us, but then I hear so many beautiful visions coming forward and so much inspirational stuff. I'd like to invite you all right now to become this chord together with me. Yeah, you up for it? First thing we're gonna do, we're just gonna breathe a little bit. With the comfort of knowing that eventually the breath that you are exhaling will end up in my own lungs. And in that way, just through simple breath, we are being intimate with one another. And if I could caress you with my breath, trust me, I would. So I'm going to exhale thinking of you. Knowing that the air that travels all the way around the world and into your lungs is charged with positive energy, with a special postal stamp saying, this one goes for Mark, this one's for Dan, this one's for John, this one's for Jeet, this one's for Claire. I'm gonna take another deep breath in. And because breath sounds nicer when it's vibrated, I'm going to exhale and go, I hear that Dean has a flute. Dean, would you like to unmute yourself? Gentlemen, it's the last day of Regenera. I would like to put a beat down and ask you to share a phrase, a thing you heard over the past week or so that really inspired you. Something that made you feel in vibration, in resonance, in the presence of human beings with which you relate very deeply. I'm gonna give you a minute to think about it, maybe less, maybe 15 seconds. And if you want to contribute, just raise your hands or write something in the comments. I am monitoring right now. Ubuntu, yeah.
Yeah.
There is nothing.
Ubuntu.
Yeah. Ubuntu. There's nothing or no one standing between you and your power. If that resonated with you, can I get an aho? Yes, 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 yes. Who else has something to share? Oh, I love this. Without you, I do not exist. Embodiment in your heart, of course, we know all about this. The shift has occurred and it cannot be shut down. The shift will not be shut down. This shift will not be shut down. Who else has something to share? Who would like to unmute themselves and grace us with pearls you have collected over the past 10 days? From me to we, from me to we, from me to we. I got this through the chat. Check it out. Let me know if you like this. I pledge to be a caretaker of the future commons, being fully aware of the ever-changing conditions in society, adapting, refocusing, and reframing with high speed and great care for all earthlings. I'm committed to enabling spaces of encounter for unheard and underrepresented voices. Does that resonate with you? Yeah. Sir.
I've been just sensing all these synchronicities with everybody here, and I'm so happy to share it with you, this heartfelt sense of usness. Yeah.
Ooh, this usness, that's a lovely feeling. I'd like to think that perhaps it had something to do with us singing. I can talk to you. You can talk to me. You can talk to me. I can talk to you. This is a space where I can open up. Where I can open up, yeah. You can talk to me. I can talk to you. You can talk to me. I can talk to you. You can talk to me. Of the members of the Regenaissance. So now I need you to hold up one hand and solemnly swear to pledge to protect the magic of an innocent heart with the stories that nurture our connection, belonging and kinship with the more than human world. Sounds nice? It's a pledge, it's a pledge, it's a pledge, it's a pledge. I dedicate myself to making the revolution irresistible with beauty, art, pleasure, and most importantly, fun. Fun, 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 fun. Ladies and gentlemen, lovelies, do you dig fun? If you dig fun, can I get a woohoo from all of you? Woohoo! All right, I'm gonna reveal something to you, lovely human beings, something that's really personal. Ibiza is a magical place where you can do all kinds of crazy woo-woo stuff, amongst which you can get your human design done, you can get your gene keys done, you can find out a lot about yourself. And I found out that my archetypical prototype is none other than Mary Poppins. That's right. So when we say that we love fun, you know that I am the first one. 'Cause a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
Yeah.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I will be with you for the next 2 hours, happy to commune with my fellow hardivists, and really happy to introduce truly magnificent human beings. I would like now to invite to the Regenera stage in the floating city none other than
She's not here yet. She's still on the way, so we're gonna just wiggle the stage and wait for her to arrive.
We're gonna wait for her to arrive. We're gonna wait for her to arrive. Ladies and gentlemen, you good with that? We're gonna wait for her to arrive. I had prepared such a lovely intro for this woman. Are you ready to jam? You ready to jam?
Yeah.
Jam.
Give it a go. Give it a go.
All right, good. I love
You
doing my
must have
thing.
a parasol. You must have a parasol.
I must have a parasol. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I'm wondering what would happen if we did more Mary Poppins movies, you know, rather than all the Marvel things that we're looking at. I mean, this lady was a true superhero. Imagine she came to a family, she got the disaffected, traumatized kids all healed up. She helped the family, she brought them together, and in the process, she picked up a beautiful guy called Dick Van Dyke. I mean, damn, she did it all, right? This woman's amazing. And then she flew off. Absolutely amazing. These are the heroes I'm looking forward to mingling with and to creating the Regenaissance with. And before we move on, ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for the lovely Atosa Soltani, why don't we get ourselves into a groove, yeah? If you hear the drum, can I see your bodies moving? Can I see them shaking, yeah? Can I see them moving? Just to knowing that we're dancing with our regenerative brothers and sisters all over the world. Yeah, all over the world. All over the world. Nice, we've even got rhythm. Jungle Yarno. Brother, I love your vibrations. Can you give us some more of that funky shaker just to salt and pepper for the room, please? Can you add some salt and pepper for the room? Come on. Salt and pepper for the room. Come on.
Chili.
We want to move
I
on.
got it.
Yeah, chili.
Gonna eat it. Oh. Gotta try.
So nice. So
Warming up.
Nice. We are warming up. I think that. Yes, Edentis is gonna play the drum. Dean, can I ask you a favor? Can you get a little bit further away from the microphone? Just a little bit further away, because the signal is a bit strong. And if we want to go for let's do a rhythm solo. Edentis is ready. Everybody hold your hands up too. Sure, we're gonna hold the rhythm for him. Ready? Here we go. Let's go to some rhythm. I don't hear that drum. Before we transition on to Atosa, I would really just like to focus on that intimacy thing. Really, I don't know why it's done so much to me, just to feel that I can even make mistakes. I can allow myself to dream audaciously without having, proofread everything I'm going to say. And that means a lot to me. It makes me feel comfortable. Makes me actually want to explore more of what I have inside and jam with you. So for the rest of the evening, I want you to know that this is a space for jamming. It's a space for sharing. It's a space for showing that you care. So sing it with me. This one, ready? From the bottom of your heart. You can talk to me. I can talk to you. You can talk to me. I can talk to you. You can talk to me. Yeah.
I can talk to you.
Open up.
Get real.
Yeah. You can talk to
We can
me.
talk with everybody, and we can talk with myself, and I can talk with my mirror reflection. It's good for my health. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Talking to the trees and talking to the birds of high. Talking to the tortoise and talking to the sky. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Talking really high.
I love
and
those
talking
voices.
really
I love
low.
those voices.
Crawling on the ground and then walking really slow. Baking some bread, earning some dough. Have a bald head or have an afro.
I love it, man. You just need to let you loose and you do the rest. I love it. Ladies and gentlemen,
so
let's create a
funny.
little bit of coherence. Let's create a little bit of coherence, a little bit of coherence, a little bit of coherence before we give the stage to Altosa. Can we just get an om from the whole design science studio family? Deep breath in. And
Beautiful.
in resonance and in tune. Not just energetically and in terms of values and beliefs, but also something from deep inside going. With no further ado, I would like to give the stage to Atosa Soltani. Now, I don't usually read bios, but her bio is quite impressive, right? So she's the Director of Global Strategy for the Amazon Sacred Headwaters Initiative. Imagine, it's an initiative that spans Ecuador and Peru and includes over 30 tribes. Something else, huh? She's also the founder and board president of Amazon Watch, and she served as the organization's first executive director for over 18 years, right? Amazing. In response to Amazon fires in 2019, Atosa helped co-found Artists for Amazonia to catalyze a global action for the Amazon. So imagine this, we have a true warrior of the Amazon jungle here with us. And I am super happy that she can finally join us. Atosa, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Jurgis, and thank you everyone for making this opportunity to hear about the Amazon, the biological heart, the hydrological heart of our biosphere. Thanks for that wonderful introduction. I've spent the last 30 years, almost my entire adult life, working in the Amazon basin. I think I'll start with just saying how I got there and then why the Amazon, why it's important and what we can all do. Really, I got there because it was an awakening that I had in early days of my college days, where I learned about Gaia, that Gaia hypothesis. And I don't need to tell this audience is already quite aware, but the James Lovelock hypothesis that the earth is a living system really woke me up in this moment where basically the earth, it has been for 3.8 billion years cooperating and interacting and creating conditions conducive to life, just maintaining just right balance of the good stuff in our atmosphere for life to be possible. And so from that consciousness, this aha moment, I began to learn about the rainforest. And this was in 1990 when it wasn't such a popular theme yet. The rainforest, actually creates a 3,000 mile wide band of tropical forest around the belt of the planet, so around the equator. it's this green belt around the equator. Here, there is, the majority of the biodiversity on the, living things, the largest collection of living things on the planet are found in the rainforest, in this tropical belt. And, in the way that the Earth system functions, the rainforests generate basically rain for the whole planet, but maintain climate stability, and basically are the crucibles of life that allow life to flourish on this earth. And globally, we've lost half of the world's rainforests. It's quite a tragedy that we haven't realized that the rainforests are these vital organs of the biosphere. And this awakening, just when I learned about what was happening, that then and now we continue to lose huge amounts of forest, 1 to 2 acres a second. In the Amazon, we're losing something like area the size of 7 football fields per minute. And this hasn't really stopped. It got better for about a decade, but then the Bolsonaro administration, the current president of Brazil, came in 2019, and we started to seeing some of the highest deforestation rates we've ever seen, and the largest number of forest fires. And so, this living system, this thing that maintains the planet life support, it is the planet's life support system. And the Amazon is like the land of the giants. It's a land of superlatives. You have the largest tropical rainforest on the planet, the size of the continental United States. And then you have this area that is basically 9 countries in South America. And these forests act as what they call a biotic pump, a way that the forest beckons the moisture from the atmosphere, brings it into this low pressure forest, and then the trees invite the rain, they beckon the rain falls on these 400 billion trees in the Amazon. Then the trees literally sweat out this moisture in form of through evapotranspiration. When they're doing photosynthesis, they lift back this vapor back into the sky. And then 400 billion trees, on average 1,000 liters of water per day is literally lifted up by the forest, by each tree in the atmosphere. And then you have basically an area the size of the continental United States doing this, creating a massive atmospheric river that's actually bigger than the Amazon River that flows below it. And that atmospheric river brings rain to the entire continent of South America. But not just there. When it hits the Andes, it actually generates these atmospheric rivers that bring rain and moisture all the way to North America, where some of the scientific modeling shows that if we lose the Amazon, we will lose, for example, the California hydrological cycle will also collapse. That actually moisture in the Sierra Nevada and where we've had these horrible fires and droughts is in part determined by what's happening in the Amazon, the moisture and deforestation in the Amazon. So here is this vital organ. Literally, the Amazon is like the heart, the hydroclimatic heart of our planet. And of course, all the rainforests across the planet are important. And we need to really just wake up as humans on this planet and recognize that the earth is this alive. It's more like an organism, and that we have the forests are the vital organs that we need in order to maintain a healthy organism. And so that's kind of awakened me and of course the science continues to be more specific and more visual and more, you can actually speed up satellite imagery and show the heartbeat, the Amazon acting as a heartbeat of moisture, driving this rainfall across the planet. And so we can now see this from the space, laboratories from space, and we can really awaken to our path that we really are part of this web of life. And as productive members of this web of life, we must basically be good cells, good cells in the body of a living earth, where we not only work to keep the cell alive, just like our bodies have, these cells in our bodies that keep the body alive, but to also keep the organism alive, and recognize that we have a host. We have a host, and we are basically dependent on that host. And that when we are productive members of this living organism, we can flourish ourselves while also contributing to the flourishing of the planet. And this is the lesson I learned, not just through science, but through Indigenous peoples. I've had the incredible honor to work with Indigenous peoples for the last 30 years, all throughout the world, but in particular in the Amazon basin, where there's over 500 Indigenous nations continuing to maintain their knowledge systems, their language, their culture, their way of life, the way of stewardship of the forest. And what we now know is that Indigenous peoples are the guardians of 80% of all living things on planet Earth. Only 4% of the world's population are Indigenous peoples who live in relationship to their land and steward the land. And yet 80% of all biodiversity is found there. And so, and you go, well, there is something to the paradigm around the way in the world view through which Indigenous people see the earth that helps to contribute to this harmonious coexistence. For example, I work with Indigenous peoples in the Ecuadorian Amazon right now. They're working there and in Peru. 30 nations have come together to permanently protect the headwaters, one of the main headwaters of the Amazon basin, an area that's, no less than the size of the state of Oregon. So massive area, 86 million acres. 30 nations have basically come together and said, they don't want any more destruction of the forest. They actually want to maintain the ecological integrity of these two watersheds that make the headwaters. This is the source of the Amazon and one of the most biologically productive areas of the Amazon. And here, there is a chance where Indigenous stewardship has maintained these forests for millennia. In fact, we know through scientific studies that Indigenous territories have even lower deforestation rates than the nearby national parks. We know that Indigenous territories have some of the highest biodiversity anywhere in the Amazon basin, and that Indigenous practices through shifting agriculture actually over the last 10,000 years, which is 10 to 15,000 years is what some of the cultures in the Amazon have been shown to be there, that in this time, Indigenous peoples actually increased the biodiversity of the Amazon through their shifting agricultural practices and their small plots that they harvested and planted through, basically agroforestry systems of, many food forests, and then left it alone, let it go wild, and then come back. And that interweave between the forest, the wild, and the domesticated gardens created more species of plants. In fact, Indigenous peoples have contributed, again, to say that they've increased the plant biodiversity of the Amazon basin. And when we look at the Amazon, we're not just looking at wild, pristine virgin rainforest. We're actually looking at a combination of pristine rainforest and, ancient horticulture and ancient food forests interwoven to create the biodiversity. So it is, when we look at Indigenous way of relating to the earth, we realize that, we can be a productive member. We can change the narrative from being a predatory species that's at war with nature to one that is actually cultivating nature and helping nature flourish while we also flourish. And so that's what I've learned through my work with Indigenous peoples. Their philosophy called Buen Vivir, or it comes from an Indigenous Quechua tradition, and the word is basically means living in collective harmony at different scales, from the very personal, familiar, communal with the forest and out with the world. And that buen vivir, that concept is really challenging what we see right now, which is a capitalistic, life-blind economic system that's devouring the life support systems of the planet in order for the money system to grow exponentially and for us to have this thing called economic growth. And so we have to really shift that. We have to find a way to subvert the lifeline economic system. And I think working with Indigenous peoples is how we do that. They are the beacon that guide through shifting our worldview and teaching us this idea of co-benefit, the mutually flourishing way that Indigenous people co-relate. And it comes from this understanding that life is sacred. It comes back to this deep ethical belief that we are in reverence and in connection and in service to this thing we call the web of life. And so here in the sacred headwaters of the Amazon, we are working to protect this area through, we've been working on a bioregional plan. I invite everyone to go to sacredheadwaters.org and download the bioregional plan. This is basically an Indigenous guided transition pathway to an economy, to moving out of the extractive economy to a life flourishing well-being economy that's in harmony with life based on the Buen Vivir principles. So we've taken the Indigenous people's own life plans. Each nation has contributed from their philosophy and perspective, the kinds of things that we want to see happen that help to bring human well-being. So it's all about ensuring human well-being in this landscape, while also ensuring ecological resilience, restoration, regeneration, and conservation. And so the ecological integrity of this basin is what we're working to do. It's a massive initiative. We think it will be somewhere between around $700 million of investments in the Indigenous territories, together with over $18 billion in investments in the rest of the region and the countries, to just really catapult us from an extractive, life-devouring economy to an ecological civilization where we're living in relationship to this, to the sacred flourishing of life. And so I invite you to get involved, sign the Sacred Headwaters Declaration, join our efforts, help fund Indigenous movements. I should also say that we're working on this transition strategy, but we're also fighting the fight. 80% of this part of the Amazon is, threatened by industrial scale resource extraction. Business as usual for the next, between now and 2030, would have 80% of this territory destroyed in, mining, in oil, in cattle ranching, in logging, in large dams and roads. Whereas the plan that we have envisioned and built really ensures the restoration of 8 million hectares or 20 million acres, the conservation of an area, the rest of this area of 86 million acres, the Indigenous land rights to 20 million acres. So these are large, it's a large vision, and it'll take all of us. It'll take radical collaboration to protect life here. And why we must do it is that, like the trees I mentioned, and with this I will wrap up, the trees I mentioned, the trees in the Amazon that help to lift up that atmospheric rivers and create that biotic pump, that heartbeat, that is the heart of the circulatory system, that's water. That system is at a tipping point of no return, a tipping point of collapse. Well, the science panel for the Amazon, on which I'm a member, came out with a report during Glasgow that said somewhere between 25% of when we get around 25% of deforestation for the whole of the Amazon basin, all 9 countries, then the rain system begins to unravel, and the forest no longer generates sufficient rain to become to stay a rainforest. That point is now, we're at 27%. We've lost, either through total deforestation or degradation, 27% of the Amazon basin. We need to get to 20%. We need to get back up to 20%. So this will require massive restoration it'll also require permanently protecting every forest, every tree that stands. So I also invite you to look at Protect Amazonia 80 by 20, which is I'll put the website in the chat, which is a campaign on all 9 countries led by COICA, the Indigenous Federation of all the Amazon Basin countries, to permanently protect the life-giving system of the planet by 2025, that we avert the tipping point of ecological collapse, that we get aligned to recognizing that if we go from a death economy to a life regenerating, standing forest economy, we not only generate prosperity, hectare per hectare will generate 10 times more economic prosperity, while we also generate life. So on that note, I thank you all for this opportunity to speak to you today. I invite you to become those productive selves we already are, and work on restoring watersheds in your own home, but also in the grand Amazon basin. Thank you so much for having me.
So lovely. So lovely. May I tip my virtual hat, my official NFT hat to you, and say thank you very much for the work you're doing. It's lovely. I mean, just to be affiliated with you is so heartwarming, you know, because at the end of the day, there's so many people who ask, how can they help? And in many cases, it's just supporting people who are doing a great job. And so, you know, just by saying you're doing great, you know, I want to express that gratitude. Thank you, Atosa, for all you're doing. And if you also feel gratitude, ladies and gentlemen, can we get some gratitude for her?
All.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Atosa. Thank you for the sacred work that you're doing and for coming to share it with us. You're in good company. A lot of activists and artists here who really believe in helping to share these stories to empower and invite people to be a part of the change that's needed on this planet. So we're so grateful. And thank you to Brittany for helping weave the threads that brought you here with us today.
She was part of the creation of much of what I'm talking about, the 80 by 20 campaign and Artists for Amazonia. So thank you, Brittany.
Grateful to have you, Atosa, and hope you can stay and enjoy some of the festivities today.
I'm getting ready to travel internationally, so I'm also packing in the background, and we'll be heading out shortly.
Well, you're coming in at the perfect moment. We're at the 11th day of an 11-day summit. It's a global convergence for creators for Regenerative Future. And this is somewhere around, I think, 300 individuals coming forward and sharing their voice and their passion to make a world that works for all life, that's equitable and just, and not just for people, but also for the voice of the earth. Beautiful to have. Blessings on your journey.
Excuse me, Roxy?
I said, and blessings on your journey.
Blessings, blessings.
Can you hear me well?
Ladies and gentlemen, we hear you perfect. We hear you perfect. Roxy, I think now we have reached that point in the broadcast where we're going to try something completely new, because that's what we love doing at the Design Science Studio, where we like to come up with things, right, all of a sudden, and say, hey, we're going to make this happen. Is it true or is it not that we have arrived?
Well, first we're going to do the talk, and then we're going to do the moment. See?
The talk. And who's going to do the talk?
I believe it's Mariette and myself.
You want to do the talk before? Would you like me at least to remind the people to register for the 30-second spot?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, do this.
Very good, right. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are here, if you're present on this call, pay attention, because this graduation ceremony is completely co-created, and how successful it will be or not depends very much on your input. So we are going to give each of you 30 seconds to present yourselves, to say something about yourselves, your projects, your experience at the Design Science Studio. But because there's so many of you, what we need to do is we need you to be kind of concise. And for you to be concise and for the transitions to be smooth, Roxy would love it if each and every one of you could open the file in the link she's sending and put your name in order. So you know that when your time when your cue is up, you come up on stage, you do your 30 seconds, we all applaud, we have a moment of co-creation, and then we shift onwards. Because again, we are on the vision train, choo, 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 things must be rolling, things need to roll smoothly. If that made sense to you, can I get an A-OK?
A-OK.
A-OK. And so now, time for the talk. Roxy, are you ready to take it away?
I am almost ready to take it away, but first I'm going to bring Mariette up while I cue it up. Mariette, do you want to set the stage while I pull the things up and join you?
Sure. Hi, everyone. It's great to be back. Atosa, thank you so much for that. And so here we go into something that we all know to be true, which is that art does change history. And Roxy and I have been talking a little bit about this, as well as the DSS team I know was working and talking about this from the very beginning. So today we're going to take a quick step into the past, into a few pieces of art that have definitely evoked change in broader society, and to see where we can situate the work of Regenera and of all of our partners into the historical record. And we can continue to cue it up, and then we'll have images and things to help us flesh it out. But Roxy, you let me know, because I'll just keep going, you know.
Yes, I went to open it and I closed it. So here we go. I'm just flowing with the flow of the internet, the worldwide weave. But yes, this talk is a talk that has evolved thanks to Mariette and I getting to collaborate, because art does and has changed the course of history, and that is why and what we're so committed to helping the world see and ground into, and encourage all of the creators of the Design Science Studio to feel rooted in, to know that it's not just an idea, a nice idea, not just a thing that sounds like a pleasant potential, but the truth of the matter is that as we look through the sands of time, art has and does change history, and we are living that now. So I got it up, and I just want to thank Mariette also for taking our conversations and my notes and previous decks and helping to ground all of this and make sure that this conversation happened today. Thank you so much, Mariette.
You're so welcome.
Right, let's begin.
Okay.
And just, oh, yeah, we're at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Beginning. Well, you kick it off, Marianne.
Okay, fair enough.
Operations, let's go.
Okay, so art that changes history, the Regenera. We're going to look at all of the different pieces of this puzzle, and we're going to take a look at how that re-word keeps coming up, and all of the different re-words that we've been looking at throughout these 11 amazing days. So welcome to something that changes history.
First reword, revolution. This is both evolution and revolution, and revolving as we move around and continue to evolve. Experience helps to ground that in our shared experience of what's possible, and this Regenera Rising is an embodied experience of what's possible.
Right, so let's remember that art has changed the world, and art is a very small word, and it is extremely powerful. So let's take a look at what happens when we really take a look at this tiny little word.
Some of the historic things that really help ground this in are, for example, Guernica, right? This painting was critical for helping the world understand that there was a war going on, and helping bring people together. And the activism that this painting incited and invited helped to shift awareness and bring people together around an incredibly important moment in time. And this was in 1939, so the early 1900s.
It was, and around exactly the same time when Picasso was protesting war in a way that was radical because he was doing it in the fine art context and so blatantly. We have a great example also in Strange Fruit. And that was a poem that actually had been created in 1937 by Abel Meeropol. And then he worked with Billie Holiday to make the first recording of it in 1939. And as many of you probably know, that particular strange fruit that's being discussed are bodies. They're people who were being lynched. So this, again, is an incredibly powerful protest against the inhumanity, man's inhumanity to man, so to speak. Okay, so I'll start with this one. John Cage, composer, colleague of Buckminster Fuller's at Black Mountain College, and one of the first major composers to really look at the absence of in his 433, in 433, there is a call to listen to the ambient sound. So you'll see that there's an absence of notation in his score because the score was whatever happened in the room. It was incredibly controversial at the time. People not only walked out, they yelled, they wrote constant reports about this.
So some of these examples, there's so many more examples. We look back and think about the power that art has had in speculative design. Whenever we look at retrofuturism and we were looking and dreaming towards potential futures that were right after the world wars, and they helped us to imagine beyond what was possible, what was probable. And some of those things that we speculated that were at that point retrofuturism are now coming to life. Some of the other examples that we have looked at in the past within the Design Science Studio have also been sort of centered around what was one that we were thinking about earlier this week. If you were here for Jamar Smiley, who gave a really powerful spoken word piece, we chatted for a second then about the spoken word revolution and how the spoken word revolution came out of a time of turmoil and racism and just inequality. And there were so many people, Black and brown bodied people, who decided to come up and use their voices and share and come together in community. And that then led to hip hop, that led to rap, that led to a lot of people kind of understanding what was happening in those communities. And kind of shifting the way that we were able to see. That visibility came because of art, and art is creativity. It's thinking, it's action, it's being. It changes history. It's a verb. We think of Bucky here, right? It is. I seem to be a verb.
Yeah. So art as experience is the next stage in our evolution and in the revolution of consciousness and thinking and how we organize our society. We didn't fit in all the examples we wanted to today. We didn't get in all of the movements we would have wanted. We'll do that another time together. The thing that we know is that the examples we gave you are all structured from a time when we were hitting like the end of our last industrial revolution. It was a different time where everything felt really linear, but in fact, nothing is moving in a linear fashion. Intersectionality is everything, and it includes all the issues and our identities. Everything that felt like it was a singular experience, even the hero's journey, we see now as being composited and woven together. one of the other parts that's really core to this is that from real to virtual, everything is now architecture. So once upon a time, these were buildings and built environments, and now architecture is experience and experience environments. So in everything that we resolve to do, we are looking at how we change the experience of humans so that way we can continue to evolve.
And this also kind of roots us back into ontological design and how what we design designs us back. And this design, this art, this is core to our inner and outer architecture. This next quote I love: "You and I and everyone you know are descended from tens of thousands of years of makers, decorators, tinkerers, storytellers, dancers, explorers, fiddlers, drummers, builders, growers, problem solvers, and embellishers. These are our common ancestors." Creativity is like lightning. It is seeking willing participants. This book, Big Magic, is all about how ideas, they sometimes look for a host. They want to be born, and sometimes are born across many people at the same time. What we're living here at the Design Science Studio and in Regenera is not an idea that came from one. It is an idea channeled through many, and a clarion call that once heard, so many gravitated towards because it's alive in them as well. And so as we've all come together around a core central aim to direct our creativity towards equitable and just futures for all life over the course of the next decade, because we are stewards of this world and we are part of a larger Gaian body, as Atossa was just touching on. This is really important to feel into the fact that this is not something new. This is something descended, and these are our common ancestors as creators. And it is our job to harmonize in this life to that which is our true nature, and to feel that into that creative force that moves within every person and every life form.
So the number one destroyer of all this gorgeousness and creativity is fear. It's what we call scarcity. It's all of the things that are creating stress and difficulty in the world. And the number one antidote?
To create the conditions for curiosity. And these conditions can be created through experience, through shared experience, through a container. This container even that we're experiencing in the Design Science Studio, this is an incubator, but these conditions can be created everywhere as we host and create experiences. Art can help to create moments of suspended disbelief, of a new way of feeling and being together. And these conditions for curiosity can support creativity moving forward in everyone to see beyond the probable into the possible and the potential.
So back to that earlier quote, this is an era of big magic. And to borrow some of Bucky's language as well and mash it up with Elizabeth Gilbert's, this is an era of big earthian magic. I'll let you do this one because we both love her so much.
Your name's on it, but I'll do it. So our beloved Catherine Connors, I don't know if she coined it, but it was the first time I'd ever heard of it. This word poetopia. So poetopia, as opposed to protopia, this is all about from poesis, right? To make, to cultivate, or create ideas and bring forth. And topos, which is all about place and position. So this is poetopia. It's a condition of possibility for shared human experience that's brought forth from the imagination and cultivated towards existence in lived reality. It's a set of generative ideas about how humanity might live, made manifest through active, creative tending and nurture. Another thing that comes to mind for me is autopoiesis, which is a very important word that is really rooted in living systems and our approach of understanding that we're a part of a bigger earthian body. So poetopia, poiesis, autopoiesis, all connected because we're creating the condition through community for this creativity to come forth.
And I'll round it out since it was my slide. And to simply say that we know that in code writing and in all of the technologies that lead the forefront of today, that there is a consistent relationship to poetry, that our signatures are left not just in what we do expressly, what we think expressly, logically, but in all the nuance that goes with it.
So this next quote from Kevin Kelly, it starts to touch on protopias. So I love this. I think our destination is neither utopia nor dystopia nor status quo, but protopia. It is a state that is better than today, than yesterday, although it might be only a little bit better. This is a decade-long lift. This is because the work of Protopia is incremental. It's books and manuals connected to real-life communities and virtual worlds. These take time and numbers to reach critical mass. And if you were able to catch our first day, we had a whole session talking, kind of also unraveling other things about Protopia, which I will add a few principles that came from Monica Blyski from the Design Science Studio Revolutionaries, which is plurality beyond binaries, community beyond borders, celebration of presence, regenerative actions, symbiotic spirituality, creativity and subcultures, the evolutionary of values. So it is a process of proactively prototyping radically hopeful and inclusive future visions and possibilities that center previously marginalized voices. And here we are in Regenera. This is an ideal. An ideal, it's like an idea, except its purpose is to imagine and inspire other ideas to emerge. And so inside of Regenera, we're looking to empower and enliven that potential in everyone, to give us a taste of what it could be like. Bucky said, we're going to give everyone a chance to develop their most powerful mental and intuitive facilities. Buckminster Fuller was a polymath. He was an artist. He was a creator and a designer. And he centered, as Mariette, you were bringing up in your interview last night, that in the moment that he almost took his life, he decided that he was going to make it his life's mission to do as much good as one person could do. And so between this space of giving everyone the chance to develop their most powerful purpose, and also understanding that we are a part of a Gaian body, we sit in this space, and creativity helps bring that forward. So Regenera is creative intervention. I was sort of speaking to this in a conversation with Mariette, and she was like, "Ooh, that's you've said that a few times now," and it is. We're essentially intervening creatively. We're looking at and answering and asking and unlearning together. We're creating spaces that are like homes as much as destinations, and we're cooperating and creating art that's participatory. We're not trying to create something that's voyeuristic, but rather it's something that invites us all into that story. And through mentoring and world building, all of these new forms can help to restore the biological health of the world as we're restoring our own health as an ecosystem and a community.
Right. So the reality is that this brings us to this idea of tensegrity, and sorry, I didn't get a chance to put an image in there yet, but as we know that if you take a bunch of seemingly unrelated or somehow unstructured elements and you give them a common thread, a common membrane of some sort, that they will come together and they will have this tension. So this incredible tension lives, as Stephanie has talked about, it's in our fascia, it's in our bodies, it's in everything. And Bucky was a big proponent of tensegrity. Right now, in a world with information overload and so many places to go, attention is tensegrity. It is the tensile force. Okay, so how do we understand that? How do we look at it? Well, inspiration is everywhere, and the inspiration that we have here is definitely something that keeps people coming back. It's what's kept all of you here for 11 days. It's what's kept people in the program. It's what's making people from cohort 1 come and work with people in cohort 2. And it's really something that gives structure and something that will build into an even greater flexible living system of art and design. There are partners, there are projects, and we're weaving together because we're all held already together by this attention to the world's great problems. So this is not a formula. This is a consistent collection of actions, intentions, and presence. And again, nobody has the answers. We are all learning together. So attention is everything for us here. And that's how the movement continues to grow. Okay. That me? All right, sorry. So here we go. Attention into art. Art is normalized curiosity. You know, applied to the experience is the construction and operation of structures, not merely aesthetics. Now, that's actually a bit of a riff, again, off of Buckminster Fuller, because when he was talking about his relationship to the Bauhaus, actually, movement of the time, and to Josef Albers, who he had been with at Black Mountain College, he loved what they were doing and saw that there was a wonderful, you know, they wove together their own movements. And this is also instructive for us. The reason we need Regenera as much as we need so many other projects is because when we meet and when we discuss what we're doing, when we meet and find ways to collaborate, we construct consistently structures and substructures, meta-net structures, meta-narratives. And that is something that we can't plan for. So in our design science thinking, we are not just interested in aesthetics or things that look good. That's great. But we're looking at how we're moving forward into a new society.
And so we do that by being both omni-considerate, omni-curious, and omni-inclusive. So this is helping, we are helping through our deepest mission and intention together to normalize this curiosity so that people from all mediums and all walks of life, artists, designers, engineers, can connect towards planetary solutions and really actualizing the potential of a world that can work for all at the expense of none. And this is a model of love, it's metaphysical gravity. It's activated through these interventions that we're doing here. And it's all about interdependence and interbeing. And this includes partners. It includes Atosa Sultani. It includes thought leaders. It includes amazing initiatives around the world and visionaries and evolutionaries, because it is not just art, it is a mirror. And this art is now capable of setting its conditions for how it will exist in the world. It's the basis for decision making and reimagining the way that we relate to metaphor, to art. Art isn't always there to answer all the questions. It's also there to help ask them. It's there to give us a pause and a moment to take a breath and to reimagine and to invite that curiosity for decision making and solution finding, to find paths for all environments and all beings.
It is amazing to think that we can actually take our energy together, and in all the things that we're doing, we can create an expansion together. And we do that by working with expansive attention, which is like a network, right? And our focused attention as individuals. And it's in this interplay, it's in fact, that tension that also lends to our tensegrity, that we have already been creating a first wave of experience, participants, projects. Regenera is so much more than just these days, because there are artifacts, New Art City, Topia, actual worlds where people are coming in, and worlds upon worlds where people are coming in and involving themselves in a network. So in that sense, we already see that this is a living system with micro, macro, and not those little tension points that are beautiful, the meso.
And our intention is to be cross-sector. And one of the core regenerative design principles is all around co-evolving mutualism. And so co-evolving mutualism is looking at how we are co-evolving and learning, and evolve is also part of revolve, as part of revolutionary and evolutionary. We're about to celebrate our revolutionaries completing the program and becoming evolutionaries, and we are going to continuously learn together, mutually in reciprocity across sectors, dance through this space and time of the few options we have left. So those options, as we get to be optionists, are critical to choose. And in this time, in this decade, we can use the tools of comprehensive anticipatory design science to support this cross-sector collaboration to evolve together. Oh, I love what Atosa said in the chat. Creating change is really a creative process. indeed it is shared participatory creative processes across sectors. It is more like an art than a science, and it is both. Well,
it is. And, still to your point, Atosis, unity is plural and at a minimum two. You and I are inherently different and complementary. Together we average a 0, and that is as eternity. Okay, so that's a quote from Buckminster Fuller again. And it brings us to another quote, that the trees don't know what color I am, and the birds don't know what gender is. The flowers don't know how much money I have in my bank account. I think we can rely on nature to be the equalizer for us so we can shed that weight. And that is Rue, I'm sorry, her last name? Ma. There we go. So this is about I don't know exactly what to call it, but it is the pure love, the pure acceptance, the pure creativity that is mycelia. And that is what we are seeking to work with here in the program. Because mycelial art making is based on creating pathways that are bridging traditional silos. And we can silo ourselves daily, and we might not even realize it. So consistently through our beingness, we are working towards this acceptance, tolerance, no, something much more, this just simple symbiosis, I would call it.
I love what you also wrote about this, Mariette, how biophilia is our instructor. It's a great way of equalizing. And I think that when we do turn to nature, we see that it supports us understanding that in nature, there is not me or you, but we, and everything is working in ecosystem. And this, helps to ground us in the way that we can potentially relate as people. Speaking of nature as our guide and people, one of the things that is, really alive in a story in the Design Science Studio, there was an artist, an amazing artist, Jason Gronlund, who I have actually the book by my desk right here. And he was really passionate about writing a book about pollinators last year, and got to a point and reached out and said, hey, I need a biologist. I've gone as far as I can. But I need to make sure that my work is vetted. And so in the spirit of working across sectors, what we did was we started testing a part of our program that we are developing and really, really wanting to bring forward. Part of the fundraiser that we're doing is to help us to establish some of these programs over the summer for next year. But this program is about expeditionary. So this is building bridges between people who are working across sectors with these artists and designers. And so Jason was paired with a biologist, and because of that, the work of the book was vetted, and now his work points to some of the initiatives and organizations that are helping to support education about pollinators, and vice versa. Their work points back to his work. And so this book, and which was illustrated by Jason and Danielle and laid out by Bufizzi, who's also an incredible artist. It demonstrates an incredibly important cross-sectoral exchange that could not happen if we were not kind of embodying the principles of collaboration.
So design science, the design science decade is moving beyond protest and into protopia. And that's exactly what, again, everyone here has been talking about. It's not that there isn't a place for all of this, but things have gotten so dire and so critical that it's really this time to say, okay, as we're doing this, as we're saying this thing in my world here is not working, what is the incremental change that I can make to make it work next? Mm-hmm. I think we have. There we go. Yeah, a little bit more about that. So, the mainstream is a beautiful place, and we can continue to make a difference, not just in these worlds where the Design Science Studio has affiliations and friends, but our work is so powerful that it's just yummy. I mean, let's face it, if you've seen some of the designs from all of the people here, it's just, it makes us want to move in to the next. And if we can continue to add protopian projects in, we can continue to hack the system in a most beautiful and positive way.
And even at the scale that we're doing, we have 144 creators over the course of 10 years. That's, you know, a minimum of almost 1,500 creators. We already have 288. One of the things to note about each of these artists is that each one of them is a pillar in their community. And sometimes they're leads of entire teams, or sometimes they're individuals. And they're at all different stages of their creative careers. And I think that great equalizer that we were just speaking to in nature has been embodied in the studio. We have an amazing community that spans from ages, I think, of 19 to 71 this year or something like this. And it doesn't feel ageist. It feels a beautiful, like, actual embodiment of a village somehow created online. And we hope to expand these spheres of collaboration and be able to offer the structures that and the wisdom that is within this program to so many more people. But there are so many ripples that have already reached throughout the world, and the stories that we've heard over the last 11 days have touched and moved and inspired me, and collaborations I didn't even know were happening. We're going to move through the last few of these with a bit of speed but care, because we have a graduation ceremony that this is all leading up to. So yeah, here we are, weaving the Regenaissance.
Yeah. So where does it all lead to? How big is this time? Well, we keep talking about the Regenaissance, and of course it makes us think about the Renaissance. And where is that? That's in the, you know, late 13, 14, 15 or so hundreds. That's a big time. And in fact, what was a big technology back then? Well, one of them was weaving. And so the unicorn purifies the water is a really great example of some things that do come back over and over again. And hey, we're the mythical unicorns, and let's purify the water.
Oh, I lost my mic for a second. The Regenaissance. Okay, so this is our regenerative renaissance. We are these mythical unicorns purifying the water together, and we're living it. We're living and propelling a new era, ushering in this new era where artists and designers are uplifted and supported to help to tell the stories of those who to reach all of the different kinds of people. We were speaking about equity with Dr. Diane, and evoking that. Well, if we don't empower diverse opinions, perspectives, mediums, approaches across experience, across art forms, there's no way that we'll be able to bring this regenaissance to life. And so we're, you know, standing here to say we believe that culture can change history. We see that art has, and so we're doing everything that we can as artists to empower creators to focus on weaving this Regenaissance tapestry.
Mm-hmm. And if you remember the slide that Roxy was just on, you know, that the art, if you think about the two different weaves, one now is we have a lot of remix in our culture. We mix things, we mix worlds, we take from each other, we create from what is a creative society at a level and at a rate of acceleration that's never been seen before. Remember that in that tapestry that we just looked at a couple of times, you know, the wool, the sheep would have to be raised, the wool would have to be sheared, dyed, and spun. There would be an entire group of people who'd be working with the primary artist in an atelier to create these pieces. So in the same way, a tapestry has to be set. We are looking at an infrastructure for Regenera, and it's an ecosystem that involves people and investing in the supporting artwork, the cultural development, establishing the communications platforms, the curriculum, and everything that comes out of that, all of the archives of videos and learnings and documentations of everything we're doing. So that way it's here for this entire decade and into the future.
And I think Bliss put the link in the chat a few times. So we're doing a campaign to support bringing some of these visions to life, so that we can, you know, support our team and make more of this accessible to more people. Not everyone can go through a 7-month intensive program, but most people can watch some videos. And so if we can cut them up and create those and make them accessible. That's one way. Another way is the green book that we've been creating, and also the world of Regenera and inviting others to dock their projects to the city. And the green book is a set of aphorisms and, you know, in many ways, just a simple guides that help us remember. We are dreaming of a time when the land might give thanks for the people. And right now, you know, we're a keystone species, and there is a possibility of shifting to a keystone species that can help to, you know, mend and tend in a way that we haven't in the past. The Robin Wall Kilmer, this book, Braiding Sweetgrass, it starts with an important story about how in the school system there was a question about how, you know, tell the story of how much that humans have hurt the earth, and there was just answers and answers and so many people just saying all the things, and then there was tell the story of the ways that humans have helped the earth, and it was like silence. It's like, if we cannot remember that we have done good, that we can be good, then it is really not going to bode well. And so we're also here to water the seeds, to say there are good stories to tell. There are good people doing great work. We are doing our best to empower and breathe life and into the stories, and to re-empower the Indigenous, to center previously marginalized voices. And art can help to facilitate a deeper understanding and just a pulling back of the veil. And so we are dreaming of that time, and we're dreaming it to life. And so wrapping this so we can get into our graduation, but the arc of art is directly related to technology. And we look at, you know, the era of moving from the design of dissent. So looking at how in the past the printing and the propaganda was once telling stories, and then it kind of moved to designing and dissent and telling other kinds of stories. But today we get a shift. We get to weave the beauty of the biological world and shift away from the black mirror. And Regenaissance takes this approach to weave this beautiful tapestry, to move away from reductionism and integrate into a revolutionized world where we see the potential that we have to shift the course of history.
So I know we're running up on time, so we'll just cycle through the next two really quickly as well. You know, art that made history has many unsung contributions, and now we have ways of working together better so people can be seen and also appreciated. The Regenaissance is all about the details, and we again are moving into a place where we have working groups, we have regenerosity, we have partners. There are different ways that we can connect, and everybody holding their piece when we come together in summits like this and in others, that we can continue to find better ways to make the weave that we want.
And so as we architect this space and looking at how yesterday, if you were here, we had the Dome Day. And that is a really good example of how we're reimagining the way that we are living in environments. But more than that, you know, our geometry of thinking, the way that we kind of relate to each other, these new spaces can shift attention, and this attention can create the tensegrity needed to move towards a world that works for all. In architecture and education, the Regenaissance was enabled through many different institutions and in different centuries, and now the university systems have led to problems. And this program of the studio is a program that provides space to inspect and approach solutions to these, much like the Bauhaus, where we're aiming to become part of the cultural enrichment of the students across spectrums and experience and disciplines, and it becomes part of the thinking that can reform the way that we understand and practice education, and reimagine the way that we relate to learning and unlearning together. So this is an anticipatory feedback loop. Art that changes history today gets to and must inspire hope, and it is a necessity due to the climate the climate of the world, the climate of the earth, and art that changes history gets to be part of this world regeneration. We are part of a larger movement, and as contributors who are standing, today's theme is Cooperators are standing by. And we're living that together with all of our collaborators and partners and thought leaders. We are coming together to comprehend the synergies that are possible because we know that they are. So thank you so much for letting us share. We went a little longer than anticipated, and I'll let you wrap this here, Mariette.
Sure. Thank you so much. And we did go a little bit longer. The reality is that we want to think global and act locally. We've heard that for years, but we also want to create local in our studios and connect globally. And this is one of the beautiful things that can happen through the Design Science Studio, is that you can be anywhere in the world and have friends and collaborators now anywhere in the world. And you can also be working locally. And it's this consistent feedback loop of community that will help us reform a new age and bring in this regenaissance. Thank you. Thanks, Zach.
Yes, thank you, Mariette. And for those of you who don't know, Mariette is a revolutionary in the Design Science Studio cohort 2 and is about to go through, alongside your fellow revolutionaries, a graduation. What do you think, Georgie?
Love it.
Lovely. So now we have graduation. How's this all supposed to go? How is this all supposed to go? Well, I think one of the fundamental parts of any graduation is to recognize that you have all been successfully indoctrinated. That's right. Your madness now has a name. It's called regeneration. And you have a gang of people, of sect companions and co-conspirators with which you can pursue what, amongst other things, would be considered to be foolish, insane, or downright stupid. You're home. You're home. And at least for me, I can tell you is that is the thing that I have gained here most. Roxy, before we proceed, I believe it may be in order for us to remind the people out there how they can support this grand union of heartivists. Do you agree? Should we take a minute to remind them that they can sponsor more artists or get themselves involved in many other ways? Perhaps you can mention them or put them on your display.
Yes, I can do that. So we have a campaign that we're running to help to support the Design Science Studio. You can donate only $1,500, supports an entire artist to go through the program. Not just their arm, not just their leg, but their whole being will go through the program. And we are currently fundraising $60,000 for the summer so that we can work on the Green Book, prep the curriculum, get a bunch of these resources out into the world, and begin the process of supporting another wave of revolutionaries. So, yeah, I can share the screen of the campaign if it's helpful. But more importantly, we'll.
Good. That is how you can support. Now, it may seem like quite a bit of money. It may sound like an arm and a leg to put an artist through this, but I beg you to pay attention and to consider one thing: the amount of people we have elevated. You know, it's something else. I'm absolutely delighted to be part of this.
You were in year 1. How did your life?
Excuse me?
I said, and you were in year 1. How did your life evolve and shift and change? You were in the Design Science Studio.
How did my life evolve and change? Well, first of all, I discovered that regeneration was a thing, that it wasn't an electrical device. I discovered that there were people who were feeling my same eco-anxiety. I made a whole bunch of new friends. I co-created on numerous projects. And all of a sudden, I found a ton of people to follow on Instagram, which actually inspired me tremendously. And more importantly than that, I think just the idea that our dreams have been interwoven with new visions, with new kind of perspectives on what reality can bring. I find that probably the most important thing of all. Believe it or not, really knowing that you have people who not only validate what you think or your beliefs, but actually empower you, I cannot express the importance of that even more. Raise your hands if you've ever felt lonely out there. Raise your hands if you ever felt lonely. Never again, never again. With these beautiful human beings, you will be together till the end. Until the world changes, or at least until we do our best and exit, knowing that we've done all we can. And I'm happy. I'm happy to know that we are warriors, that we are regenerative goddesses and leaders and amazing human beings just coming together with this vision. Knowing that I have a gang, it makes me feel like I'm 15 years all over again. And that's a lot. So should we finish the indoctrination process? Should we let them know that they're in the clan? Ladies and gentlemen, you will now be officially in, but here's the funny thing, that you have been in for a very long time, just that you didn't know that you were in. You didn't know you were in until you met the rest of the cult, you met the rest of the sect, until you said, hey, this is us, we're all involved in this. Roxy doesn't like me to call them hippies or this a cult or a sect. I'm sorry.
The cult is rough for me. I'm like, no! But it's funny. Cult is part of culture, you know. But I wouldn't call it a cult.
It's a culture with it's a cult with K.
Okay.
I'm joking. All right, so Roxy, how do you envision this? How are we gonna make this work?
We have a little format and we have a little form. So we have an order. I think we should all go off pin and go into gallery because that's going to be a little easier. We can see more people. And basically, we're going to go down the line. We'll start with the Stefania. Each one of them will do their declaration. And I will invite them each less than 30 minutes. And if you didn't sign up, we'll put the little form in the chatty chat so you can
put in the chat like that.
Share your voice
there
and your declaration to the world, what it is that you're here to stand for as an evolutionary, a steward of this brilliant and beautiful planet and all life. Yes. So go into gallery, and Jorgi, maybe you can strum along a little bit on the back, but not too loud so we can still hear them. And we will start with Stefania. And if your name is next, you can just go after her, or we can call on you if you seem somehow forgotten. And if you're not on the list, we'll just find you. I invite you to put yourself on camera. And if you're here as a support, as a friend, as a new family, thank you for supporting this very special moment, the graduation into the next phase together. My name is Roxy. I am the director and architect of the Design Science Studio, and I am honored to share this moment. We didn't do this last year. This is new. What do you think, Faith? Is this fun?
Beautiful. We can't wait to hear your declarations and your voices. Such a celebration.
Stefania.
Shall we begin? Stefania, the stage is yours.
So I am a miracle, and I am grateful for being born. I am committed to love, play, and celebrate with you this life. And what was the other thing?
Whatever you want. How do you feel like you want to wrap it?
And yes, and I am here on this earth to enjoy being pleasure to myself and to you in any shape or form. Food, anything. And now, talk to me. Ooh, talk to me.
Talk to me, sing to me. Stefania, thank you very much. Who is next?
I'm proud to announce that I am now a design science evolutionary. I'm grateful for the challenges I've received in the design science studio. I'm here on Earth to share my talents, my love, and my ideas. I am committed to helping house 50,000 homeless people over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Truly inspiring if you're inspired. Yes.
Jarno.
Sorry.
Mark, are you going to go again?
I'm back in. Yes. I was very inspired. I got to see my greatness. I got to see where I was small. I got to see where everybody else was so great. And I got to see where everybody else was also maybe not so confident, but more myself. And to realize the possibility of creating with such a wonderful group of people. Thanks, Jurgis. You inspired me to sing. I often jam a lot, but it was another chance to do it again. And just to realize who I am, doing funny things and feeling like an idiot, maybe looking like an idiot, but then sometimes hitting the right note and everyone kind of following. So realizing my power in the world as one person, like a flame. And if there's a lot of straw around, hey, I can make a hell of a fire. So thanks, guys, for all the fire and all the straw. And I'm going to have a lot more time without the DSS to do the stuff that the DSS inspired me to do, and I'm going to stay connected. Definitely. Yes. Wonderful. Bless you all. Love to you all. Mwah.
Looking forward to jamming more as well.
Hi everyone, this is Neha. I am so proud to announce that I am now a design science studio revolutionary evolutionary. I am so grateful for just really phenomenal intergenerational global connections in such a testing time of multiple reckonings for humanity, our planet, and and our connection to each other. And I'm so grateful for all the new horizons and friendships Design Science Studio has opened for me, because it is ultimately all about a creative collaboration, relationship building. And I am here on this earth to build bridges between private, collective, and planetary healing. And I'm committed to do what I'm here on this earth for with you. So thank you so much to all the other evolutionaries and all of you who are witnessing us and supporting us. Thank you.
Hello. I am so grateful for the Design Science Studio and for everyone here. When I was young, I would read Buckminster Fuller, and I thought it was so amazing. And I'm just so grateful to be with everyone and to know that a lot of people are on a similar path as me and might be having some similar challenges at the same time as really devotion to their cause and their art. And it's so beautiful how our arts are weaving together and how we can speak about each other's beaming and dreaming and streaming and all this beautiful. And I look forward to more working and playing and creations with you. I haven't been able to be as present as I'd like to be due to, I would love some financial support to do my art, and that's what I'm looking for. So I know I will, and I'm gonna help us with our dreams, I hope. Let's make some NFTs for all of us. I really believe in the Beam Dream, the dreams of all of us. And my dream is to really help consciousness and embodiment and people come alive with their human embodiment and heal and let go of old stuff and just enjoy the true values of humanity, love, gratitude, grace, and all that jazz. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hi, y'all. Thanks, Jurgis. I'm grateful for the opportunity Design Science Studio and their partners have created to weave, remember, integrate, resonate, collaborate, and see my reflection in all humans and all beings. There are 8 of these cohort revolutions to go in the Design Science decade. Hop on this train, y'all. Please request support if you need help boarding. There are people and systems here for that. If you're able and willing, please provide support to DSS by donating directly, by purchasing from the online store, or consider supporting as a volunteer for production of the many events, the 3 major events they have, including Regeneration. Take care, y'all.
Hello. Hello, my name is Melissa Lockwood. I'm grateful to have participated in this program. It has made it possible to further realize my mission on Earth. I am grateful to be here on Earth to see people gather together to change the world for the better. I am committed to lowering fashion industry waste while humanity goes through these positive transformations. Thank you, Buckminster Fuller Institute and Design Science Studio. It's been amazing.
Hi everyone, I'm Jess. I'm very grateful for this amazing community and especially the opportunity to connect with all of you from Southern Africa. And we definitely need more reputation from the African continent. So hopefully I'll be able to help with that. And also I'm very grateful for the idea and possibility of a future that nurtures a space where everyone can embrace their creativity free of judgment. I'm here on this earth to inspire future visionary leaders from all walks of life to connect with their communities and inspire positive change in their communities. And I'm committed to empowering, inspiring, enhancing, sharing, and making more accessible a space where anyone can contribute to a future that works for 100% of life, especially in Africa. So thank you very much, Design Science Studio.
Hi everyone, my name is Shant, and I'm grateful for each and every heart and mind and soul on this earth and every living being. And I'm grateful to be part of this community. All of you have really brightened my life and the joy that I experience and the possibility of all the dreams that are in dream world coming to life. And I'm here to be a steward, to be a bridge from those most affected by all the suffering and pain in the world, and those that are most fortunate, and to circulate between those 2 fields: wealth, land, ideas, opportunity, art, ideas, paradigm shifting ideas, be a legacy bridge of Buckminster Fuller's legacy. And I'm committed to the heart of love, the heart that connects us all. So thank you.
Wow. Sean, that was so beautiful, with ending with connecting to the heart. That's such a key of what we're all waking up and doing. And so first, I'm so honored to, be in now my second cohort, and the fact that, Roxy and Nico and Faith and Amanda and Bliss and everyone have put together this incredible program, which is exactly like my focus in life, my whole life, of trying to create this regenerative, beautiful, sacred world. So to give me an opportunity to connect with people from all over the planet, and to be here and to share and to further keep me focused and on track with the work that I'm doing. Anyway, so I'll most people already know, but I'll just throw quickly in the chat all of my websites. Last year I launched Portal to the New Earth. This year you'll see my YouTube channel now has some 5 videos, and it's every week or so we'll be adding new, and I'll be interviewing lots of people in the cohort. So looking forward to like having Melody present soon and other people. So if you want to be interviewed and part of that, please contact me. I'd love to talk with you. And of course, I'm getting geared up to build one of my projects for Burning Man, which is all about providing a space for people to shift and evolve their consciousness to be into this more harmonious, awakened, heart-centered way. So just so grateful and honored to be connected and looking forward to staying connected for this whole decade. And thanks, Jurgis, for the beautiful music and showing up, and just everyone here. I could go on and on, but it's time for the next person. So thank you. Okay.
I'm Jeet from India, and I'm just so grateful to everybody in the cohort too, and to Design Science Studio for creating this incubator for all of us to get together and jam. And I'm just excited for all these new collaborations that we're going to do together. I'm here on Earth to understand my purpose for this life and to be able to uplift the self and the other through my words and actions. I'm committed to regenerate craft culture through the power of co-learning and collaboration. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Moni. I have been a member of the Design Science Studio cohort 1 and 2, regenerating our commitments that would carry us forward into the rest of the decade. And along with the Design Science Studio, I am committed to protect our planet with sustainable behavior and actions, using my talent as a poem to address our living systems. I will awake, promote regeneration, new ideas, and re-evolutionary practices, hope, resilience, and unity. Love to all of you. Thank you, Design Science.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Loud and clear.
Great, thank you. Okay, great. I'm proud to announce I'm now a Design Science Studio evolutionary. I'm grateful for language and the ability of language to understand the universe we're in. I am here on Earth to figure out the most basic core system of communication and process between people in creating projects as production. And I am committed to, because I'm no light, innocence and going with the flow. Thank you, DSS. It was a great, great journey.
Hi, I'm Elena Newbely, and I am so grateful for the weaving and connections that this community is creating. I feel like I'm grateful for being seen in my most authentic self and loved for it. I feel that I'm here on Earth to continue building those connections and doing so through artistic collaborations. And I'm committed to presence, play, compassion, and love. So I'm so honored to have been part of this group, and I really appreciate each and every one of you, and I can't wait to see where this decade takes us. Thank you.
I I am Alicia Sacred Heart, and I am so grateful for Design Science Studios and the Vision Train. And I'm grateful to experience creative, intentional, global community with your brilliant mind. Yes, yours. I am here to empower the emancipation of the creative, joyful heart in all living beings. And I am committed to living in alignment with my sacred heart and helping others in their journey of remembrance to the power of creative expression.
I'm very proud to announce my being a design science studio evolutionary, and I am extremely grateful for this family and this wisdom. And I finally found the collective consciousness that was hunting me. I was looking for this. And so I'm here to create, collaborate, joint, let's say, and unite. And I'm committed to basically find those threads, and I'm complete.
Wonderful. I am so proud that I'm really followed my dreams in my life. So I really met with all this wonderful community in the global sense and in the whole universal sense also, as Pamela mentioned, like the conscious, the global conscious. So I'm really sensing that also with all of you. And I'm really grateful for this Design Science Studios integration. And I'm really thankful to be a design science, and I'm also announcing that I am a design science studio, evolutionary and revolutionary. And I'm committed to my life. I'm committed my life to really align with nature and to be with our own nature to serve for the living systems. And I dedicate my spirit to song. And I just want to show something that I really want to say. So it is just recently done. This is a change. And from old mosaics, from the art pieces, we know that there is an instrument like that one. So from art, we really create the future. That's the one that I really want to add. Love you all!
I don't know if it's me next, but I'll go next. Greetings all. I am the Empress Diane Regisford, and I am so ecstatic to declare that I am a revolutionary artivist. I am committed to using my work and my practice in community across the globe to address, redress systems of inequality, but racial equity in particular. I'm committed to working with Ubuntu as an awakening, as an evocation for us all to ensure that all of our voices are heard through this work. And for my journey in the political sphere, I also dream of continuing to blur those edges between arts and politics, and ensuring that those who are there to serve are really there to serve for the global good. So I am deeply grateful for this journey in what has been an affirmation.
We still have 15 minutes. Let's not record now, and we'll just do it right at the beginning.
Can you hear me? You can?
Not that, yeah.
Okay. I'm
Repeat
saying
the
I'm so grateful for the validation, for the affirmation, and for the co-creation in this journey. And what is so, so beautiful is to know that it doesn't all have to be done now, and we can unfold into the unknown. We can be content with what is in this moment and recognize that all of that has value. I'm deeply grateful for our collective being. Thank you.
Jurgis, you got muted as well. Jurgis, you're muted.
You missed my lovely chords dedicated to Dan. Who's next? Have we gone through the list already? Really?
Brian.
Hello, wonderful individuals in the background. I'm just really honored to be speaking after the Empress. This is definitely hard because she's one of the most amazing people I know. I am very grateful for waking up this morning and being able to have this conversation. Design Science Studio, thank you for proving me right in regards to the positive nature of the universe and giving me hope for the future of humanity. I look forward to bridging the gap of imagination and reality with you all. Thank you.
Brian, that was absolutely lovely. Really, an amazing follow-up to the Empress. Now it's going to be tough for the next person.
That would be me, and it's a complete honor. I am so proud to announce I am now a Design Science Studio evolutionary. It fills my heart completely. I am grateful for being alive in this planetary transition, surrounded and inspired by such amazing, loving human beings. I am here on Earth to dissolve the illusion of separation through love, tenderness, and beauty. And I am committed to being of service in my best version to all life. Thank you.
That wasn't much worse than Brian. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't follow Maria Andrea on Instagram, she has a way with words, mostly in Spanish. Tremendous eloquence. So if you want to polish off your Spanish and learn a regenerative thing or two about emancipation, spirituality, I know you do. You may as well give her a share on Instagram. She is tremendous. And who's next?
Steven.
I think that would be me. So, I am Stephen Bao, a member of the first and second cohorts of the Design Science Studio, a comprehensive anticipatory design scientist and evolutionary and revolutionary, embracing my identity as a social architect and a design philosopher. I am grateful for this community that has empowered me to understand my influence, capacity, and agency as a human being and as a member of this powerful collective that has brought into reality a dream I had 3 decades ago to become a new Bauhaus for a world in crisis. I'm committed to gathering a creative, collaborative, self-organizing learning community to co-create a regenerative future and to investing our collective time, energy, and resources in the challenge of reimagining our social architecture to make a world that works for all of life. I'm here on Earth to explore how we imagine, design, and build the future together. We are connecting to ourselves, to connect to each other, to connect to the earth, so we can build a world that loves itself.
Eloquent and a beautiful human being as well. If you ever have the opportunity to chat with Stephen, I really, really recommend it. He's a mind-expanding guy. And who have we got next?
Oh, Tim.
Oh, hey guys. Thank you so much. Hey everybody. Tim Martin here. Just wanted to say thank you for a wonderful past few months. I know I haven't been fully engaged, but there's always next year and years after. Like Princess D said, this is a long conversation. There's a lot of great work to do. So thankful that we are co-evolving and creating our own language around what the future looks like. Thank you for all your inspiration. I just wanted to show you 3 trees that my sons and I planted this morning. I don't know if you can see them. This is a little baby, what is it? A white oak. And this is the next one and the next one. And it's under a post oak. And my front yard is full of oaks like this. And the idea is that these trees are going to be here, hopefully soaking up the photosynthate from the mother tree who gets all the light. You notice we're all under the canopy of the existing trees. And I just learned about this through Suzanne Simard, who says that, there's this whole network of life under the soil that nobody can see, but the trees, that's how they talk to each other. And so I'm doing an experiment. And this is my thing around the neighborhood now is helping trees. My sons and I live across from a park, and we've been trimming the English ivy off from strangling some of the older trees. The city of Raleigh, where I live, doesn't have time to get to these things. So in fact, they're not the city's trees, they're everybody's trees. If we take care of them and we see them as such, they're all contributing to the great neighborhood that we have and the fresh air. And I'll stop, but I think that the analogy of all the trees talking to each other is sort of like the DSS and the Regeneration Rising Summit. We are all here working together, thinking together. It's such a beautiful metaphor because that's what a healthy ecosystem, that's how it works in nature. So I'm glad that we're acting natural. So go team. Thank you.
Tim, Mark, Stephen, isn't it absolutely amazing that you go to school and you have so much fun that you actually want to repeat again? I haven't had that happen to me since the 3rd grade. Roxy, Nico, Faith, you must be doing something right.
Decade-long mission after all. It's not really over.
It's never over, right? You didn't want me to use the C word. That's why we're using the K word, to describe people who get in and then they have difficulty getting out. But, you said that.
Failure's my greatest teacher.
But what happens when you succeed and you want to repeat? Then you're onto something. Then you're refining. Then you're improving. Then you're prototyping. Who have we got next?
We have Alexandra.
Hello and thank you. And I love that I'm not the only one who thinks that we are just like trees and we grow upward and our canopy connects with other trees, and we also grow downward and our roots connect with other trees. But in between heaven and earth, it looks like those tree trunks are separate trees, and we are not. That's just an illusion. And I definitely saying my shy little self often sees that trunk and says, leave me alone, I'm too scared. But in reality, we're all connected and just living through that connection in the digital realm when all of us are in our own little corners of the globe is an amazing opportunity, experience, And each tree is part of this ecosystem. The little ones, the big ones, the bushy ones, the shy ones. Thank you.
No separateness there, no separateness here. Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you, everyone.
I think it's my turn. Thank you so much. I am grateful for the mirrors and the reflections that this community has brought into my life. It has really inspired me to take radical responsibility regarding my position in the world in these times. I do have to share that I have been triggered by the use of magic and artificial or virtual intelligence, because it is a subject that as a natural and electromagnetic activist, as I like to call myself, these are questions that have arisen in these times where I see things like, a lot of governments like tyranny, technocracy, and transhumanism arising. So these have been triggers, and I'm really grateful for, having the chance to clarify these energies and to share this space together so we can grow as humans. I am committed to stay present to my truth, even if it's not always comfortable. I am committed to stay human. I am committed to unify and to remember that we are all one. And I love you, and I see you, and we are one. Thank you so much.
I know, absolutely lovely. Thank you very much. I hope this is a place where you can feel a little bit more comfortable with your truth. And whenever you feel that it's becoming a little bit uncomfortable, you can find a group of like-minded individuals to make it just a little bit more.
Wendy?
Hi, everyone. I am so humbled and proud to announce I am now a design science studio evolutionary. I am grateful for a lot of things. Let me pull up my list. I'm grateful for, first of all, thank you so much, Design Science Studio, the team. You guys have been just amazing and kick-ass. I mean, the fact that you pulled off this marathon is just mind-blowing. So thank you so much for your hard work. My God. I'm grateful for all of the workshops that you've given us, the connections, the speakers, like all the inspiration I've received from Design Science Studio. While there are 144 of us, I hope to connect with all of you in some shape or form in the coming months. So if we haven't spoken already, please let's connect. I'm at Visual Conductor or at Let's Solve X on Instagram. So I just really hope we can all connect and even collaborate potentially. So I'm here on Earth to bring joy and healing to the world. We've gone through a tough few years, and it's certainly tested us, but I'm here to bring positivity back, and we have an uphill battle ahead of us, but that's what we're here for. We're here to chip away at that. And I am committed to basically being a conduit for purpose and impact. I am a creative, and it is now my responsibility to give back through art and design. And so right now, through my organization, Let's Solve X, our first mission is xenophobia. So right now we're tackling that, discrimination of foreigners and other people, racism, we're tackling that through workshops, when we also will be doing probably retreats as well, to be announced in the future, possibly in Brazil. So we wanna make this metaphysical. The other thing is, in addition to xenophobia, we will be addressing other social impact issues periodically. So tune in, stay in tune, stay connected. And yeah, all the info's in my QR code as well too. Thank you so much, guys.
Wendy,
thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we're going to open it up to who hasn't spoken yet, who hasn't shared their sense of gratitude, presence, and commitment that's part of the DSS graduating clan. Does anybody else step right up?
I'll step up. I'm actually playing with the Zoom new avatars. So here I am in my pink, in my spring best. I'm going to read what I wrote in the Miro to answer these questions. First of all, I am proud to announce I am a revolutionary, a old revolutionary, new evolutionary. And I wanted to sort of just thank you all for just being so awesome. And for so many people in this cohort, connecting us and holding the light and the hope and the joy to take us into the future, because that's what we need. We need to hold each other's hands and pat each other on the back and keep us going. And I guess I should turn this off because it's probably a little annoying, but I don't know how to do it. So, okay, there it is. Okay, and what did I write here? I said, I'm grateful for, I'm going to first say each other, but I'm also grateful for all the beauty in the world and in the cosmos, even when the beauty includes the ugly. And I'm here on Earth to learn my lessons, take my medicine, and do what I can to love along the way. And I'm committed to translating the thoughts, hopes, and dreams of those who don't always speak in human voice. Thank you all. It's been great. It's been great.
Anna, thank you very much.
Who else is
it?
there?
Very entertaining with the filter and everything. Who's next, Mark?
Whoever wants to step in. We're at the end of the list, but I know there might be somebody else out there.
Anna's shows hasn't gone yet, so I don't know if Anna would be down to share.
Yeah.
We're maybe at the end of the list of present people. Except for you, Mark. Birthday, Mark. Should we sing Mark a birthday song?
Oh, it's your birthday.
No.
Well,
it's his birthday.
It's actually tomorrow. I share a birthday with Joanna Macy.
Wow.
And yeah, so here we are at this beautiful ceremony, and I want to first express some gratitude to Jurgis, one of the wayward troubadours that helped to ignite the beam last year. And one of the things that I learned from Jurgis was that when somebody lays down a beat, it just opens me up. So Jurgis, let's take it away here. All right, here we go. It's very simple. I'm here to express my sense of gratitude for each one of you, my dear leprechaun kin, and the gift, the presence of being right here now, and my commitment to being an eternal ancestor, woven into the heart of the Regenaissance. Each one of you, whether you were in the design science studio, you've woven yourself in. What a beautiful experience. You have gone through these 11 days. And know that you are all here, present, deep in my heart. And I look forward to weaving and carrying on the beaming as we go forth and venture out. Thank you all.
You know, Mark, I think that credit is due, and this time it's on to you. Very often we are puzzles, missing pieces. We're missing pieces, and then you meet some new friends, and they know, or they've got something magic in their pocket. That little missing piece for your rocket is gonna take you to the moon. Now in your case, you inspired us all to open with grace, with trust, with creative lust, in a space that's sharing and well beyond beyond magic, it's downright caring. Thank you for igniting that flame in me and so many others in this space. And so, ladies and gentlemen, if you think it's right, if you think it's appropriate, I would like to invite you all to unmute yourselves and give this man a sloppy, sloppy, sloppy happy birthday song. You all ready for it? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
And I just want to let you all know how much I love you. And we are going to be beaming together for an hour from 6:30 to 7:30 Pacific time and just reveling in the synchronicities. We look forward to doing that with you all. Thank you.
Earlier and later, so maybe check the random show. I have also a message from the future for those of you who didn't receive it yet.
What would it feel like to live in a world that works for 100% of life? Fabulous.
Fabulous, Reina. Fabulous. We have some closing words of celebration, but first I want to hand the mic to our beloved Bliss. Yep, put you on the spot.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I don't know, am I revolutionary? What am I? Spaceship Earth? I don't even know. I'm a spaceship Earth crew. I am
A
just
spacey runnery. Sorry.
I am just so grateful to be a part of this family, and I am just committed to continuing this next decade and beyond to helping all of you amplify your voices so that we can together collectively make this world awesomer than it is right now. And I don't know what else to say besides that I love you and you're all amazing and beautiful and powerful. Mwah.
Our beloved community manager, and thanks to Bliss, so many of you have been cared and loved and supported. Thank you, Bliss. Thank you all. Thank you for your belief in what's possible together. I'm honored to be one of your friends, collaborators, stewardesses, I don't know, guides, but above all else, your friends and your cheerleader. I believe in us. Got this. As we wrap this ceremony, I want to just invite a few more little voices into the space. Faye, the co-founder extraordinaire.
Hi, Ed. I also want to echo what Roxy has said. You know, it takes incredibly strong, powerful people to continue on with a path that takes love and energy and time and commitment and collective conscious. And you guys have all done this together. You know, honestly, we are just the stewards, and we're here to be whatever you need us to be, honestly. To help be a guide, a channel, help with your path forward. But it's incredible to see what a committed community of systems change makers can do to grow and build towards the future that we want to see together. I'm really honored to be on this path with you all. And Nicola?
Nicola.
Is he going to be out of character now, or?
He's always in character. He's always on character.
Is that even possible?
I am admitted. It is a great honor to be one piece of this structure and to help build structures and scaffoldings for what feels like a movement. It feels like something that is growing and expanding, and I feel very proud of ourselves for the work that we're doing, and of you for the ways that you show up and the ways that you're supporting and helping and being another important part of this structure. And my commitment is to continue weaving with each one of you as much as we can, to reach as far as we can, to make as much change as we can, to be trim taps every day.
Oh, so nice, Nico. Are you crying a little bit? A little bit? A little bit? A little bit? You're not the only one. Roxy, should I close the space? Do we have anybody else who needs to contribute? What do you say,
I
my dear?
wanted to invite one of our evolutionaries who has continued to believe in us so deeply as a part of this decade-long mission, our very own Amanda Sage. Morning in progress.
Oh, yes. Amanda Sage. Where is she? There
Thank
she
you,
is.
friends. I believe in this studio so much, and every single person that is called to be a part of it. I know that it's going to grow and affect change that will make a huge difference in where we are going. And this is the kind of work that we were born for, to show up for, and to do this in a supportive, loving, kind, inclusive environment, to each play our part and to share our hearts. And I am committed to this decade and to a lifetime of supporting a future that works for all. Thank you.
To play our part and to share our hearts. Sounds like the beginning of a song, Amanda. To play our parts and not forget to share our hearts, or to share our hearts to better understand what that part might be. Sounds like poetry. I love you, Amanda. I love y'all. Oh, how sweet.
So sweet. Thank you all for believing in what's possible together. I am so committed to this community for life. We can do it. We're doing it. It's already happening. Yay. Revolutionary recreationista, Jurgis. I know it's getting late there, and I know you must go.
You can talk to me. I can talk to you. You can talk to me. You can talk to me. I can open up in this space. Yeah. But you know, we can do more than talk, because they say talk is cheap now. I think we can also do something fantastic. We can work together. And my grandmother in these situations would say that having connections and not leveraging them is the same as having gold, you know, burying it somewhere out and then throwing away the map. So, beautifuls, if you don't make an effort to connect meaningfully with one another, to strengthen those connections, to make sure you're communicating and making the most of them, well, you're just taking those gold nuggets and going like that, and throwing them out. So I want to remind you that connecting is very important, because if we connect properly, then you can work with me. I can work with you. You can work with me, and I can work with you. We can re-evolutionize. We can re-evolute. What would be a verb for this? I don't know. We can regenerate and do all kinds of things. That's right. Knowing that we know where to begin, and it all begins from a dream, weaving into a fantastic tapestry. I'd like you to sing this with me. Unmute yourselves, let your hearts flow. I can dream with you. You can dream with me. I can dream with you. I can dream with you. Dream with me together. With you. I can dream with you. With you. And I can dream with you. I can dream with you. I can dream with you. I can dream. I can dream with you. Wonderful, wow. So lovely. How about this level of intimacy? We have just invited one another into our dreams. Yeah. Last time we met, we were at a state of intimacy where we were practically in bed together. But now we've gone far enough to say that we are sharing our dreams. And I think it's absolutely beautiful. It goes beyond trust. I can only describe it as a musician as pure resonance. A state of mind where you need to communicate less to express yourself, because you know that there's something deeper that feels deeply at home. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, and especially Mr. Andringa, which every time I see him, every time I see the pixels of his silhouette on my screen, I feel my retina, the cones which pick up the tactile light, go, and that happens for all of you. The hairs in my ear, which pick up the vibrations, become energized when they know that it is a high quality, high grade vibration coming straight from the depths of your heart. And knowing that we are in this state, I would just like to close the space with an Om. I can offer nothing better. There are no words that can do justice to the love I feel for you. So let's take one last deep breath in and tune. Beautifuls, I look forward to co-conspiring. Keep in touch if you have questions, especially if they're imprudent questions. If you have something to ask which you feel is a bit beyond what you would ask other people and is also imprudent and a little bit pushy and bossy, know that we are here. We're here. We're setting new standards. And you're definitely worth it. Love yous.
We love you, Jurgis. We love you so much. You are such a gem.
Does everyone want to share your love for?
How could you not share your love for Jurgis? How could you not?
You can see it.
Hey,
Jurgis!
Yeah.
Jurgis! Beautiful.
tonight.
Oh, good. Thank you for holding space for our first ceremony. We didn't do this last year. That was beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah. We always need Jurgis.
See, I even discovered I'm a regenerative recreationista, I'm a transformational troubadour, and now you have to find some kind of adjective to describe what kind of ceremony space holder I am. We'll figure it out. We have time. We have the third cohort.
I would like to say that I think you should be, if I can talk, I think you should be on the let's see, where would I put you? The Stephen Colbert show, or maybe with Seth Meyers. You to do the musical summary of the news and then put that evolutionary spin on it. You could be the new Randy Rainbow.
Mainstream.
We gotta take this mainstream, guys. We gotta think big.
Jurgis is everywhere.
That's what the beam
I'm
is.
here. I'm ready.
Let's go.
Mainstream is our stream.
Nico.
So I think what we should do is let's do a little pilot and send it. You and I'll work together on it if you want. I'll write it with you, and we can just put something together and send it out. Or if the Design Science Studio wants to do it, that's cool too. I just want to see us think big. It's time to think big. You guys are ready for prime time. You are ready.
I'm happy to
prime time.
co-conspire. We're all happy to co-conspire, Patricia, for sure.
You are ready for prime time.
Beautiful. So next we are going to bring up Denise Love, who will be sharing. We love you, Jurgis.
There is.
Denise.
Sorry, man.
Where are you? You need to come.
I'm here. Love.
Can somebody beam you up with us? We would love for you to just share the title of your session, and she'll be sharing more about her work on the biophilia stage, and we'll put that link into the chat. But please, just one quick sentence.
It's called Technology of Self. It's an upcoming podcast I've been working on. It's about how we are innately already equipped with advanced technology and how to upgrade this beautifully in all the levels of our multimedia of self, the metamedia of these beautiful instruments that we are. Thank you. Love to discuss with you guys this.
And in the biophilia stage, we also have Tim joining us for, hold on, what's the session name, Tim?
Let's go with biophilic design based on ecological design principles.
Beautiful. And so Denise is at 2 and Tim is at 3, I think. I think I got that right. So join us on the biophilia stage. And then I would love to invite 2 of my dear friends and incredible trim tabs and change makers that I might start crying because of the work that they're doing is incredibly impactful work. They're all three of you are in Poland right now doing incredible on the ground work. I've been reaching out to Laura quite a bit over this last couple of weeks, and Kevin and Laura are deep friends of ours and of the studio and of the Buckminster Fuller Institute. They heard a call. Laura, if you want to put your page, I forgot what it's called, into the chat, your crowdfund into the chat. There's a message from Laura's father in the chat. I'm going to read a little bit of what they're doing, and they're called into action. As the war in Ukraine unfolded, people around the world were shocked to see the atrocities unfold. Many of them in surrounding countries from further away jumped into action. They were pulled by a force stronger than any other kind of love, the empathetic response to do something, anything to help people. The stories of a family and of a growing group of friends committed to change. So I just want to welcome Laura, Kevin, and Małgorzata. Thank you for being here, and thank you for taking time. I know you're all in Poland right now on the front line, and it's really late for you. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Laura, you want to start?
Sure.
You can beam me out.
Thank you, Faith. It's an honor to be here with so many minds dedicated to community and using creativity to imagine and create a new paradigm. And I'm actually in Kosovo at the moment, but Kevin and Gosia are in Poland working. I think the experience that everyone on the ground supporting Ukraine has had is that the large organizations that we as a culture tend to trust with our funds and hope that they're going to be able to kind of have a strong response in times of crisis and disaster. Unfortunately, like in this case, and I think in many others, has not, the large organizations have not been able to really have a very large effect. Whereas what we're seeing and experiencing is that it's all about the communities and relationships and channels of trust that build themselves with the speed of light in uniting for a cause of helping our neighbors and helping our families, helping many people that we don't know who are faced with the biggest horrors that anyone could imagine, of war, of bombings, of shootings, of soldiers coming in and, you know, trying to liberate you from an enemy that is, you know, farcical enemy. And yeah, I think I want to just hand it off to Kevin and Gosia to kind of talk about their experiences building these communities and networks, and how this impact is really making headway for the lives of so many people in a time of such desperation and disaster.
Gosia, I'd love to. It's we just kind of threw Gosia into this. We've been hanging out working on logistics for a lot of different aspects of this response. And maybe it's easiest actually to start at the beginning of a thread. So for those of you who know Laura and I, we have this pretty magical love and partnership, which we share with all of you regularly here on the Buckminster Fuller Institute channel. And it often ends up with one or both of us on the front lines of some kind of disaster. Our relationship is really great, by the way. Like, it's not a disaster at all. But you know, this last couple of weeks and months has brought this really amazing sister, Małgosia, into our lives, and I'd love to just let her share a little bit about. Maybe we can all just take a breath, because this is much heavier than what you all were just in. So maybe we'll just take a breath and let Gosia share a little about, like, what would you like? Maybe I can prompt you.
Maybe.
Okay.
That would be better.
So maybe like in a sentence or two, like, what were you doing on, like, let's say January of this year?
Well, January.
Yeah, January.
And during, like, January was like totally different.
Yeah. So just go to January for a minute.
Way of life, I would say.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like in Egypt. I just started kite surfing. I was focused on my friends and on my family and on my work.
Yeah.
I was like enjoying my life, I would say.
And you're a legal aid at that time, right? You
Yeah.
were working for a law firm
Yeah.
as a legal aid. So there she is. And now maybe as you're comfortable, something started to happen as February came on.
Yeah, so when we just like realized that, well, we just got an information that it is a war, and we have like already many Ukrainian people we had in our country. So many of the Ukrainian people were our friends already. And we got them information from them, like the families started to call them, to write to them what is happening up there. The groups
on Facebook just like exploded with the requests of help. Please help me to get to Poland. Like, I don't want to die, blah, blah, blah. Like, my city is bombed. Like, what should I do? There is no train, there is no bus, there is nothing. So like, we just decided, like, I don't care. Like, I am taking unpaid leave in my work. I just called my boss. He was not so happy about that, but doesn't matter. And I just like decided with my friend, we are looking for canister because people needs fuel up there. So we are just like filling the canister, and we are buying some food, and we are heading to the checkpoint. Sleeping bags, we were looking for that as well. We went to the checkpoint, and we had already like arranged family to be taken out of Lviv. But what we saw on the checkpoint, it was on the border, it was like devastating, sorry. So we were waiting in a queue for, let's say, 8 hours. It was a winter time still. Like in the east of Poland, it's like super cold during that time. So on the border was like super cold, and we were waiting in a queue for a few hours, as I said. Then we crossed the border, and what we saw like on the Ukrainian side just like broke our hearts. Like, the people already were waiting like in the 10 kilometers walking queue, like mostly ladies with babies, with children. And and the long way of like the long queue of the cars, and it was like 25 kilometers queue just to get to the border. So people were waiting for even 60 hours, like being outside or being in a car. So it was terrible. Like children were like getting, like children or kids, newborns, they were like having this hypothermia symptoms. Like, many people died already up there while waiting just to be survived, just to cross the border to the safer place, the safer world, I would say. We just like helped as many people as we could, and we just like drive through the Lviv because we got we promised someone to take them from there. It was a lady with 2 children. We had no idea what is happening. Like, 2 girls who just wanted to help, who just like got this request from this poor lady. She just got out from Sumy, which was like super like on the east side, was like bombed and all the things like that. And we just got to Lviv, like not being given a good driver, like, but still. So we just like took this lady. She was crying all the time. Like the baby was 1-2 years old. The second was like, I don't remember, 6 or something. And they were like crying like really much. They were like super scared. The lady told us like the father stayed there because he had to go like to fight for the country, like stayed with the army. Like the father of this lady stayed there as well because he couldn't get out of the country, but he was like, not ready to get to the army. 1 year left for him just to not be in this recruiting age. So both of them stayed in this bombed city, and like, like I can't even imagine how these people's life changed in 1 hour. One hour. Just like crazy. So we were like, of course, driving to Poland. Everyone was crying in the car, even though we don't know like super great Russian or Ukrainian language. But it was like, it was terrible. It was like super heartbreaking, but we managed to get finally to Polish side, and then we decided that we are staying. Like there is a help needed, even though we are like only 2 girls, which are not super connected, which are not rich, like not at all. But the need is here, and we need to, even if we will be able to help 1 person, we will do it. Like, doesn't matter what will happen to us. Like, we don't care, like to our life in Poland or something. And then I met my friend like on the border after 2 days, and he was doing the same. And we just like discussed like, yeah, hey, let's do it together. So we just like managed to organize one ambulance with one doctor inside. I was kind of a coordinator, and I was like staying in the touch with the checkpoint. Well, our friend was on the checkpoint, and we got a contact with the Ukrainian, well, border guards, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were just like calling to us every time when, for example, the child or someone was like almost dying while waiting in this queue. So we were able just to use the green corridor just to get directly to them and just to help them, you know. But well, the first days of the war was like super devastated, because like kids in fact passed away on our hands, and it was like crazy. So of course we knew that we can't stop, and from, of course, like day by day, like more of the people heard about us. They started to get in touch with us. So we just like created kind of a group of drivers who were willing. They are amazing, who are willing just to get, whenever we got requests to get to Ukraine. We were driving at first as well. And just to help these people. We got a request from one lady, and even though it was like super dangerous area, after like listening to the story, we made a decision. We don't care. We are getting there. I said, I will go there. When one of my driver understood that I am willing to get there, he told me like, no, you are a girl. It's like a super dangerous area. I will go there. And why it was like super important, because we just like got a message that the neighbor like started to be curious what have happened to her neighbors. And she just went to the basement, and she just realized that in this basement for the last 10 days, children were alone. 2 kids, 2 boys. One was 3 years old. Sorry, I don't remember. And the second one was 4.5 years old. They stayed alone in the basement because at first father went one day to get some groceries. He didn't come. So after 2 days, mom went out just to find the father. She never appeared like in the basement anymore. So the kids were there for 10 days alone, such a small kids. And they were like super terrified. They were like super hungry. Like this older boy was like supporting this young one. Like they should not even experience something like that. They just like appeared in this world, right? So when the neighbor like realized it was kind of a village nearby Kiev, she just like realized that she doesn't have fuel. She doesn't have even car. Like most of the people are not able to leave the city. Then we just decided we are going there. This children needs to be like taken out of the basement. So there are like so many such stories. They're like a heartbreaking, and well, what can I say? Like it's a terrible like war itself is terrible, but what is happening to these people, to these kids, like it's just crazy. We know about Bucha, we know about Borodianka, we know some details. We will not speak about that.
Margaret, can you tell us how we can support you? There's about 47 people on the call right now, We'd love to hear a little bit more about how we can support you.
And it's being streamed out to 10 different platforms also.
So, for better or for worse, like, this is like actually how it always happens in disaster is it's always communities. So the first thing you can do is hug your neighbor, because they're the ones who are going to call 911 when the shit hits the fan, right? The first responder is actually second. We've been working with Gosha for weeks. I can personally testify that she's helped us get family members and friends out of anyone who calls us, and has offered an amazing level of what I would call concierge service humanitarianism, making sure that they have hotels, making sure that they have places to stay, and built an incredible network. We joke often that everybody in the response says, well, I have these drivers in Ukraine who deliver the aid for me. And we joke that it's kind of like the Uber. And I know Gosha's drivers personally. I've met some of them and hung out with them. And, we just helped to replace some of the bulletproof vests. One of the drivers just last week sends a photo through with 2 bullets in the front plate. That's how serious this is. It's not like, there's a little war going on. One of the drivers in our network just 3 days ago was killed getting too close to Mariupol. It's a very dangerous place. And this is like live constantly. Laura, I would say none of us have really slept much in the last couple of weeks. So, pardon the inarticulate aspect, but it's literally a constant barrage. This is like the edge of World War III. So if you're not aware or you're not paying attention to what the fuck's going on over here, that's the first thing. Please get on the phone and call your Congress people, call your senators, call your national representatives in whatever country you're in, and tell them that you care about what's happening over here. That is a very important thing. We like this ground cannot be lost. Cannot. Right now, Poland has absorbed 2.5 million refugees. 90% of those people have ended up in people's homes. Imagine opening your home. Imagine allowing a family to sleep in your house with you. You have no idea who they are. And they're going to stay with you. And now it's been 6 weeks. I've been going around working with the Polish government on a strategy. I walked into an office the other day in one of the larger towns in Poland, and the mayor and his staff and several NGO workers, we sat down together, and within 3 sentences, everybody at the table was crying because nobody knows what to do at this scale of tragedy. Nobody.
And yet so many people are like, it's this individual, like, how can I as an individual take action? How can I have an impact? How can I use my skill sets, my contributions to not only like create the vision of the future for the utopia, but like, how can we serve and be of service to people who are experiencing like the utter horrors of dystopia? And I think that's a question that everyone has the opportunity to ask themselves in this moment. Like, there are so many people like Gosha's drivers, like Gosha herself, so many other people that we're working with also throughout Ukraine, delivering food to people, delivering supplies to towns that have been, bombed completely, to getting people out who are seeking safety for their families, to getting life vests for these drivers that are risking their lives every day. And if you want to contribute financially, the GoFundMe that I posted in the chat is a great way. And any funds you donate to right now will be put towards Gosha's drivers, and supporting them, fuel costs. I mean, it's all hard costs, and also the drivers themselves are paying out of their own pockets for money and putting their lives on the line. So we want to get them best. We want to get them the financial support so that they can continue this work. And if anyone feels called to get involved, think about what creative aspects you can share. We're working on, building a website to spread the message. And, if you have any creative expression that you'd like to contribute, we'd, be happy to talk about how we can support your work to support this movement. And yeah, I think it's a really important opportunity as we're looking towards the future, as we're looking for creating a planet that supports all life, not me versus you, but us together. It's so important for us to, reach out to the communities in need and offer the support that we have to give. David, you have your hand up. Is there anything you'd like to ask or share?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you three see that the sanctions from other continents, countries, if you will, are helping at all, or is it just window dressing by the government's industries and businesses?
I think it's helping.
The sanctions, do you think the sanctions are?
I think
I'm sorry.
I think there's an opportunity, it's tricky. There's so much politics that go into national response. Obviously that response is ramping up a lot right now. And I wish that there had been a way to avoid so many of the lives lost and destruction that has been reaped on, throughout Ukraine by taking maybe a stronger response earlier. But I think there's a lot that I don't necessarily understand, that we don't necessarily know in the media, risks of, their nuclear threats and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I think that I wish that it was the role of government to really protect people. And I hope we can strive to that. I do think, just reverting back to the question, sanctions can be helpful for, lessening the resources that the aggressor has to, develop further weaponry. But right now, I'd say the biggest thing is if we can create sovereignty from dependence on fossil fuels, that's a really big opportunity here. So much of Europe is dependent on Russian oil and Russian gas. And if we can, this is an opportunity to further expedite the green revolution, and move into green renewable energy, where we aren't reliant on political powers for our day-to-day resources. I think that's a really big step.
Laura, how do we get in touch with you other than the GoFundMe? Is there a way to reach out to you? And then also we need to move on with the next speaker that's coming on. I just want to say I am deeply grateful, because I know that you guys are on the ground, and there's no filler for being on the ground and actually seeing what's going on and actually doing the work. It's incredibly impactful, and I think about you guys every day, and it's my heart is with you guys.
So much. I'll go ahead and share. Super appreciate the support and and really, making this happen for us to be here and share with the group. And I'm going to share a WhatsApp invite that is basically kind of our friends and family who are following along as we go. And you can kind of join in and listen, or, read as things are happening. And yeah, feel free to join us here in this WhatsApp group if you want to join the journey.
And then just to note that Laura put in the GoFundMe. So, I mean, do what we can. We do what we can from this end and from everywhere else in the country, our countries. It's a really good opportunity to contribute. So again, I'm thinking of you guys every day. Gosha, the work that you're doing is really, really impactful, and my heart is completely with you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Faith.
Thank you, Gosha. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, and we were before the summit. We were working with Ilaria Forte, who is in Germany, but has a friend who was helping refugees into the MoMA in Poland. I can't remember her name right now, but we were looking at creating like an NFT series, or something to like direct creative energy and funding towards the cause. And I love the other invitations that you put forward around the kinds of creative help that could be supportive. I think one of the things that we have obviously here is a lot of artists and designers who really care about helping people understand what's going on, and that there are actions that need to be taken. And so may this invitation be received, and if there's any other concrete things that you need that our community can help with from a design or creative perspective to support the work that you're doing. I know you're tired, and we're at the end of an 11-day summit, and we're tired in a different way, but really sending you all of our love and spiritual support. And thank you for doing this humanitarian work that is so thankless, and sending prayers for peace and more aid your way, and hopefully people out there in the airwaves. If we'll try to, I'll put all these links inside of the chats that go also to all of the places we're streaming. So thank you. Thank you for being also part of this special day. These artists have been working for 7 months, and this community has been, they went through their ceremony to declare what they're here to stand for. And all life includes places that are in war and are forgotten, and the stories that aren't being told are not only the stories of the earth that aren't being told. And so thank you for coming to tell those stories. And send you so much love, and we'll support in every way that we can.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. All right. What a beautiful and very real journey that we've been on. I'm delighted to welcome Samantha Katz up. Samantha, we just had a whole graduation ceremony. Obviously, we just heard from some friends in Poland, and now we get to have you share about your work. And so thank you for coming to share about these harmonically resonant spaces about seed. And I know that this was a little tough to schedule, so I just want to thank you for finding a moment to come and share about the project that you all are working on, because it's really important. And we're honored for you to share a bit about seed and the symbiotic coevolution. That is one of the top projects from the Lagi Fly Ranch Challenge. And the floor is yours. We're so glad that you're here.
Thank you so much for having us, Roxy. And I know this is a project that's familiar to you and several others on the call. So for those who are not aware of some of the terms that Roxy just threw out, I am a part of a design team that had one of the winning submissions for a competition a couple of years ago through the Land Art Generator Initiative, short Lagi, and the Fly Ranch property, which is owned by the Burning Man organization. So the intention behind this project was to design what will become the community of the future through the lens of regenerative systems: food, water, waste, farming, energy, power. And we put forth what we are calling seed symbiotic coevolution. So I am going to share my screen quickly just to give everybody a little look into what this project is all about. So can everybody see my screen? Thumbs up?
Yep.
Great. So here is our proposal. And I'm going to share this link momentarily so everybody can follow along. We thought through all of the different ways we could consider regeneration, not just through the lens of sustainable building and eco-friendly design practices, but also through the lens of community. And so we really want to give back to the land. This is our opportunity. This is how the future will be executed. And so all of the building practices that we have incorporated here take from the dust and give back to the land. You can see some of our kind of human living quarters in these renderings. And then this is what we're calling our city center. This is our center space. And so if you click on each one of these, you can get a little deep dive into our design thinking, all of the ephemeral systems, all of the active systems, different ways we can create real civic engagement regeneratively, as well as, like I said, using design principles and fundamental building practices that are good for the earth. And so we will be using native materials. We will be planting native vegetation. We will be, you can see in sort of the earlier, actually, I love this rendering. You can see in this earlier rendering some of the ways that we want to see through the excavation. So literally taking from the dust and then rebuilding back into on top of the earth. And so we are now in our second phase of prototyping out on Fly Ranch. And if those of you who have not maybe been to Burning Man or do not know Fly Ranch well, this is in Gerlach, Nevada. And we have, been working very closely with the organization, Fly Ranch, but also the Burning Man organization and the greater Gerlach community. So the native Paiute tribe, members who live in Gerlach year round, really trying to understand what their needs are and how we can incorporate, fundamental principles that are not just similar to those that we practice on the playa as we all come home, but also how are we really thinking about the local community, right? And how do we incorporate some of their general principles? So what I would love to do is also just share this very brief film to give everybody kind of an overview of how we see this project coming to fruition, not only in the immediate, but in the long term. And so you'll see our solar chimney here is, as I said, the kind of center space, and then our hobbit hole living quarters around it. But you're also going to get an aerial shot of how we see different kinds of people coming in to activate the space. And so that is through these sort of starburst shift pods, using electric vehicles and electric bicycles to, maybe visit the space without having like a long-term commitment to the space. So I'm going to let the video speak for itself, but we can loop back around with any questions afterwards.
Samantha, can you maybe share audio?
Yes. So I'm going to stop sharing really quickly. Roxy, you can tell me how to do that.
Yep, you just click share screen, and then when you go to click the window, there's two tiny buttons on the bottom left corner that says optimize for video and share computer audio.
Optimize for video, share sound.
Yep.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Great. So one moment, gang. And if not, then I will send this to everybody, or maybe even Roxy, I can send it to you to share. Okay, Roxy, if that's all right, I'm going to send it to you, and maybe you can share it on the screen.
Got it. Yep, if you just put it in the chat, I can do it.
Perfect.
Easy peasy.
Great. Thanks, gang.
I just want everyone to hear it.
Yeah, likewise.
It's beautiful. Okay, here we go. Give me 2 seconds. Pulling up. Okay. And we are.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Roxy. So this is Seed. This is our project. Thank you so much. We are so excited about it, and what's really cool is, this is a dream project, but it's actually getting built, and it's getting built right now. And so we went out to Fly Ranch last year for about a week. We tested the soil, we built bricks, we learned how to plant, native plants and work with our hands. And we built what we're calling the keyhole, which essentially is like a convening area with a working stove. It was the first ground that was broken on Fly Ranch. And we're going to go back at the end of this month, from May 20th to 30th for the second Land Art Generator Initiative Camp Out and Work Week. If you're interested in joining us, if you're interested in volunteering, we will be continuing to build our prototype. And the goal now is to really just get hearts and minds who are invested in sustainable practices, who are invested in what our community and our future can look like. Please be in touch. We would really love to continue this conversation with people who feel invested in that cause. And I think ultimately, we just need to pull out all the stops and do whatever we can to fight climate change. And I think this is going to be a massive sort of societal shift that starts by digging a hole in the ground. And you can follow along with us on social media to see what those prototypes look like and sort of the part of the process that we are currently in. But we'd also really like to enlist people who want to learn how to build, who want to learn about eco-friendly design, who want to learn about earthenwork structures. And so I'm going to go ahead and just drop all of the information in the chat. You can check out the project through the Land Art Generator Initiative, LAGI, on their website. And again, please feel free to dive deep, see what you like about what we've proposed. We would love to receive feedback. This is just a little seedling of an idea that we hope will ripple out into the rest of the world. And we really are on a mission here to try to create that community of the future. And we want all of you to be a part of that. And then I've also, as I said, put the Instagram account in, I've put my personal account in. And if you are interested in volunteering or learning more about the project, I've included my email here as well. And I would just love to stay in touch. But also, I know Roxy has curated a bang up day here, so I don't want to take up too much time, but maybe a few minutes for a question and answer if anybody has any curiosities about Seed, the project, Fly Ranch, or the Land Art Generator Initiative.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, does anyone have any questions, celebration, inspiration? Tiffany says, even more amazing to see this profound vision in detail.
Thank you, Tiffany. Yeah, like I said, it's a very special place. And for those of you who are burners and who plan to be out on the playa, there's always going to be opportunities to continue to build alongside the festival. And, the idea is that we really do want what is conceived at Fly Ranch and what is ultimately executed and built on at Fly Ranch is so much more than just a space, right? Or a living space. It is a community. And so what you saw in the video there that I had pointed out was people can come in for a day or two and see what the land looks like and start to get a sense of it, or people can really commit their time, invest, and ultimately this is a place we anticipate living, and really giving back to and allowing the regenerative system to take place in a much more holistic sense. So being a part of this community, giving back to this community, and helping see it through from nuts to bolts is how we're looking at all of it.
There's a question about, is this a community can anyone come live there?
Ultimately, that is the idea. Yes. So right now, Fly Ranch is, of course, a privately owned land by the Burning Man organization. And the reason that the Land Art Generator Initiative, which is a global non-for-profit architectural and sustainability group, partnered with them because they are invested in finding ways to use the proposals for the land to be ones that are in alignment for the vision and values of keeping this an eco-friendly and sustainable place. So any current visitations or people who are interested in living there or getting involved would go through the Fly Ranch portion of the org and set up time to tour the space and to volunteer potentially. But ultimately, as we build out Seed, yes, that is the goal. And how are Indigenous people involved? So there's a couple of ways. So like I said, the Indigenous community currently is the Native Paiute tribe, and we have been working with them on a consultation basis for our project. And they were enlisted as judges for the series of design submissions through the Land Art Generator Initiative and Fly Ranch when this initial call for proposals went out.
Amazing. It looks like Dean had a question. Who is here and smiling, but you're muted, Dean. Do you want to unmute?
Well, I unmuted. I used to spend a lot of time going into the desert in Las Vegas, and I'd seen a vision of the area and how it could be greened. And I wrote a book on it. And I have some stuff that is so easy to implement for getting water. And once you have water, then the rest of the stuff is there. Anyway, right. I'm excited. Good God.
Yes. All right, Dean. Well, I dropped my email in the chat, and I'd love to stay in touch. And maybe I can get a copy of your book, and maybe I can invite you out to Fly Ranch for our work week at the end of the month, and you can come see it IRL and give us some of your input.
Yeah, we'll collaborate, and a lot of this stuff is just plug and play.
Yeah, exactly. And that is the hope. And so we don't want to reinvent the wheel here. We know that there are people who have more experience, more specialty, more expertise than us that we really, really do want to bring into this project, collaborate with, learn from, and ultimately share that learning outward as well.
Amazing. That sort of thing happens all the time. Yeah.
He's excited.
That's good. Whenever
making me excited.
He's the best. He's like always playing the flute during the calls, making music. Cool. What a cool synergy that happened. Thank you, Samantha.
Thank you, Roxy. We really appreciate you holding this space.
You're so welcome, and excited to find more ways to collaborate and support this vision. And looking forward to seeing it come to life and being a contribution to this community and beyond.
Amazing.
Yay. Well, thank you, Samantha. Definitely please follow up with Samantha in the chat and their team, and don't hesitate to reach out to them. It's a wonderful project that's very real and definitely happening. Alicia's Sacred Heart. Looks like she is been absorbed by the flower. So I am going to take the reins for a second to introduce the next person. And it seems maybe someone's unmuted because there's a crazy sound. Great, perfect. Okay, cool. Well, I have the pleasure of introducing Jeet, who is a member of the Design Science Studio and has created multiple initiatives within the studio. And Jeet is coming to us from the Vision Train, where we are now, and has been just an incredible collaborator and very dedicated, now evolutionary. He is a self-taught textile and sustainable design fashion artisan who intends to express his visions in the medium of fabric dyes, artisanal fabrics, and wearable art. And his mission is to spread and amplify collaborative craft culture that empowers and inspires all. He believes the process of art and craft making plays a vital role in healing everyone who experiences it. And as a practitioner or a viewer, if you might have caught his panel that happened earlier this week with Melissa, that was all about sustainable fashion and keeping things out of the waste stream. And today he's going to share about the self-sustained independent craft village. So this vision is such a beautiful one, Jeet, and I'm so excited for all the ways you've already breathed it to life and given us an opportunity to experience it. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Roxy. So I'm just going to share a vision and a dream that I have. Can you share? Can you help me explore this,
Sure.
Roxy?
What would you like me to do? You want me to open it for you? Okay.
Yeah. If you can just navigate through the Topia. So this is a Topia world that I've created for the vision and the dream that I have. It's about a sustainable craft village. And Yeah, if you feel free to just click on the link and navigate through the world.
It's just opening up, getting my little topi in place. Okay, here he is. Awesome. I'm going to push the screen share button and I'll include the audio. So let me know if at any point I need to get closer or further from something.
So basically, the Craft Village is a co-living and co-creating self-sustainable community space for artisans, artists, designers, growers, collaborators, and crafty individuals. The living spaces are equipped with sustainable energy and satellite internet. We grow our food and share the harvest. Regenerative energy from sources like solar, wind, water, and biogas are cultivated. The village is focused on creating artistic textiles, personalized fashion, wearable art, and decor. Our intention is to collaborate and co-create a living and working space with seasonal online and offline market exhibitions to showcase our locally grown and produced food, clothing, and space decor. Knowledge and skills are shared through interactive workshops on sustainable living. Every materialistic entity is co-owned, assets and profits are shared. The artisans living in this village are from diverse cultural backgrounds who are co-living, co-designing, and co-creating an abundance of life-centered design outcomes as a global community. Here in this craft village, everyone helps one another, empowering each other to be sustainably resilient, building frugal and lean systems focused on improving the quality of life experience. We listen to each other and understand each other's needs. The dawn cracks with the Himalayan mountain birds singing, the cowbells ringing, while the artisans begin the creative process on their respective workstations. The weaver dances to the rhythmic sound of the loom as the shepherd plays the flute to lead his flock to higher grazing plains. Traditionally known as the Devbhumi, which translates to the land of gods in Hindi, our land is serene and breathtaking at the same time. Placed in the laps of Himalayas, we are grateful for an abundance of natural resources, snow-capped mountains, lush green forests, hot springs, sacred rivers, and flowery meadows. A land of humbly skilled and intuitive crafters from diverse ethnicities who build sustainable living and co-working spaces around them. If you're willing to engage with us, then fear not. If you're an artisan, an artist, a designer, a dreamer, or an experiencer, we welcome everyone to collaborate and co-design unique experiences of personalized wearable art and space decor. We raise our collective vibration, inspire, empower, and heal each other by rehumanizing, revitalizing, and regenerating craft culture through the power of working with our hands and color alchemy. Handcrafted stories of woven and knitted drapes made with sustainable natural materials that are hand-dyed and tailored in an ensemble. Artisans and crafters have been living in economic insecurity and social inequality post-capitalism and industrialization. This has impacted on their perspective towards craft and life in general. Many of them now pursue minimum daily wage side jobs to support their humble livelihood. Most of the credit appreciation for their hard work is taken away by big brands. Our attempt here is to tell the stories of crafters and how we are interwoven together in the tapestry of life, preserving, reviving, and empowering our individual creative expressions and visions. We are all special and grateful to be alive in this experience of life. Our mission is to revive the craft culture with the power of collaboration, empowering the experiencer with the right to know what materials are used and their sources, how is it made, who are involved in the creation process, transparency and fair trade. Personalize and co-design your livingery, fashion, and space. We also empower the creator with the right to know again, who are we making for? Power to creatively express and sustain one's livelihood through the medium of art and craft, giving a voice and recognition to the invisible. here in these huts, there are different kinds of artisans who are living. We're just moving to a dyer's hut. We have also built healing spaces like the crystal dome we see at the right side of the topia. In case someone is feeling anxiety or stressful, here he or she can go and meditate and listen to sacred sounds and heal themselves. You can maybe zoom out a little bit. Towards the right, if we go, or we have a community ground for yoga and other kind of practices for keeping our body energetic. And there we see the train tracks. Yes, that's how you come to this village. And here we have the great vision train, which we are on now. This beautiful video is created by our Canon, who is a vision train rider. And that's how we are connected to the world through the vision train. Vision train actually inspired me a lot and has taught me the value of collaboration and how we are powerful as a community. Feel free to explore the world yourself, and maybe you'll find things you might have not noticed in this video. The dome is the exhibition place where we exhibit our latest collections, and the egg that you see on the left is a portal to Regenera, which will get us to our bigger utopia world. Thank you so much for having me. It's a bit late here, so I apologize for the lack of energy a little bit.
You're amazing, Jeet, and your Topia world I love all of the influences from your life represented in your Topia world. And I respect you so much for your passion and, your vision and your dedication to your creativity. And I honor you so deeply, brother. I'm so grateful to witness you in your journey and to know you.
Thank you so much, Alicia. My heart.
Much love. Yeah, you make me, I want to build a Topia world. I love seeing all you guys' Topia worlds, and I'm like, man, what would I put in my Topia world? You know? Yeah, thank you so much. It looks like we have Monica joining us next. Monica, are you here? We're going to be hearing from Monica and Sam on our deepest dreams.
I'm here.
Hi, Monica.
Hi. Sam unfortunately isn't able to join us, but I will represent as best as I can.
Okay. Well, I would love to just tell everybody a little bit about you before you jump in, if you don't mind. Awesome. Monica is a digital artist and an audio engineer. She's also a composer who brings together a curiosity of emerging technologies, science, and immersive design to create space for the exploration of human experience in an ever-evolving and transforming world. Through juxtaposition of organic and digital, art and science, technology and humanity, the focus of the art produced continuously centers on what it means to be human in the current context of society. I'm fascinated, Monica. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for that introduction. Yeah, so I'm going to share my screen if I can and talk a little bit about our deepest dreams. Is that being shared? Are people able to see that?
Looks great.
All right. Okay, great. So for those of us who weren't there on Thursday, we did a bit of a workshop where we were working on exploring the use of speculative fiction to manifest future realities, and then using also AI as a means of exploring kind of the patterns in collective thought and using that as a visual technique for being able to start to imagine some of these collective visions. So let me actually pull up the chat as well here. We did not collect as many stories as we were hoping to collect. So I'm going to post in the chat a link. Let me pull that chat up again. Oh, where did it go? Okay, I might do this once I stop sharing because the chat and the share at the same time is complicated. But
I know that's a tricky one.
And I have only one screen today. So, but we wanted to, so one of the things is we're trying to collect kind of as many dreams of the future as possible, so that we can start to tune an AI to those dreams, and be able to kind of start to gather some collective visioning from all of those dreams. So today I just wanted to present a little bit of some stuff that we did kind of get through. So we did have a few people add some stories to our deepest dream generator here. And I was able to use some of those concepts to be able to generate some visuals. So here were some quotes that we were given from some different people within the cohort here and part of Design Science Studio. Diffeomorphic mermaid floral chromatic diffraction. It's a beautiful description. It's plural, the dreams, intersections of dreams, futures and intersections of futures. Humans at their ends turn to stewarding the consciousness of other animals and eventually all the kingdom of life. Inclusive sharing equally with everyone on Earth. So these are a few of the kind of quotes from some people that contributed their dreams to this project. And I used kind of some of these different kinds of dreams that people added to create some of these different visuals. These are some different images that we were able to pull that the AI kind of generated based on some of these dreams. And let's see if this works well. These are some of the GIFs that I generated. They kind of move slowly with the internet and Zoom, but you can see kind of how they play, and kind of you can move through some of these different images. And then I took kind of all the dreams kind of that were contributed and used all of them combined to create kind of one image kind of based on all of these different generations that people had contributed. And so this is kind of like the foundation of a project my collaborator Sam Potter and I have been working on, kind of exploring AI in kind of some different ways individually, but also then coming together and exploring it in a collective way, and looking at how, again, we can take collective dreams of people and use that to tune these AIs, and use that to kind of find patterns within thinking, and use that then to generate kind of visual representations of some of our imaginations. So our kind of project, if you want to find out some more information about some of what we're doing, you can find it at www.thelivingbook.co, and I can then stop sharing my screen and share this now in the chat, some of these links, so that we can hopefully have, so if people want to contribute stories, if you can fill out this Airtable, and that's a great place to kind of contribute your stories to this collective dream that we are working on developing of the future, and kind of the different ways that the future can look, and maybe that can serve as some inspiration for different people in actually designing and building some of these futures. And if you want to kind of follow along, we'll be updating this website here and posting more along the way with that. Also want to open it up if there's any like questions or comments that people have. Mostly, I just wanted to share kind of some of the outcomes of this workshop that we did on Thursday, and present that for everybody here within this group, and continue kind of getting inspiration, and to continue kind of building out on this this collaboration. So if anyone has any questions or comments, feel free to ask them now or share. And
I absolutely love this, Monica. It's spectacular, and just dreaming socially and sharing our dreams, and then using AI to visualize. It's kind of wonderful. It's wonderful. But when I was watching that final animation, I couldn't help but see the buildings themselves as alive. As the AI is trying to imagine these environments, it's moving them. And then at the end, it seemed like the trees were coming in pace with the buildings. Like the roots seemed to be, I don't know. And maybe that's sort of part of the beauty of interacting with these technologies, so that they can also offer, new muses, new sparks to our own imagination, as they're kind of outside our shared experience, but then they're a technology to visualize as well, to kind of feed back into it. And nonetheless, I think this was wonderful, and thank you.
Thanks so much, John. Yeah, you were one of the members of our workshop on Thursday, and yeah, thank you for joining and contributing. And yeah, it really is amazing just kind of watching how the AI kind of tries to, explore these different concepts. And, there's more and more kind of different algorithms that are out there, some that have more realistic kind of looking outputs, and some that still have this kind of more abstract. And sometimes I like some of the like older ones, actually. I feel like they're a little bit more creative. Some of the other ones are just like too spot on. Yeah. Are there any other comments or questions anybody has?
That was beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, I see a lot of things in the chat. I don't know if you're seeing the chat.
Oh, let me see. I'll pull it up again.
What surprised you about the collective dream?
What surprised me about the collective dream? It's it's interesting. I mean, I feel like it is kind of a collection of all of the dreams. And you can see that and kind of how it all comes together. And you see, kind of, and it's cool when they kind of, it kind of all these little pieces get put into that collection. And you're able to not take just one person's thought of what the future should look like, but be able to kind of combine everybody's thoughts and see how they all kind of shape together. So, and I'm excited to kind of again, once we get more kind of we're going to start trying to collect these and collect these dreams in multiple locations. And so once we get more kind of dreams in the Airtable, we'll use that to train a natural language processing algorithm. We didn't really have enough to do that at this point in time. So I think that'll be a really cool kind of way to see how the thoughts kind of come out of that. And then, hi Ed, in the chat. Ed and I know each other from the Full Dome scene. We were using VQGAN to do the generative visuals for this piece, but we do a lot with GPT-2 as well. And so the other portion of this will be done with GPT-2, which is using all of the language that people kind of contribute, and we'll use that to tune a GPT-2 algorithm and then be able to pull kind of ask the GPT-2 different questions, or kind of you can give it different prompts and it'll kind of just add a string of text that allows you to be able to, that you're really good at recognizing patterns and thinking. So.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Amazing. Yay. So cool. Yeah, I want to just invite everyone to just open the link. Just open it. Maybe share a sentence. It doesn't actually take that much.
Yeah, if you share it, like, I mean, you can share, to do the tuning, tuning elements of it, like, the more you write and kind of like in more full sentence, it's definitely the better. But like, if you just want to add some like weird, you just kind of like a really like sentence with a lot of cool verbs and adjectives, so some of those sentences I think are really lovely too. But yeah, the more text that we can generate as a community that's exploring these kinds of future visions, the better we can tune the algorithms to our collective dreamscapes. So
we can give you all the Regenera text.
Yeah, that would be great. And yeah, I think, and one of the things too, I think we want to work with is also just, kind of like starting to form a list of different thinkers as well that we think, that we can kind of throw in there, and we just can create like a really awesome, kinds of giant kind of text that we can tune, all of this with, that's all based on just like really beautiful and dreams of the future.
Yay. I want to sidebar with you about the thing we're doing in 2 days at Google.
Yeah. I know you're busy and I'm just getting settled again. So yeah. after all this is done, let's definitely sidebar.
In 2 days. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, hit me up whenever you can breathe for a second.
I will. I'll do it from the couch.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so cool. Just similar, it's like asking a bunch of people what their vision of a regenerative future is who are working on it, and then showing them what that looks like the next day. So
yeah,
it'd be cool to think about like the way you're thinking and the way we're thinking, and collaborate on, do collaboration, more collaborations. Yeah, I'll have to show you Iris. I don't know if Matt has showed it to you yet, or Speaker John Ash, but
yeah, I think I saw a little bit in one of the days that I was on here. So, But yes, thank you, Roxy, for everything you've done, and for all of everybody who's contributed to this, all of everyone's beautiful work. And it's been a very, it's a lot of stuff to get done in a short period of time. So, but it's come together really beautifully. So.
Thank you. And thank you for all of your art and just the way that you've been pushing all these emerging technologies and inviting others into that process with you. You know, you went from creating a beautiful installation that was exploring these love letters to now exploring our collective love letters of the future. And what does our collective voice look like? And it's just an incredible project. And I'm sorry that it got a little late and your collaborator didn't get to come, but please send him warm, loving, you know, congratulations from the community, and super excited to see how this project can continue to weave. And thank you so much. Congratulations, and more soon.
All right, thank you, Roxy.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Monica. You have lots of friends in the chat. Definitely lots of people to follow up with him.
Yeah.
As Monica said, definitely don't be shy. Write more words than just a sentence, but any contribution is a good contribution. So the this sort of intersection between technology and nature is fascinating right now, and really, really inspiring. I'm excited to share that we have a video that we didn't think we were going to get to share because we couldn't quite get the right file, but we got it just in time. So with that, I'm going to introduce the video by introducing one of our amazing revolutionaries in the Design Fence Studio, now evolutionaries, who has just been such a kind presence and dedicated artist, and really rallying the community in a really special way. And you've probably seen him every day here in this session. It's been, or in these sessions over the last 11 days, Jan has been such a solid presence and force, and yeah, just really, really honored that we get to beam him in. So Jarno Schweitzer is from Switzerland, born in Durban, or lives in Switzerland. His first words, Chinese in Hong Kong, grew up in Penang, studied biology in Melbourne, is a creative octopus, and loves nature, recycling, art, lamps, poetry, infinity, humanistic psychology, dream, plant. He's always been super, super creative, and has created a video to show us a bit into his brain. So with that, I know that I will just say John is also just a multifaceted being. His output ranges from art and poetry to textiles. Having grown up on that island in Malaysia, he was exposed to many cultures and arts. And having followed this path from studying applied science to studying textile design, while creating incessantly in many art forms, his themes are inherently connected to inner growth, the natural environment, and how we as humans live here. He currently lives in Bern, Switzerland, and this video, he presents himself and his project City Tribal. Jarno is pretty late there, but is going to be available to say a few words. Do you want to introduce or outroduce, Jarno? What's your preference?
Okay, I'll speak right now. Look, I have a lot of other things that I have to do, so I was unsure when I could make a live presentation. And while I found much more time to look in than I thought, and then I realized, wow, I could have done a live one. But I'm glad that I'm at least doing this now. Maybe I was just a bit shy to do a live one. I don't know. And anyway, this is a recording. I can't reproduce it now, so let's play it. Hope you enjoy it, guys. Any feedback would make me happy. Hi there, my name is Jarno Schweitzer, also known as Jungle Jarno. I grew up in Malaysia, where I went to the jungle a lot, and it inspired me so much because it was so beautiful, so many different life forms in there that fitted so well together, so many surprises, and the whole thing was self-sustaining. So that inspires me a lot, and that's why I call myself Jungle Jarno. So let me take you on a tour of my world. This is a love letter that I wrote to myself so that I don't forget about that little seed inside of myself. That symbol is the symbol that I developed when I got more creative and less destructive. I was a bit of a unhappy young man. And when that symbol came to me, which arose out of drawing a peace sign out of one line, I started doing work in creatively. So this is my questioning. This metal plate on a brick wall with lots of screws shows the way that we should go in life. That's what we should do. That's how we should do it. Some celebrate, some have to be pulled, some worship that building that we have to fit into our concepts, our constructs. And some people make friends in there, some people just work in there, some people, they need to escape and fly out of that place. And then they fly out into this place where there's this magical cloud of creativity, organic magic, where they celebrate. And for me, that is, well, finding my own way, making my own way, and trying to make a difference on the planet through the way that I do things. So this is me at a beautiful river near my place, which is probably the longest wild river in Switzerland, making a little, design. You'll see what I did. I'll show you here. This is the flyer for a nature immersion journey that I do. Well, it's about getting physically fit, mindfulness, and coming forward in your own life. So there's that reflection in the water, that's the potential, and around the little seeds, the seeds which we can sow in our life. Here's an old t-shirt that I did. It's a skull with a bird singing in it. So death of the old and coming of the new. Frogman rejoicing the rising of the sun. Batik, early one. Another early batik shirt. I've still got that. It's about 30 years old now. The colors are still good. With a lot of different symbols in there. Of course, earth symbol, which has always been very important to me since I was young. A more recent one, which I did, the flow of life, the freedom of life, the constraint of life, and the trumpet which blows out your soul. So here's some batik I did, one of the nicest ones, inspired by calligraphy, Chinese, Arabic, and symbolizing the flow of water. Out of that, I created this on the computer, which I'd love to put on some leggings once, or a shirt. And then a more conventional version, the same design, put through a different filter and worked on to make an all-over design for a ski jacket. So that's part of it. Another part of my creation is in the area of found objects. Obviously, I like to recycle and I love nature. So this is a wind direction show, what do you call it? Thing which shows the wind direction. You see the coral at the back, bit of a plastic container that I cut up, some rope that I found afloat, and the propeller blades, which are also made from a plastic container. It actually does from. This is some styrofoam that I found on an island in Sicily, and I made it into a net. Sold that at an exhibition of found objects that I did once. This is when I went to Cairns in Australia for the Enviro Fiesta happening. I went basically with not much in my pocket and just created works from found objects. Here you can see broken glass, all bit of a machine and some leaves. I also created this jellyfish. And I also created this bird, which I really love. It's about 3 meters high. And we ended up, excuse me, just lost the words. We did an auction of the pieces that I made, some money going to the organization and some for my travels. Here's a cocoon I made. And this cocoon is about 4 meters long. It's got a mirror light inside, a mirror globe inside of it with a spot on it. So in the night, the whole form glows and there's moving little dots of light inside of it. This is again another sculptural form, which was a lampshade form. It can also be used to construct kind of dwellings or little exhibition or immersive spaces within festivals. This is my actual project. It's called City Tribal. The premise is, or the concept behind it is, imagining I was a tribal man who suddenly ended up in the city, still living his way of life in the way of making things out of the objects that he finds. Not buying stuff like we do in our modern culture. And this would probably be made of bamboo, sticks, and on top of those forms, there would be PET bottles cut into tiles to make it all waterproof. I'll show you a better mock-up of that. Here's just a wall that I made once of packaging of computer components, which I got from a factory. And this would be it'd probably look a bit better than that, but that's a mock-up of the PET bottle tiles on those constructions, which I showed before. Now let's go to the mock-up. But first, the little men, the little spirits that came from the lake to come and inform us, to tell us, to inspire us to take care of nature. This will be part of an exhibition, but let's go to the main point here. Here we are. It's a mock-up of the City Tribal project. As you see, there's a main area here, which is 4 doorways leading to the separate domes that are around there. So I would like to build this in a kind of a, what do you call it? In German we call it urchig, kind of raw way. Could imagine making geodesic domes, but I want a contrast against this square regularity. And within these domes, well, look, you got the connections between them. Here you got wires, but that'd be a domed walkway, which would ensure that people keep dry and also to establish a connection between the different domes. Within these domes, different artists can take their place. Thematically, excuse me, my brain. No. Thematically, everything would be directed towards regenerative practices in terms of recognizing that this planet that we live on is not infinite in its resources. There'd be poetry, music, film, sculpture, whatever fits into the theme of making people more attuned to the reality which we actually live in, not the one that we've created, so that we can create a new one. Yes, that's what I want. So anyone interested in any of this, any of these possibilities, feel free to contact me, have no fear, junglejano.com. I live in Switzerland at the moment, so that's where it's going.
Beautiful. Bravo. Oh, that was amazing, Jarno.
Bravo.
Bravo. Oh, we can't hear you. You're unmuted.
Hello, thank you. Thanks for the bravo, all of you, and bravo me.
Very bravo. It's so cool to see all the different, ways that you're integrating your passions. And I personally love all the batik.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, it's such a cool art form. And it really has like this, really rootsy vibe, I feel like, and the layering, such a surprise element to it too. And I also really like the tribal villages, the city tribal.
Thank you.
Have you experimented with doing that?
Well, I haven't built such big forms, but I have built a lot of different stuff so I could just scale it up. And my idea is just developing, and in a way with the things that I kind of experience here. I even thought, oh my God, what am I doing? Is this cultural appropriation? Whitey playing native? Should I just actually get indigenous people to come and build it for us? I don't know. There's lots of possibilities open. So for me, it was just to put that vision out there, which I saw, and it was the inspiration of the DSS, which led me to that. And I've always been thinking about that. I've always been in contact with festival culture people, especially in Australia, and there's quite a few more things which I just haven't put out there yet, because I don't want to just throw it out there into the world, but there's a few other things. And so I know I can do it, but it's just about, for example, in the country, it's building up a team, and I just had a friend who had the same vision. And I mean, America is leading this for sure. I mean, Australia is really wild too, but America is leading this for sure. And Switzerland's always a bit of a slow place, but it's definitely catching on. A lot of the stuff is catching on. The consciousness is catching on. And I think there's good potential here, but I don't want to hit anybody in the head. But I think they need to be gently stroked on the head. Yeah. That was a bit of a long answer.
I mean, it's not like it's all about the journey, right? And I think being in a kind of in an experiential experiment that's in the middle of the city, and this quest or question of the retribalization, right? I think you can come from any background to have this curiosity, because in the long run, when we go back far enough, we had this connection with the earth, right? And I think for the people in the cities to have a different perspective also on other ways of working with matter, with working with the material, and especially the things that are discarded, and to see the creative and to see it actively being repurposed, right? That builds that question and that availability. And I've lived in downtown Los Angeles for many years, and I've come across so many creative people that live there on the streets, that you also that take the idea of like how of the constructed reality of living in these boxes, and this is mine and this is yours, and really expand that and pull that apart. And but it's like you gotta hang out and talk. So that's kind of like my feel with this, like this tribal city thing. It's kind of something to just do. And those conversations that happen on those days, you never know the ripple of a child seeing that, how that could change and influence their life.
Yeah. I find this a very inspiring conversation, but I know, Roxy, you've got a tight plan, right?
Yep.
Okay. Look, anybody, you can contact me. I'd love to be in conversation. And I just would like to say last thing for me, it was just about also once you build this, I would like to do it as a community project, actually, the whole thing. People start to help, you just start and people say, what are you doing? Oh, would you like to help? And then you start to connect people, because I grew up in a place where there was mosques and Hindu temples and Buddhist temples, and my parents didn't tell me what religion I was. They just said, oh, be good, black and white the same, gay or straight, they're all the same. I said, okay. Then I tried to figure it out. And for me, I'm always a bridge. I'm a foreigner everywhere. I belong to everywhere and I belong to nowhere. So I'm always trying to act like a bridge in that way. And that's why, because of tribal culture in the city, I always question, like, why are they doing like this? We could live like that. Maybe I don't want to live like that. So I'm always like in between. And that's why I sometimes, I don't know where it'll go, because I don't know, this conversation is going to be too long. Roxy, take it.
Let's continue it though. I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the feedback.
More on this soon, for sure.
Yes.
Love and
we'll be in
appreciate
contact.
you. You're amazing.
Yes, you too. We're all have our wonderful amazingness. And when you put it together, it's like, hey, have you ever seen a diamond that like shoots rainbows? Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Well, thanks for being one of those rainbows, Try now. This is only the beginning, and thank you.
Look, there's one around your neck.
Yes. It was made by the Putumayo in Colombia. I'm half Colombian, so it helps me with my voice to be courageous, to speak for all life. Thank you, Jarnell, and welcome, Alexa.
Hi. Nice to see everyone. Hi, Roxy. Hi, Amanda. Hi, all you beautiful beings.
Yeah, it's so sweet to see you. And so cool that you're here to share with us some really awesome stuff, all the work that you do out there and all the projects that I've witnessed you weaving in and out of. It's a huge contribution that you bring to the Regenaissance. And you're here to share with us about defining regenerative culture and all the work that you're doing into building an international school to accelerate a regenerative future. And that starts with self-regulation. And Alexa Rosenthal is the co-founder and CEO of Ecoversity. And it is a mission-driven learning platform focused on environmental education to train, empower, and connect Earth leaders. She's proud to steward the connection of expert teachers and activists to learners of all ages and demographics. In Ecoversity's first 8 months, she graduated more than 500 students, representing 37 countries. Alexa knows Ecoversity is her life mission and looks forward to sharing its story with her future grandchildren. Ecoversity, founded for the future with reverence to the past, is an education organization with global reach
that offers permaculture, herbal medicine, and regenerative systems courses. Alexa also studied psychology at the College of Charleston. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you, Amanda. That was amazing. Awesome. Thanks for that handoff, and so good to be with Design Science Studio today and all these beautiful beings. I'm really grateful to be in this space and for that introduction and to talk with you all today. Happy to hop on. I'm actually coming from you from Ayampe, Ecuador. I'm currently, my dear sister had a child, and there's a circle of 5 women that are coming down to take care of our dear sister. So I'm number 2 on the rotation, and I'm actually experiencing what it means to live in a regenerative culture right now by giving to our sisterhood and to also receiving love from the ocean and my dear sister. So I actually wanted to, I'm really grateful for Roxy's invitation to come on and talk to you all today. I'm gonna come talk about defining regenerative culture and ecosystems. So at Ecoversity, my title inside the ecosystem is the Chief Ecosystem Organizer. And as Amanda said, we teach on an e-learning platform, and since now it's over 40 different countries and over 600 students, and we'll be celebrating our 2-year anniversary in a month. So we're growing quickly, and it's been really quite a journey. So I thought I would just kind of share the story of Ecoversity and also what I'm learning, what it means around regeneration, especially as we're talking about the regen era. So how I got here was, as Amanda said, studying positive psychology, and I was actually the marketing director at Envision Festival, and I was really passionate about positive psychology, finishing a degree in psychology while doing that job, and realizing that the educational system was not only missing our ability to do to connect us to the earth, but to really learn how to self-regulate. And I've become exceptionally clear about what that means in the last 1 month of my life. 30 days ago, I got in a very bad car accident. And in the midst of exactly where I was in building Ecoversity, we had gotten to a place where we were ready to receive resources to grow the company so that we could impact and reach more people. And I was really excited about this, about the potential for all of this growth. And I went out to dinner with a potential impact investor and got half of the money that we were requesting to raise, which was a huge celebration. And I was really, really excited about it. And the next day, I went to this party called the Get Down in Denver, which is a sober dance party. And on the ride home, I was hit in a hit and run accident going 65 on the highway and turned around twice, hit the median, and spent the night in an ambulance. Right now I'm wearing these glasses because I'm concussed. So right now it's actually pretty edgy for me to be on the computer and talking because my memory and processing are off. But they say when something goes off, something else turns on. And right now I feel really clear about my connection to our collective nervous system and what it means to have a regenerative culture in raising money, in building ecosystems, and having a female body. And since that accident, microdosing is legal in Denver, and every single day I've been using microdosing of mushrooms to support my brain as it heals. And what I want to really make clear, especially as a lot of us are creating new ways and new paths forward, is that if we don't regulate ourselves, we will create the chaos of this culture. And if we don't regulate and get grounded to the earth, we will continue to create chaos. So I feel really strongly about our ability to ground and regulate our nervous systems when we're creating. And I will say that now I'm limited to 2 hours a day on the computer, and I'm went from almost 10 to 16 hours a day on the computer, and now I'm to 2. And because of how much we've slowed down as a company to look at the foundation of our roots, our company is now thriving. We have identified the holes in our company, and we are able to put people together to work within the ecosystem to rise to its potential. So I feel really strongly to come on today and invite us all to know that when we are building, that the kindest, most revolutionary thing we can do right now is to learn to regulate our nervous systems, to take the time to breathe before we create, to know that we're all connected, and to really lean into what happens when we actually can receive from the collective that we are part of. So I just wanted to come on today and really speak to everyone about what it means to define regenerative culture, and that I'm here and I'm excited to meet all of you, and know that reach out to me on Instagram. I'm pretty good at that, alexa.sid, and that I'm discovering and uncovering what it means to step into leadership in a regenerative way, and really excited about that collective conversation. So thank you so much, Design Science Studio, for all that you're doing for this beautiful, I love chiming in to see what everybody's making over here, because it's so inspiring and it's so nice to tap in and just know that we're a resource and on the same team. And I'm just really grateful to come on today.
Thank you, Alexa. And I so respect where you're at right now, and so grateful that you came to invite us into a more integrated and holistic way of being a part of this movement. And I'm sorry that you had to go through a really scary near-death experience to be where you are right now. I'm really glad
like
you're okay. Sometimes it works like that. Yeah, medicinal mushrooms helped me so much through the winter too. It was a very dark night of the soul this winter, and
good.
Amanda knows it was rough, but our plant allies are our friends, and they really can help our brains. But I love what you said about the like collective nervous system.
Yes. Yeah, if we look at mushrooms, it's like, you know, when they say I got hit, but what I have felt really clear about is that there's an invisible collective nervous system that we're all sharing, and that's where our sacred life creative energy comes from, and that we can connect to each other, and we have these bodies and forms in which we can inhabit that creative force, and that's a beautiful thing if we can regulate our systems enough to tap in.
It's important to hear also the positive stories, I think, of like, and we slowed down and we did less, and then everything is,
and then we did
better,
and then we got, yeah.
Energy.
I'll let you guys, I'll update you in a month exactly what that looks like from even a greater standpoint of just the experiment of slowing down to regenerate.
Yeah, we go through this cycle in the studio where we have 7 months and then 5 months, and it's like it has been a marathon. So we're really looking forward to the slowness that's to come. It's so needed, and figuring out how to even make this, you know, this crescendo less intense. And it's also been an amazing, you know, ball of inspiration. The more gentle we can be, the better, for sure. So thanks for being such a beautiful embodiment and reminder, and for being willing to spend 20 of your whole 2 hours, 20 minutes of your whole 2 hours.
Sunday I didn't do any time, so this is only 20 minutes today. I was happy to come on.
Oh, yeah, so we were day 11, a few hours before the end of the day, and it only happens once a year, so you're like in the belly of like the peak before the city undocks.
Almost there. The train's coming to a pause.
Oh, the train don't stop. And that's the thing, though, learning how to replenish ourselves and listen to ourselves in this, like, you know, in the sprint, like in a sense, like we're in a decade-long sprint in a way, you know, and you know, Roxy and what the Design Science Studios brought together is, and doing this 11-day gathering, so full on, is a big teacher. And like, okay, how do we all show up and then also all take care of ourselves? And this is one of the big lessons. So I think you coming and sharing this today was so appropriate, and a good reminder for everyone. And it's something, I think it's a big goal. It's a goal for me to also find this balance. And I know in the last 2 years, you know, because everything went online and it was like, oh, right, well, we're going to do it no matter what. Right. And so, and then you find yourself and you start a nonstop Zoom room, which we've done here on the train. This call has been going for 2 years, mostly nonstop. And like, how do we pass this off, as we all need the time to close our eyes and to rest and to put our hands in the dirt? And you know, so really, yeah, beautiful. Thank you for the reminder. So glad that you're recovering.
Thank you. Glad
thank you
to be here.
all the energies that helped you survive that. Thank you for what you do.
And thank you for also, like, grateful that we found each other this spring, Alexa. It was so cool to find. I mean, this little like triad moment right here is pretty cool.
Yes, it's a very cool triad.
Alicia, Sacred Heart up here. It's like some women who are holding the torch for education, community together, for the masses to, you know, help to accelerate generative futures.
Alexa, since the last time we saw each other, Alicia here and I, we started a school as well called the Vitra Academy, the next online visionary art school, or the next visionary art school in the world. And it is online now because of the pandemic. And we'll of course be having more, I'm sure, in-person gatherings and places that will spring up through time.
And they just started a course yesterday called Regeneration for 6 weeks.
Yeah. So I look forward to us weaving our tracks with Ecoversity. I know we spoke of it a couple years ago, and now as we go deeper into the field, you know, this is going to happen. The regenerative artivist, right?
Yes.
Like, I mean, this is fully committed. So let's do this. I'm very happy to intro Alicia and Alexa here. Power quadrants.
Please, because if we do it together, then one of us could take a rest while the other one does. And we need to do that together. We need to encourage each other's naps.
1,000%.
So I'm here to take a nap time for you guys, and we can switch back and forth. Thank you all so much for this space.
Thank you, Alexa. Thank you for all you do, and thank you for being such a good model for care. Yeah, excited to weave all our tracks together. Love you.
Love you too.
Takes a lot of courage.
Congratulations, everyone.
Yeah, everyone feel that. Congratulations. A lot of beauty created here. Yay, thank you, Alexa. Me. All right.
Yeah, so we have our dear Mariette is going to join us now. And she has really been showing up throughout this past 11 days. And I've gotten to witness some really beautiful projects that she has been a part of, and learning more about her is really beautiful. And in this session, we're going to be learning about Blossom. And Mariette, would you like to join me here? Let's see. In Mariette's words, the world is full of dreams that drive us away from nature. The Dream Tree project brings us into the wisdom that surrounds us. This exhibit carries with it the energy of spring, and as snow melts and flowers bloom, what does it mean to live between the heat and the cold? What does it feel like to live between our dreams and our daily lives? This is why the Dream Tree exists. And Mariette Puppet is a multidisciplinary artist based in photography and writing. Her focus rests in creating intimate conversations that bridge our relationship between technology and the natural world. She is the author of the Digital Nomad Manifesto. And so lovely to have you here.
Thank you. And I'm joining from my phone to this session. So if I don't see something or I don't understand something, everybody just let me know. Yeah, so Blossom, it's really simple right now, and that's okay. This is probably the first of maybe, I guess I'd like to do all 4 seasons, a dome for all 4 seasons. And this particular dome is constructed with a composite of real world, real world trees and blossoms I've seen. In here, there is a floor that's made from some of the repetitive patterns that I found in some of the trees and then some others and kind of put them together. Now, I do have to say, I think this is actually the wrong video. And I guess we just didn't get a chance to put in the full audio piece. But this is not bad because it's still a good example of what's basically my obsession. And that is the reflection that we often find all around us of nature. So that's actually shot in a pool. And I have quite a few photographs and some video. And so it contrasts the audio of, let's say, the water in the pool filter and the water and the birds and the trees. I guess one of the things I can say is that some years ago, I think I was in Texas, and I was listening to 2 academics from UT speak, and they were talking about the fact that everyone was really into nature photography only when it was in some rarefied place. And I started to think about the fact that we weren't really paying attention to nature if it wasn't somewhere pristine. And I think we really rob ourselves from the ability to experience nature if we're only looking for the perfect place. And I don't think that's really an issue here in the Design Science Studio, but it is maybe an issue in our greater culture. And I have to say, I think Serena did a beautiful job of wrapping this dome, and I'm grateful to her for doing it. Sorry, I can't show you the 4-minute video right now. I could try and bring it up on my screen.
Maybe bring it up if it's in the Airtable.
Let's see. Yeah, it should be in the Airtable because I did put it in there.
Great. And then I'll pull it for you there.
Okay, great.
So give me just 2 seconds and I'll grab it. It's in the New York City Airtable, yeah?
It is, and it's called Blossom. There are a few MP4s or MP whatever's there, but that one is called Blossom outright. So I'll just say a little bit about my training and practice. So I studied literature and philosophy and a bunch of other interdisciplinary stuff when I was an undergrad. And then I was shooting photography and starting photography lessons at around the age of 11. Photography for me always remained a place where I could interrogate the world at a really safe distance. And I started darkroom work around the age of 11. Then later on, I did a film school boot camp in New York City. I continued my photography studies at the International Center for Photography, studying with some really great people. And then I also did like a master class with Mariel and Mark in documentary. So that's not really stuff I put in my bio, because for me, that feels like a long time ago. And but what I can say is that the formal training gave me a real relationship to the camera and what the mirror of the camera does. I think it's really interesting that we're moving to mirrorless cameras now, because there's something amazing about that as well. Oh, so here we go. Here's the blossom. it.
Beautiful.
So I hope you enjoy it. It's meant to be on a loop, and probably put like a couple more videos inside there as well, and just to have places where people can relax and hang out. And yeah, maybe there some ambient sounds and some synthesized sounds as well. And I can tell you more, but I just don't know how much time we have. So.
Well, I think it's beautiful and interesting to combine the visuals and the sounds and evoke an embodied experience in a virtual setting. So,
Thank you.
Beautiful work, yeah.
Yeah, the
5
go
to
ahead.
7 more minutes, Mariette, if you want to share with me.
Sure. Well, the thing is, it's because I'm kind of tired, I'll admit. Like, we've been at this for 11 days, and boy, like, my blood sugar went low. But so and then I go into this dream tree with you, and then I'm like, wow, that's meant to be really relaxing, and it kind of is. So I'm surprised Charna went to sleep. But I used to make these tents all over Brooklyn. I made one in Oregon, this and that, and they would just be with friends or for an open studio, and I'd make them for 3 or 4 days, and people would come in and we'd listen to poetry, and you could, we'd do all sorts of things in the tents. So for me, this has been very exciting that I could be helped by someone from the first DSS cohort and create basically this tent, this dome that I wouldn't have been able to make so quickly on my own. The meditative space is definitely one that I really, yeah, exactly. And Lantis, I too could stare at water dripping forever. And I'll say I probably have many dozens of hours of wild sound and wild video. So, just nature happening as it is from about the last 7 to 10 years easily. And it probably started in Bali. And then, so that would make it like 15 or so years. But definitely, I think that the more that we develop these spaces, these worlds, these hybrid worlds where everything is beautiful and digital, that I love bringing in just these natural pieces and their rhythms. Ideally, we can take those rhythms, and actually I have taken them with some audio engineers, and then we put them through some synthesizers. So the idea is that you can continue to take this and continue to abstract it. And then who knows, maybe you can give it to Monica and she can put it through an AI algorithm. And before you know it, it's making something more amazing than I could have imagined on my own. I think there's something amazing about the work that some people are doing with the AI and the way that you can synthesize that with the natural world as we, perceive it, the biological natural world. So that's it. And we can add more as time goes on. So that's the last part of the dream tree, probably the most sort of fine art piece of it. Can't stop a girl from making those odd little pieces. Yes, Monica, I do want to play. That AI that you are running is, to me, absolutely amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Unmute yourself.
Oh, hi. Well, thank you. Sorry, I'm up on screen. Yeah, no, if you want to play sometime, I'd love to see kind of how all of that can come together, and yeah, the combination of some of the work you're doing and how that can feed in is also inspired by your work, Mariette.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we started talking a little bit, and then we've probably both been getting really busy with actually iterating for this, right? Mm-hmm. And I definitely think that, again, what you're doing with these algorithms is just like, it's that next level of like taking something that has its own logic, sort of like anything in nature, and just revealing other patterns through it. We started to talk about a mirror before, right? And this is like, what you're doing has that mirror quality to it.
Yeah, it's the AI is always really interesting, just kind of like how it's also like co-evolved with our understanding of human nature, or like the neuroscientific understanding of human nature. And it's like very much tied in with, you know, kind of, I think our current evolution of where, especially within the academic space, kind of where like this understanding of human nature is kind of landing. And then, you know, how that is then going to tie back into, you know, kind of our realities and our ways of interacting with each other, with nature, is going to be really interesting as we kind of move forward. There's both the scary side and the beautiful side. There is with a lot of things.
There is, and you know, we definitely can't decide where it's all going to go. So I think that the work we're doing to at least see where it goes when it's wondrous, you know, when it creates a sense of wonder and taps into nature, is really exciting. And that, you know, when I look at Alicia's screen and her beautiful flower right behind you right there, like that too is just this, all that symmetry, all that geometry. And you know, you can find some way to tag that, and something brand new can come out of it. And that's, yeah, look at that. That's,
and I'm sure Alicia and Amanda Sage, we could you know, create in the style of some of your work.
I would love that.
it would be fun to take some wilds down and then tag them. So let's say it's like roses or, you know, camellias, different flowers that, let's say, reflect that. And then you can tag them, map them and tag them with sounds. And then you tag those to colors. And then we create a world, and basically it forms itself based on that stuff. We can even throw in Stephen Bow's integrated color coding, and like, boom, it actually teaches us, and all we had to do was program it. Like, that's amazing.
Sounds like we have a collaboration starting here.
Yeah. let's absolutely do it. Like I said, this is the place where I get the most shy, because this is probably a thing I've been doing the longest. And so it's like, ooh, you know, I started doing all the other stuff kind of so like no one would see this stuff so much, you know. When I do documentary photography, that's different. People want to be seen, they sit down for your portrait, whatever, no problem. But when it comes to like, oh, hi, this is like when I was like, okay, this is like everything I've seen for the last 365 days. Here's the tree here that I like today. Here are the violets that I collected yesterday or today. You know, then it's funny how so much more intimacy can create this sense of like, and the viewer doesn't know that I'm fighting my own vulnerability. The viewer has no clue what's going on. So I invite us all, and you know, Amanda, definitely your lines alone, like I'm sure you've thought about mapping those to sounds. I mean, I know you have. Like,
we have the NFT that was mapped to sound.
Exactly,
Yeah.
that NFT.
It's amazing how much music and sound and like is so influential to the work, right? To the motion. So many of my paintings have started or are done to music, and especially live music. I get so turned on by the act of live sound, and that can be also just like the drip, you know, that just listening to that, the tap dancing, I think that was Jarno put that in the tap, you know, the associations that we can make in the rhythms of nature are really influential for that. And just the sense of being in the, you know, when you go into that space of the creative zone and you flow with it, then everything is in a kind of like orchestra, you know, and that's what your video reminds me of. You know, and being in the midst of that, it's like we get, you know, back into that preciousness of actually moments, things that are happening around us all the time that are, you know, the orchestra of life. Beautiful.
Thank you. You know, the one thing I'll say is that the orchestra of life is a beautiful, I mean, that's a beautiful thing for me to hear. And one of the things that I wonder about is that we know that in the natural world, so to speak, or in the biosphere, we have less of them to hear. Like the dawn chorus is decidedly less than the dawn chorus used to be, according to this one scientist. I forget his name, but I think he's an ornithologist, and he's been doing this for a long time. And it's less than it was because there's less diversity in the mornings in the early summer, and when all the birds are out. So to work with live music, as you're saying, Amanda, it's inherent inside of us. It's just like who we are. And your work has that, all of your work. I mean, that's why even the vision train, being on the vision train, there's always music. And you just see how it moves everybody. And last night we had this music and it just moved me. I was so tired. And I was like, I feel good. I feel good. I'm gonna stretch. So I really resonate with where I see all of this, and again, in all three of your backgrounds right now. I mean, you just see the waves. So music has saved my life more than once, as I think probably everyone here can attest to, right? So it would be fun to make some more music and keep doing it. The Great Animal Orchestra. What's that?
It's a beautiful book by Bernie Krause, who is a field recorder. And he did a lot of work for a long time recording soundscapes in all these different places, and has documented over time kind of how how those orchestras have changed, but also kind of looking at how it does form an orchestra and the different frequencies that different animals occupy within different kind of the soundscape bandwidth of sound. Sorry, my brain's also a little bit on the slow side today. But yeah, it's a really great book for anyone who's interested in actually learning more about the animal orchestra that is being mentioned.
I mean, I don't know if we have a little more time or not, because I'll take it somewhere else, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You have like
Cool.
2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, so I don't know about anyone else or how you grew up with music or how you grew up with these things, but a lot of what I see you making in all of your arts, your visual art, I think that I relate to a lot is, for me, there was a Fisher Price turntable I owned, and it had a film strip slot, and it also had a book. And so you could play the book, the audio book, with sounds of the birds and Hansel and Gretel or whoever they were wandering around. And then you had your film strip, and then you had the book. That to me was my early virtual or augmented reality. And I just feel like you're all making realities in your artwork. And I don't know, that just seems like we're progressing and bridging this incredible piece for these next generations. And I wonder if you feel like a bridge, and how the music bridges for you consistently. Amanda, you spoke a little bit about it, but that's what I think is fascinating about what we've been able to do in Design Science Studio as well.
I think this is one of the things that fascinates me the most, is also really bringing together the studio in a multidisciplinary way, and artists getting inspired by the collective creative process, like being live together and inspired together. And that's something I've noticed through my seminars. I've been teaching workshops in eco-villages all over the world for the past decade. And the being in a space, eating the food grown on the land, prepared by the people that live there, working, creating art together, learning new techniques, all kind of like dreaming together, right? Living together, listening to music together, all of it is creating music, dancing together. All of this is a part of this collective creative process where we're becoming vessels and integrating, becoming open channels for things to come through us, right? And we don't have to know actually what is going to happen, what is the result, because it's through this process that it's like in the now that it shows up and being available for it. And that's what we're in training for. And I think we're going to have more schools and places of this. It's going to be more normal in the future, right? To do this and to all play in different ways within that orchestra, right? Of the creative sense. And everybody has a different tendency of where they feel their artistry, where they feel natural in their artistry, through song, through photography, through writing, through cooking, through painting, sculpture, right? And then we can also all take turns. But it's so fun to be together, right? And to be inspired by each other.
So one thing that makes me think about too, though, is like, so we know that rhythm affects our bodies, right? Our body's rhythms when we hear certain rhythms, but tones also affect our biofeedback system. So what happens, and especially when you're using that intentionally, and then you're in community with people, you're sharing space together, you're tuning into some similar vibrational some similar vibrational environments that then bring people into a focused intention. I think that's quite powerful. And when we share studio together, we find that people end up being inspired by similar themes, bringing in similar kind of imagery through their work. And so it's incredibly there are great implications to the use of music with visual imagery and our creativity around that.
There's actually go ahead. No, there's actually some interesting research coming out that around how brains will actually sync up with each other, and actually like brain patterns syncing up when you're kind of like in sync or resonating, as I like to say. And it's kind of like, it's interesting to see as like kind of science progresses, how, these kinds of concepts about, I've always been fascinated in how, we use terms like, oh, we're resonating, or, we're in vibration, and, and how that actually has an actual like physical element like to it. And it's not just a word that we use, but actually a scientific kind of basis for the way that we do connect and the way that we, come together in these kinds of spaces of resonance.
Yeah, we can really feel that too, when we come into that resonance together. It's something that like you really feel in your body.
And it's very funny because when the Zooms don't go quite right or something, this and that, what is it you can forgive all the things that you don't see, but if you can't hear, you fall out of resonance with people. The one thing we know is that before we can even really see, we can hear, and we sense and we feel through our bodies that amazing resonance that you just both or all three of you just mentioned. So John was saying that he needs some sound and some art in his project, I think is what he's saying, in his cubes for the houseless, and that might be an amazing thing to look if we can help him out with.
Yeah, let's do that.
Ooh, what's the ultrasonic chord, Johanna?
Did you say something to me?
Yeah, what's the ultrasonic core? What is? Give it up. Come on.
It's the ultrasonic core is really the Sushumna that the Hindus believe, but it's from Dr. Randolph Stone, who started polarity therapy. That's his description of our most centered place in our body. It could be considered where the cerebral spinal fluid moves. You know, when you do alternate nostril breathing, you feel both sides of the Ida and Pingala. In the middle, this is Sushumna. So this is the ultrasonic core. It's photons exchanging information at a subatomic level. And we are made of sound and light. You know, the sounds affect us. That's why live music enlivens our brains. We're made of sound. Thank you for your presentation. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, this is such an uplifting community, and Regenera is just doing it, right? Yeah, resonance and sound are a really big deal. So let's just keep that. I think we have to go. And again, I would keep it going, but I know we have to move on. So we should do that.
The ever-flowing conversation. Yes.
Like I could go. This is like my favorite conversation topic, so I can go so far. So I'm trying to like not talk too much here.
Well, to be continued.
I mean, it's an important conversation, right? Because like vibrations and resonance, like they're key mechanisms in human consciousness, right? So yeah, it's very worthy. And I love mixing the idea of the conversation between the visuals and the sounds. And Dan is here also to talk with us about like 3D geometry. He's the creator of STEM to STEAM through 3D geometry. He's all about inspiring kids to add art to STEM to cultivate their creativity and thus become innovators. His Octa Tetra Museum is in San Antonio, Texas, and he was part of the Design Science Studio Cohort 1 last year. He recently completed his Kepler Ring of Pentagons monument. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you. Very good introduction. Okay, don't press the button yet. All right, but it's all queued up and it's ready to go. That's good. Okay. But it's there and ready. Okay, good.
Whenever you're ready, you just tell me.
All right. So the Kepler Ring of Pentagons monument. The astronomer Kepler was best known for his planetary laws, 3 laws of planetary motion, but he was also very much into geometry, and he did a lot of experiments and drawings with pentagons to see how he could get them to fit together. And one thing he discovered was that 10 of them make a ring with a big decagon in the middle. All right, go and press it, and I'll talk over it from there. Okay, so you can see that it took me 3 years to do this thing. And all through cohort 1, everybody was watching me build this thing, but they never saw it put together because I didn't finish till a couple of months ago. It's made of Bucky Fuller Octatetra truss. And he got a patent for that, but it turns out he found out later that Alexander Graham Bell had toyed with it too. So here's an entrance. We can go in there, and then we hang out in there for a while. It's the whole thing is 20 feet across, but you need 5 feet to walk around it. And here's how we go out the exit. And then we're going to go around the other side. So you can't make pentagonal structures with octas and tetras, but you see, we see a little more. You see the triangles that are orange? They make 5 octa hubs. Usually, if they were all equilateral, it would, they wouldn't fit together. So one thing I wanted to do was drop all my info in the chat. So I'm going to exit full screen, and hopefully All right, it's all there. I encourage everybody to copy that whole thing that I just put in there from the very beginning, and then you can view it later. And it's got my Facebook page. It's got a video about my museum. It shows me working with kids. All right, we're going in again, and we're going to see what it's like on the inside. And we get a good look at those orange 5-octa hubs that make it possible. Also, in what I posted in the chat, you'll get to see my entire project that I did for cohort number 1, and a link to my curriculum, because this, what I do with the kids when they come to the museum, I made into a curriculum so that anybody can use it and teach it anywhere. And soon we're going to get to the most fun part. Is anyone creating full-scale buildings with this construction technique? There are buildings with octatetra truss ceilings. There's a library public library here in Antonio that does that, but I don't know anyone that's building entire buildings. Also, at San Antonio, there's the SAMSAT, this Museum of Science and Technology. And who's that inside? This is the best part. That's my daughter, Katerina. Katerina Sutton, S-U-T-T-I-N. If you Google her, you'll find out about her hooping that she's doing there, and also her jewelry that she does, and her wire sculptures. And she recently took a welding course so she can make big things too. So she's quite the creative person. So we're going around the outside and she's there on the inside. Oh, so the point is, I only had this space for 3 days, 2 days to put it together and 1 day to take it apart and put it back in the 15-foot U-Haul truck. And all the pieces are sitting in my garage. And it's looking for a permanent home, and I would like to donate it to whoever would give it a place. It's got to be interior, 30 feet by 30 feet, as close to San Antonio as possible, because I would have to ask whoever received it to pay for the expenses of getting me and it there. So we're just about to the outside there. I'm going to go back and exit. Whee, round and round and round. That's my dear Katerina. Ta-da. Okay, and you will see on the floor there, can you pause it now? I want it to be still there, but a pause, if possible. That was a diagram. There we go. Okay, so it won't get it. Thank you, recording. All right, so here we have the 10 pentagons with the big decagon in the middle, and all the rest of it is Penrose tiles, even on the outside. And I would hope if I found a place for it, I could put it on a carpet designed exactly like that. And that's it, I've done it. Thank you so much, Design Science Studio, for letting me share that. Let me go back to the thing I posted. Oh, hi, Maxie. Maxie says, the Frost Museum of Science would be interested in my curriculum. So cool, says Anna. Bliss says she loves Katerina. Okay, if you Google it, it starts with a C. Katerina Sutton starts with a C. Any other questions or anything?
Apparently, Bliss knows Katerina personally. Isn't that cool?
I couldn't hear that very well.
Oh, I said apparently Bliss knows your daughter.
Really?
Yeah. I bought jewelry from her.
Wow, that's a small world.
Yep, I'm also a hooper, so I love her.
Oh, that's great. Okay, so why would we add art to STEM? The purpose is to cultivate creativity and create innovators because, as Einstein said, imagination is more important than knowledge. So in closing, I'll show you what I was working on today. It's got a ways to go.
Wow, so cool.
And it's going to complete the tetrahedron on top, and then I'm going to turn it over and build the rest of the tetrahedron on the bottom. And this one is particularly interesting because it involves pentagons. But strictly speaking, it's not supposed to have regular pentagons. But because I use regular pentagons, it has this very interesting little warp of the surface. So they're not really polygons anymore. They're skewed. But I like the way it looks. So, and that's pretty much everything I wanted to say. There's an old saying, they gave him 20 minutes and he finished up in 10. So, hello, Alicia. Hello, Amanda. And dear Roxy Poxy.
Oh, Dan, I have to say, I loved being in the first cohort with you and always seeing you creating on camera, building all of your models, and it was so inspiring. I remember seeing you present about the pieces that you made with all the children too, and just the interactive elements of that. And I really hope that this beautiful piece that you just shared with us finds a permanent home. And I will definitely keep my ears and eyes out to see where would be the perfect place for it.
Can you see what that is? Not really.
It looks like
it's a screenshot of you guys.
Oh, I think it's your camera. We're seeing your camera.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Okay, here.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah. One question, can I put what I put in the chat after the video is in the Design Science Studio Facebook? Can I put as a comment what I posted here?
Of course, I can actually do it for you. I can just drop it in the stream.
Wonderful, thank you, because I want people beyond the ones that are here today.
No problem, I'm on it. Dan, thank you so much. It's so cool to see this project find completion, and really looking forward to it finding its home because it has been created with so much care and it's so inspiring. And yeah, more people deserve.
My daughter says if I don't find a home, I should take it to Burning Man and burn it. You would say that.
Well, I love, the idea of reincorporating art into, the curriculum for kids, into the STEM programs. It's absolutely integral to our evolution. So yeah, I'm all about that. And I would love to combine forces with you and we had a really awesome conversation a couple days ago also about how we incorporate compassion training, compassion skills in schools. I love the idea of working in collaboration with others on how do we include greater diversity and within the curriculum systems for our youth. So thank you so much for your contributions, Dan, and for sharing about the Octa Tetra.
Hey, you guys have today made my year.
Aww.
Absolutely.
Oh, likewise. We look forward to seeing you again, Dan.
Okay. Okay, you can erase me from existence.
No way.
Never.
We're just chiseling you into the history books now.
Okay, I'm gone.
Up next, we're welcoming Jessica for consciousness and creativity for future visionary leaders. So this is a really important segue out of about including art into kids' curriculums in schools. Jess combines her combination of experience and skills to enable thoughtful visionary leaders from all walks of life who have knowledge and wisdom to share with their communities to empower positive change that works for 100% of life. Jessica says, explore how to take creative action, whether you are creative or not, and encourage your community to do the same. Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you so much, Alicia, for my introduction. I'm very sorry I'm not on video, but my internet connection is not 100%, and that's the privilege of living in Africa, I'm afraid to say. So I will do a screen share with you for my presentation, which was supposed to be pre-recorded, but I will walk you through it and talk through it so that we at least get the concept to everybody. So I'll quickly share my screen.
And Jess, the file you sent me doesn't have access, so if something happens, you just have to make sure I can access it.
Okay, cool. I'll do that. Okay, so let's hit even. Okay, hope everyone can see what I'm sharing.
Looks great.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Thanks, guys, for the support. All right. So what I wanted to do with my chat was to kind of walk anybody through how they could explore how to take creative action and inspire their communities to do the same. And more sort of focusing on kids, but not excluding adults at the same time. And this was actually quite an interesting experiment that I went through during my journey of being on Design Science Studio course with my nieces, who are my muses. And they just kind of ran with the concept more than I could. They were basically sprinting and I was trying to keep up with them. So let me just walk you through a little bit of my background and then we'll get there. Okay, so a little bit of background to how my buttons concept came to life was that in 2003, I was very fortunate to have the opportunity to attend the 30th anniversary of ACM SIGGRAPH in San Diego. So coming from South Africa, that's quite a big deal, getting to go to the US, and definitely a dream come true. So, and if you ask any animator, that's something that they definitely want to do at least once in their life. So some of the amazing experiences I was able to attend were presentations by the technical directors and coders for the Matrix, and yes, the original Matrix, where they were busy sharing how they created their new algorithms for his coat in that famous scene, where all the bullets are flying at him and he's all in slow-mo and the coat's sort of whipping around in the wind. And in those days, they didn't have cloth simulations to create those scenes. So this was really the first algorithms and it was very, very exciting. One of the other experiences was the Pixar team launching Finding Nemo in their Hawaiian print shirts and their shorts and slops. And that was really incredible as well, because it made us feel like it was very accessible to chat to them and ask them questions about the whole process of creating Finding Nemo. So that really inspired us to found the first long format animation studio in South Africa called Firefly Animation in 2004. And while we were learning from all these amazing creators, we noted that many of the mainstream animated films at the time had almost superficial messages or meanings that they were conveying to the kids. We felt that as animators, we had a bigger responsibility to use our medium and our voice to convey deeper and harder topics that were quite urgent at the time. So things like the plastic island, and topics where they could make a difference, or if they knew about it, they could think about new solutions. So then AfriGraph 2007, we decided to present our concept of Little Red Buttons. So Little Red Buttons is, we created these two cute little characters called Spinner and Bob, and I'll play you some of those animations quickly so that you get an idea of buttons. And basically, they were enticed to press this little red button that would pop out of nowhere. And although they were nervous, they couldn't help but press it. And sometimes the outcome was disastrous, and other times it was quite fun and unexpected or intriguing. So if you look at historical references of the giant red button, it's usually pressed and it's kind of ends up with the end of the world or a nuclear explosion. And we wanted to really turn that on its head and say, well, what if different people press the button? Maybe something unexpected could happen, or maybe it would trigger something that's necessary for change. So fast forward to 2022, and with all the accelerated technology and advances and the multitudes of opportunities for anyone to have access to creative tools, I wondered how I could contribute to a better future for all. And as I navigated my journey with Design Science Studio and all my amazing fellow cohorts as projects, I decided to revisit this little red buttons concept and expand it a bit further. And that's how Buttons was born. So let me show you quickly the 3 little animations of Spinner and Bob.
Not hearing the sound.
It might not have sound. Does it have sound, Jess?
Can you hear the sound now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
Play it over.
Can you play it again?
Yes, sure.
It's so cute.
Sorry, this is a different one, so it has a bit of a different outcome, even though the beginnings are similar. One of the things we were doing with these 2 characters was using very primitive shapes. So we're also trying to show how even the simplest of shapes can have a lot of expression and convey emotion. And get the last one to go. And this one has a bit of a very unexpected outcome, which is quite cute.
Cute.
Thanks so much. So basically we enjoyed showing kids how they could use primitive things in animation to convey different messages and to expect the different outcomes. One of the things that I'm exploring now with my buttons concept, and even though it's really much in its infancy, is the 3 areas of buttons I've expanded from red buttons. So big red buttons is really trying to get people to ask questions about how do we tackle climate change? How do we tackle things with questions? So I'm trying to encourage kids to come up with questions and do question storming around these concepts so that they can ask, well, who should be in charge of those decisions? Why do we have war? Why can't we have peace? Why isn't peace more profitable than war? And those sort of questions, and kids come up with the most incredible answers as well. But if we don't start asking the right questions, we're not going to come up with any form of answers that are useful. So the other one is little buttons. Little buttons are more the holographic ones on the side. And that's to do with using, combining existing products and coming up with something new. Everything in everyday life where they can play with things, amplify them, subtract something from them, or improve it. So using the Scamper tools and that sort of thing. And then connector buttons, which is more where the Global Day of Creative Action comes in, is about clothing buttons. It's circular buttons still got to fit through a square buttonhole in order to hold something together. So even though we are all different shapes and all come from all different backgrounds, if we can combine with each other and work with each other, we can hold together a fabric of communities. So this is where the connector buttons come into play, is how do we connect as a community and become those connector buttons to inspire positive change. So a little bit of background from me. So one of the things that I battled with when I was younger was this title of artist, creative. I never quite felt like I could be at that level, because for me, you had to be a fine artist with a degree in fine art in order to be called an artist. And a creative was like a person from a creative agency, or was a creative director of an agency. And this was something that I had to grow into. And only until I discovered the Design Science Studio and micro galleries, which I'll speak about a bit later, that I come into the terms of artivist and creative. So I'll quickly chat about micro galleries and the Global Day of Creative Action. So if I hadn't met and come into contact with the Design Science Studio, I would never have had the confidence to have participated in the Global Day of Creative Action. I always thought that you had to be a well-known artist or a creative that could then make an impact or be known enough for it to be to have an impact in your local community. And when this concept came across, I then realized it could be any individual. So basically, the Global Day of Creative Action took place on the 6th of November 2021 in the middle of the UN Climate Summit Change for Climate Change and Conference, the COP26. And over the years, there's been many creative responses created in the vicinity of the major global leaders' meetings, but not everyone has access to those artworks, so therefore it doesn't create awareness in every community. So micro galleries wanted to extend the idea of the art being an important way to intersect with climate disruption, and also make it accessible to people in places where the G20s and climate action conferences don't go. So they created a concept on a micro scale, working with local artists in their local communities and then collating the works together as one large global conversation. So the call to action was, that really inspired me to participate, was the way they put their brief out. So basically the brief was, anyone who would like to create, to make a difference, can be involved. Creative souls from all over the world will present works, small and large, professional and amateur, provocative and subtle, as part of the global conversation about global change. And it can be placed somewhere in your community that encourages people to learn, engage, question, and be inspired with solutions-based thinking about climate disruption. It could be an installation, a projection, a performed poem, a wheat-pasted work, or text mural, anything that is creative expression of your ideas about climate disruption in your community and the world. It should be relevant and meaning to your local community. So the key takeouts for me were that anyone could participate, first of all. And second of all, that you could collaborate as a collective. And thirdly, that it was inspired by solutions-based thinking. It wasn't all doomsday thinking. So when we collaborated, they gave you the option to work with an existing concept. And these two artists, Shohei Katayama and Adam Kubi, they created Golden Repair. And they're amazing artists. They created Golden Repair as part of their residency in the Arctic. And I'll show you quickly what they did. So here it is. So basically what they did is they took golden mylar space blankets and they put them through the glacier in the Svalbard. And it's based on the Japanese ceramic tradition of repairing broken pots with gold inlay. So that's called kintsugi or kintsukuroi. And the tradition of that is that the cracks and the breaks in the pottery are not hidden or covered over, but instead highlighted and illuminated, bringing attention and acceptance to the damage and imperfections. So filling the crack in the glacier with gold, bring attention and awareness to the climate crisis that we're facing and the need to practice environmental repair on a global scale. So what they did was they made it an open source concept, and we were allowed to then adapt it to a space in our space. So what we had to do was apply it to our community or an ecosystem or an element of our planet to bring attention to something that has been fractured and needs repair. So this immediately made me think of our local community open space that we'd worked so hard to declare as an urban conservancy. And I'll quickly show you that. So there's a bit of a kintsukuroi. So what we did was we chose to use a more eco-friendly material instead of gold mylar sheets. We used a gift wrap, which actually lasted 2 months out in the rain. It is sustainably sourced and was carbon emission neutral as well. And we decided to place it in 2 places. One was our Eco Ridge, which was one of our biggest towers on Northcliffe Hill, which you'll know it's quite a big landmark in South Africa and can be seen from quite far. So, and a lot of people visit it all the time. The next one was Albert's Farm. And here you'll see the installation we did up on the ridge. So we wanted to highlight the only artesian spring in our province, as it provides access of fresh water to all of our community. And also to highlight the awareness of our watersheds and sources that are being polluted at an alarming rate and nobody's doing anything about it. So in Southern Africa, especially, we face drought a lot. At the moment, it's actually flooding, which just highlights the climate crisis even more. But nobody's actually doing anything about the water treatment. So when I chatted to my nieces, who are 12 and 11, they couldn't wait to get involved. I really didn't expect to have so much of an enthusiastic participation from them. They jumped in with their own, making their own boards. They even recorded videos of messages to adults, which we're busy cutting into a documentary for them to share socially. They also roped in the rest of the family, and before I knew it, everybody was climbing up the hill and installing this gold gift wrap everywhere. And then when we were done, they insisted that we went and collected every single piece of it and that we recycle it again. So then we went and placed it in a few other places to create some more awareness. Just explain a little bit more on that. So one of the things that happened, so in terms of collaboration with our local community, we got to collaborate with our city officials. They got involved. The park officials got involved. Our local community of creatives started coming to ask us, how can we get involved? What else can we do for the next event that you do? Can we take photos of it? We even had a drone footage pilot who decided to come and do drone footage of us installing the next installation of Golden Repair. And this then led to us to think, well, how can we take it one step further? And the one step further for us was making a website where people could put their selfies up of their pledge. And the pledge was to contribute to a life that worked for 100% of life. With the selfie board that you can see there, my nieces are busy adding more water sources on top of Africa. The second part was getting people to register their project so that local members of the public could connect with the project in their area and get involved. Sometimes they didn't know how or what was happening in their areas. So just a simple thing of putting up a project that was right on their doorstep and what they needed, they could then connect and get involved. And then the last thing was that we wanted a whole lot of artists to get involved to now be the next day of creative action. And so much so that we have now actually spoken to micro galleries and they've agreed to go into partnership with us to creating local creative days that then collect 60 or 70 more artists in each local space to now build up and amplify their global day. Because they only had about 60 artists that participated in the end. And I really felt that that could be amplified in each, or at least each continent, let alone each country could have 60 artists participating in the Global Day of Creative Action and really raising the awareness of each of their local communities' plights. So yes, so we're at 60 artists that are already signed up to contribute to the next one. And they're all over South Africa. So we should have another sort of 10 to 15 art installations in South Africa the next day. So it's been very exciting to explore how just starting out with one with my own family then exploded into the rest of our local public. So it's very easy as an individual who wouldn't have thought that I really was an artist. I could still make a difference by just working with my family, making some form of statement that was in a local community and how that then contributed and sort of amplified and expanded from there. And there's the Eco Ridge and my two nieces. So I will be very excited to share with you their little documentary when that comes out. So thank you very much for your time and for sharing with me on this exploration. Really appreciate it.
Wow, Jess, thank you so much. This has been so inspiring to see this whole journey that you've been through in the evolution of this incredible contribution of bringing community together and working with the children, with your nieces. I mean, I feel so connected with this, inviting everyone to share their voices and their contributions. And the Golden Repair is fascinating. I love the idea of, really illuminating with the golden trail, with the golden thread, the pieces that have been broken. Wow, and the Global Day of Creative Action. So cool. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Amanda. I really appreciate that. I think that was one of the things that I did want to really get across, is that it can really be anybody. Anybody, anywhere can contribute to this future. It doesn't have to be someone who feels like they're creative. And that's one of my callings now, is to help people to figure out how to be creative, learn how to find their creative talent. So
yeah,
it's something that we can learn. It's not something that we've lost. It's not something you're born with. Everybody has it.
Everybody has it. We just have to be invited, and I have this too. I have a project where I've been inviting people to draw their vision in a train car, and it's like anybody can do it and everybody has it. And I've collected thousands of them too. So I can't wait to follow up with you at some point.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm so inspired by your work too, Amanda. So thank you.
Oh, I appreciate it. I'm so glad I was here for this.
Thank you,
Thanks for streaming in.
Thank you. And thank you to the DSS team. They've been phenomenal, especially with supporting. I've had power outages for the last 2 months, so it was amazing I actually managed to do my presentation. They've been absolutely patient and supportive, so thank you. Big shout out to everybody there.
We love you, Jess. Thank you. So glad it worked out. Really, you're incredible. And just so everyone knows, Jess reached out like, I'm here for the decade. Let's do this, you know.
I know, definitely. I'm definitely here, and my nieces will be too. I can see them being part of one of the cohorts in the next couple of years, so don't worry.
Oh, I can't wait to meet them. Oh, thank you, Jess, for your work, and no
Thanks so much,
problem with our outages. Well, you know, here we did it, and so excited that all these people got to experience your work and your project. And how can people support you on, you know, the work that you're doing in South Africa?
So we're busy with a small sort of landing page at the moment to see who would like to get involved in Africa specifically, but also to, if you'd like the blueprint that we're creating with microgalleries, to then start creating your local creative action days in your areas so that we can really amplify that global day of creative action. Because I do believe that there's a lot of collaboration between microgalleries and design science studios. I'd love to get the two parties coordinated and connect more countries to the design science studio. And we definitely need more representation here in Africa. So if anyone out there is listening from Africa, please get in touch.
Amazing. Amazing. Yes, this is just the beginning. Looking forward to see what's going to continue to ripple from here.
Absolutely. And Jess, there's an artist who was in the cohort last year, Elena Sheridan, who's also in South Africa. Do you know each other, or we can connect you?
We haven't connected yet, but I did see her on the directory, so I'm hoping to connect with her soon. Yeah. And I've had a couple of cohorts from today. It's funny, after 9 months of being together, everybody's kind of coming to visit me in South Africa. So unexpected. So I've got a couple of them visiting for the June, July. So shout out to them, and I can't wait to see them. So yeah, be lots of fun.
Wonderful. Well, we're really happy to also transition and invite Anna Shows to join us here. Anna, are you? I think you're here. Yay! I'm going to welcome you up. And Anna is a curiosity-driven interior architecture student with a creative background in piano, studio art, and theater set design. She is passionate about independent living, vintage clothing, and upcycling. She is a systems thinker with an eye for detail. And I really look forward to hearing what you're going to share with us today.
Yay. Well, thank you for that introduction. So I will be sharing my senior project. I just graduated yesterday, actually. So this just got wrapped up a few days ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It was
perfect
a long time
timing.
coming.
Yes.
All right, let me see if I can
Double
share.
graduation.
Yes, exactly. All right, let's get full screen. Okay, so this came about as a reaction to our current living standards and what is projected to be experienced in the not so far future. And we'll start a little bit with a problem statement. So collectively, we're experiencing a lot of food waste, construction waste.
Oh, Anna, it's not showing I think the other slide is showing the internal one.
Which one is it showing?
Well, it sounded like you went to a second slide, and when you clicked full screen, it didn't open. It's not like bleed edge, so I just want to make sure it has the right window open. There we go. Now we see problem statement. Cool.
Okay, all right, I'll just keep it on a smaller screen, I guess. So we have homes that demand a lot of energy, shifting climate, population growth, and just globally a lack of recycling. I don't think I need to go too much into the problems. I think we're pretty aware, so I'm going to focus more on the solutions. So the intent for this design is to localize both food and energy, integrate new and ancient technology, transfer energy rather than producing waste, trying to design with nature, and minimize material amount through strong geometry and new material compositions. So what exactly is Dome Life? This is an experimental design lab to reimagine living systems in the built environment. It offers teaching opportunities through workshops and artist residencies. And the hope is to experience a higher level of freedom and efficiency. So just to orient where we are, so I chose to do this about 20 minutes outside of Boulder, Colorado. I wanted it to be easily accessible. So Denver has an international airport, of course, so it's about an hour drive from the international airport. And I didn't want it to be in the middle of nowhere, so I chose 20 minutes outside of a smaller city. And the climate had a lot to do with it as well. So next we'll look at the site. So I use the site to inform a lot of my design decisions. So for starters, in Colorado, in this area of Colorado, it's a very short growing season. So it's about a month to 3 months long. So I chose to do a dome to create a microclimate. Also, the soil type is granular, and this is really good for earth sheltering homes or a elevational berm design. So the structure will be covered with the ground on 3 sides and then open on the south side towards the sun. And this will just reduce energy consumption because you're stabilizing the environment through the ground. Also, it is on a slope, which is really good for elevational berm design because during the construction process, you won't have to dig out as much dirt. And then the climate, it's snowy most of the time. So of course, that is the reason for the dome and the design itself. All right, so we'll talk a little bit about the program. This is about 100,000 square feet. We have 5 stories, 2 wind towers, and a central atrium. And I'll start from the top down. So the dome, of course, is to create a suitable climate for both plants and humans. The 4th floor would be a private floor, and this would be dedicated to your full-time staff, people that need to be there all the time, like your chefs, your gardeners, your researchers that are collecting samples and doing testing. The 3rd floor would be for your artists in residence. So they might be here 3 months coming to collaborate with other artists, and they would be provided tools and a place to live and work. Your 2nd floor, this is your guest suite. So this could be your weekend stayers. They could come in for a workshop and learn about how to live, how to grow food, how to cook. They might see a show that the artists in residence are putting on, buy art, learn, relax. And then the 1st floor is your amenities floor. This will house the garden, your teaching kitchen, a music studio, a library, a lounge. This is where your atrium is. And then you have a cafe and bar that transition based on day to night. And then your basement, this is your creative space. You have labs, a private office, a maker space, and then this is where everything is stored for the energy and the mechanical for recycling the gray water and whatnot. All right, so we'll talk a little bit about the systems that we have. So we're creating a Mediterranean and tropical climate. We'll be using a lot of materials that have thermal mass to regulate the temperature. We'll be utilizing something called a climate battery, which I'll talk more about later, and then a pellet stove just for additional heat when it's needed. For the energy, we're using both solar and wind energy. And for the water, I'm using 3 sources. One is to pump up from the ground. One is an atmospheric water generator. And I really love this design because you're sourcing water from the air, which is infinitely renewable as it is one of the laws of nature. And one of the products you get is biochar, which is really great for the soil, especially at this elevation. And then for the waste, for composting, I spec'd a company called Natura, which is just a really sleek under the counter way to compost your food. And then for everything else is a machine called Lasso, which is a really cool find. It's a smart system. Basically, you put any sort of trash into it, it cleans it for you. It will, it knows what material it is, and then based on what material, it will shred it, crush it, and then store it. And then the company will come by and collect it. So there's no waste. We're just transferring energy. And then there's a black water treatment system that will treat most of the waste, and then you get this dust, and plants will then eat the dust, basically. And then for the food, I took a lot of design concepts from the Central Rocky Mountain Permaculture Institute. This is a very similar climate, and they have been very successful at growing food on the side of a mountain and high altitude where you really shouldn't be able to grow food, but they figured it out. So normally I would start with a plan, but since this is a berm design, we're going to start with a section so we can kind of orient ourselves as to how this goes into the earth. So this is a north facing section. So of course we're reducing energy consumption. And I would also like to note that as you go further down into the ground, of course, the temperatures will stabilize. So you're kind of dealing with microclimates inside of a microclimate. So as a designer, what that would mean is your material specs can vary depending on what level you're at. Like if you're up higher, you might need something with a higher insulation value than something down on one of the lower floors. All right, so this is if you're facing west and you slice the building. So we'll look at the wind tower first. This ancient technique, it's been used for centuries. We just have not been using it recently. It will draw in your fresh air, and this kind of acts as the lungs of the building. And I have it open on all sides because in the mountains, the wind direction will vary drastically. So you need to have openings on all sides. And then the climate battery you see pictured here. If the dome starts to get too hot, it's temperature censored. So a fan would kick on, and as hot air rises, it would suck it down into the tubes and store it underground, and then re-release it when you need that energy and that heat back. And I've also spec'd a biomimetic fan, which is just a more efficient way to displace air about the dome than your traditional like rotary fan. This one is inspired by hummingbirds, I think. All right, so we'll talk a little bit about the building skin of the dome. I don't think I need to go too much into why I chose it. I think we all kind of understand that. I will note that a lot of designs that have tried this sort of home with a dome over top of it and that have used the more traditional 4-sided 90-degree angle method, they had a lot of issues with getting air to circulate properly. So that is something that would be a lot better with a dome because you don't have any 90-degree angles for air to get trapped in. So I have in my design, I have operable windows, and I've spec'd a helix wind catcher. And this design I chose because it's just a more efficient way to capture energy. The traditional the traditional one. And the winds need to be going about 15 miles an hour. With this one, you only need about 4 miles an hour, and it will start spinning and collecting energy. And they're a lot smaller. It's only 3 feet high, and I think they're more attractive to look at. It's more sculptural. So the placement of it, I chose to put it where the windows open up because this spinning motion can help pull the hot air up and out. So when you do need to release that hot air at the top of the dome, it will just help facilitate in that system. It's systems helping systems. Also to note, this dome is not my design. This is something that NBBJ did. It's the Seattle Spheres. It's a really cool project if you want to check it out. All right, so we'll talk a little bit about some of the glasses that I chose. The first layer would be a company called Pillington. It is a self-cleaning glass, just to help with maintenance. That would be a nightmare to try and clean. So it takes care of itself. The company called Solar Band, it is a clear PV, so we're still able to see all the beautiful views, but also capture energy. Another company, they work really hard to try to protect birds. So the birds will see in the ultraviolet light spectrum, and it will be like dashed lines. And so they'll know not to hit the dome, but of course we get to enjoy the beautiful scenery. And then the last layer would be a protective layer of electrochromic glass, which would just help the dome from overheating. So for example, in the summertime, if it's getting too hot, then you can choose to block out just a certain portion of it and block that hot spot, just so everything is functioning at the temperature that it needs to be. All right, so we'll get a little bit into the plan. Everything is centered around this atrium. If the wind towers are the lungs, this would be the heart of the operation. This is where your open spaces for installations, performances, music, dance, poetry, any sort of creative exploration that people have come to work on. This is where you can put on a show. So you can see the gray water will circle around. It circles 3 times before it's released back out into the world. There's a small shop, music studio, library, and then there's also some glass flooring on the atrium, so you have some connection between the maker space and the performance area. All right, so this is the 2nd floor, and I chose to make the 2nd floor the main entrance just because for your weekend stayers, they'll be coming in with luggage and they probably want to immediately go to their room, drop their luggage, and then go explore the space. So just thinking about user experience, I chose to put it on the 2nd floor. And also it opens up straight to the wind tunnel to give an orienting element immediately, because this can be kind of an overwhelming experience. There's a lot going on. So I want you to walk in and immediately recognize something, because you see these wind towers sticking out as you're driving up the mountain and you're saying, okay, I have some sort of recognition here as to where I am. All right, so we'll look at one of the studios now. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the materials that I used and why. So this is supposed to be kind of your blank slate area. You've had a lot of creativity throughout the day. You want to rewind, you want to relax. So it's a pretty neutral area. So the walls are made of plaster, and I chose this because it absorbs sound really well. It regulates humidity. It's very durable. It's resistant to bacteria, mold, and mildew naturally. You don't have to add anything to it. It's a self-healing material, which is very cool, and it doesn't support a flame. So you don't have to sprinkle the inside of the studio, which is nice. And then, so some of the other companies that I've chosen, I'll just move down so you can see. So one of the companies is called Pinatex. It is a leather-like material that's made from the waste of pineapple leaves. The flooring that I chose is from this company called Mogu. It is grown with mycelium. And I wanted the flooring in the bedroom specifically to be very soft underfoot. So that was one of my driving factors for choosing that. It improves thermal comfort and it's UV resistant, all great things. And then the art piece you saw hanging on the wall, I just fell in love with it because it looks like a little slice of a moon hanging on your wall. And what better way to fall asleep than with a little slice of the moon? So we'll go into the atrium space now. So right now on show, this would be a furniture company called Malo. And this is just a great representation of how you can minimize material through strong geometry. So they have a honeycomb structure, and these seatings, they expand. So you can shrink it down and carry it around kind of like a book and then pop it out and you have seating for 3, 4, 5 people. And it's incredibly durable. It has a nice patina to it after time. And then a lot of the material that I used for the walls are rammed earth. This was intentionally chosen because it has a really good thermal mass value, and I needed the dome to regulate its own temperature. And it also regulates humidity really nicely, and it absorbs sound really well. Through some of my research, specifically in Denmark, there was a group that did a home with a dome over top of it, and people responded really well to it and said that they felt really calm and peaceful, but everybody said that it was too loud. So I tried to choose materials that would absorb that sound really well. And then for the vertical load, I chose to do glulam's. They're incredibly strong, and especially combined with the art shape. And I found a company that is family owned in Oregon, and a lot of their power plant is powered by biomass. So that was really exciting to find. And they responsibly resource their trees, of course. And then the inside of the glue lamps are lined with electroluminescent paper just to give this glowing kind of futuristic look. It's incredibly thin and bendable, and you can cut it to whatever shape. So this space right here, this is 20 feet tall, and I wanted it to feel kind of grand and bigger than life for this creative area. Right, here is a view of the lounge area. So this is a person sitting on a kind of a day bed. It's pretty wide actually. And here's another view of a little seating area with a small pond and some fish swimming in it. And there's lots of different kinds of trees here. There's fig trees, orange trees, lots of beautiful fruits. And here's another rendering. You can see the waterfall coming down. You can see how wide the day bed is. And all right, I'll talk about some of the materials that I used here. So all of these materials, I really love researching new designers, exploring materiality. So all of this is in the vein of bioengineering, which is a very exciting time to be a part of. So one of these companies is called Leap, and they have a leather-like material that is made from apple waste. And another is Bolt Threads, which is made from mycelium. And their plant is also powered by renewable energy, which is very exciting. And then I have one material that I would like to experiment with, because I think it would be a really good material to replace concrete. So I found these 3 different companies, and I was thinking, well, why don't they work together? It seems it would be great for them to team up and create a product together. So one is a self-healing agent. So it's very often that concrete cracks, whether it be a fracture crack or a full-on need of repair. So you have a self-healing agent that creates limestone and will heal its own fractures. You have Pure Graph, which will give the tensile strength. Like typically you have concrete and then rebar and then more concrete, and the rebar will hold the concrete together and give it the tensile strength. So I'm saying, why not take out the rebar, minimize the amount of material needed, and put in graphene, which is incredibly strong. And that's where you get the tensile strength from. And it also increases the strength of the material itself and the water resistance. So that's great. And the last thing would be your cement that you would need. And this is from a company called Biomason, and they grow cement in a lab with bacteria. And then your aggregate is used from the site. So that's it.
Amazing.
If you have any questions, I will try to answer them. I would love to put this project into Block Cities. I got an invitation to buy some land in the virtual world. I just haven't had time because I've just graduated. I have not had time. But if anybody has experience with Block Cities and would like to do that with me, that would be awesome.
One step after the next, and you know, getting to this point looks like it's been a lot of work, a lot of research, and this is so inspiring and the perfect platform, I think, to really be presenting this. And I really look forward to seeing this come into a, you know, real material vision. I think this would be a place I definitely want to come visit. I want to come be an artist in resident in this place. Yeah, beautiful work. Thank you so much. And if there's maybe, I don't know if the breakout rooms are open, if somebody, we have to move on, or we have kind of a tight schedule right now, so we don't have time for questions, but is anybody interested in going in the breakout room with Anna? And let's see, we could, which room could we could put you in the Regenera Rising room. Is anybody else interested in going in there?
I made one that says Q&A with speaker.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, so, you know, this is the conversation I would love to keep jumping in with you. And growing up in Boulder, Colorado, if that place was nearby, yeah, that's exciting. It's beautiful. Love to see this come into fruition. So thank you for the visuals and all the education.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. So go jump in the breakout room with Anna. And if you choose to stay with us, I so look forward to inviting Amanda Gregory to join us here. She's helped start out the day 11 with us. And her work is so enchanting. She is such an incredible artist, multidisciplinary artist. She is an opera singer, sound artist, researcher, and composer who lives in Santa Barbara, California, and collaborates with scientists, technologists, and visual artists to create potentially transformative experiences. Potentially. I think definitely. She is formerly trained opera singer with a background of performing traditional and contemporary classical music in New York and in Europe. In 2015, her work explored multidisciplinary collaborations aimed to explore consciousness through art. She is developing music aimed to represent and explore theories of consciousness and the nature of reality. Thank you for joining us again today. So beautiful to see you again.
Why, thank you for that wonderful introduction. It is beautiful to see you again. It is really good to be back in this vortex. You know, it's been some time, so great to be with all of you, and really appreciated Anna Shows' talk just now. I'm so inspired and so excited about what's possible with architecture and circular economy, all the way down and all the way up on a scale, and what that could be like. So thank you for that talk, and thank you for welcoming me. I'm going to switch over to my PowerPoint presentation, which, full disclaimer, is just there to serve to kind of remind me of various aspects of the project that I'm working on, and sort of give updates to the work that I've been doing in collaboration with scientists and technologists on creating audiovisual experiences that explore consciousness. Okay, so here we go. Bear with me. All right. Okay. I'm waiting for my screen to start sharing on my end. Is it sharing on your end?
No, it seems to be thinking about it though.
Maybe I shall try this process again. Thank you for your patience.
While this happens, I just want to celebrate that there were just two of the most magnificent Amandas together. That was so wonderful. I love when you two are together.
Thank you. Yeah, we love each other. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, so here I go.
It's working.
Yes.
Yay.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so I'll just dive right in. This is an article that came out last summer that goes into some of the background of my work and projects. So if you'd like to see it, I have a link at the end I can share, and I won't go into detail here, but just to give you a sense of my background. I started singing when I was 7 years old, and I did it because I just found out that I was adopted, and I invented some fantasy that I came from this family of singing people. And so all of a sudden started singing, and all of a sudden started to dance, because I had this big question mark as far as the origin of my being. And then later in life, whenever I was 17 years old, and I met my biological family and discovered that no one was a singer and no one was a musician for a living, I came to some further curiosity about the potential of the neuroplasticity of the human brain. And how if we imagine things are possible, if we sort of shape our window of experience towards a possible future, could it actually shape and co-create reality? So that's a bit about that. And so right now I'm interested in doing collaborations with people who do research on perception, sensory perception, and trying to understand the history of perception and through evolution, and also basically do a visualization of some kind of how consciousness and the mechanics of consciousness might be functioning, which might include maybe this relationship with the electromagnetic field, where consciousness is being shown to emerge not just dependently on the brain, and that the brain is not just necessarily happening in our head, that the brain is happening in our gut, our heart, our root in some ways, that different organ systems, nervous system, different systems in our body have biofields that they resonate. And so being curious what would happen if human beings could see a visualization of the interconnection between our symphony of frequencies that is our being, in the way that our brainwave states are synchronized or in a coupled frequency, in some kind of coherence with other rhythms, such as the heartbeat, which is in rhythm with the breath, which is in rhythm with the circadian rhythms, with the endocrine system, and how that all connects with the environmental frequencies around us, such as the Schumann resonance, which is emitted by light in the electromagnetic field, creating a pulse. So I'm interested in the quantum mechanics of all of this and how we can explore that together in group experiences and also as individuals. I'm interested in the various patterns of nature that I know a lot of the Design Science Studio members are working with in a variety of different ways of geometry that might be underlining the fabric of reality, and how to bring that into this world and create more of a dream world in this reality in our collaborations. So I'm thinking about the collaborations that I'm doing with the Santa Barbara Center for Art, Science, and Technology, where we translate biometric data into audiovisual experiences. And I'm thinking about also VR experiences where we can simulate a near-death experience to try and show what is an overlapping thing that's happening amongst people, that they have these visual experiences that are realer than real and beautiful and ecstatically artistic in their own unique ways, visual experience that human beings have, and how to have audiovisual experiences that help us to both create our own synesthetic visuals and visions and have epiphanies and have access to different states of consciousness that can allow us to engage creatively with the light that we're photosynthesizing as energy through our systems, and how to essentially evolve in the direction that we want to evolve as a species, and to create what we are excited to create. So I started being interested in these multidisciplinary collaborations in Houston in 2015 when I collaborated with a visual artist who translated Vecca codes, which were from this spiritual tradition that I knew nothing about at the time, but was extremely intrigued by, which was codes or symbols that were designed to essentially resonate our vibrational being into states of awareness of the capacity for telepathy and telekinesis. And this is from this ancient culture, and I was fascinated with it. And the audience really enjoyed this very energetic, abstract visual experience that was displayed while I was singing and synchronized with the sound. And my hair also changed colors with my voice. And jumping ahead to some other projects along the way of exploring consciousness, Andromeda was an exploration where I played an AI that was learning to become conscious through interacting with the audience. And so I would learn emotions through mirroring. And I think, so making a lot of parallels between the ways that we are building technology right now and what we're learning about consciousness and this kind of ever complex question about what consciousness is and how it relates to the body. And some collaborators in the past, Andrew Jones and then Bruce Damer, who's the biologist who discovered some evidence of the origin of life being in hot springs, Tom Chi, and who's a wonderful inventor, Lisa Reese, who programs AI to be loving and is spearheading that movement of really programming our technologies to be co-creative with humans and with nature. And Tom Montagliano, who created this 8-speaker spatial sound design that was really a venue that could help me start to explore multiple binaural frequencies from different angles in a dome-shaped venue, and what was possible with brainwave entrainment and that setup. So we're also learning in lots of different strands of science and research around bringing people through transformative experiences such as psychedelic therapy, and the research that's there, that the set and setting is extremely important and offers so much value to what can unfold in an experience. So the intention of the container, the context, the awareness, whatever acupuncture points energetically can hold a space and set the intention for miraculous possibility to unfold. And this is where I'm getting into performances that bring people into a hypnagogic state so that people can have deep states of relaxation and potentially improve their endocrine system and their heart rate variability, and using hypnagogic light, in this case, an 8-speaker spatial sound. Oh, I don't think the video is going to play, but this was a Lucia light experience where 4 people sat under lights that blinked and did synchronize with the sound. And so they were able to drop into deeper states of consciousness and find solutions to things, feel the healing of emotional pain, and to be able to have visions of the future that inspire them. And then a collaboration I did with the Dalai Lama, it was a collaboration between Eve Ekman, Paul Ekman, and the Dalai Lama that turned eventually into an immersive media version of the same project called Atlas of Emotions. And I had the great honor of working with this project to be able to learn what's possible with 4D sound, what's possible when you have speakers that fill up a room and you can create any environment. And so we mapped on the sounds of nature to my body, and we moved it in such a way that it could serve as a metaphor for the weather and for the different parts of nature that we embrace through our everyday experience, and that create challenges for us to overcome with our emotions. So it was a sort of online tool that got turned into an immersive media project where we're creating a sort of feedback loop between the ebb and flow of stimulus in life and weather patterns and our emotional experience, and our feedback loop back into the environment and what signals we are creating and exhaling. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and bring this to a close because I know we're short on time. So I'll just skim through this. This is some 3D spectrum of a sound of crystal bowls, which has a physiological effect that I'm going to try to granularly synthesize in a way that you can hear overtones and harmonics around you and emulate the way that our bodies are picking up frequencies from the fields around us. These are different movements and motions that you can imagine in 3D sound that I'm working on for group experiences and in venues. Having the body and the brain perceive different integer maths, combinatorics of trees, and Fibonacci sequences and golden ratios could be beneficial for our well-being in ways that we don't know. I did the documentary music for they just used it for the very end, but it's to emulate brainwave frequencies that might be changing when ultrasound, which is shown to be very beneficial, and the Dalai Lama has actually implored Shenzhen Yang, who you see in this photo, and his collaborator Jason Guinetti, who has been pioneering ultrasonic frequency therapy, and has implored that they continue this research because of the health benefits that it has. And excited to be making music right now for that is complementary to ultrasonic therapy. And I'll skip through this. This is just all the ways that you could translate certain relationships between things into sound that I'm excited to metaphorically tell through the elements of music, such as the ways that dolphins communicate as echolocation and how they are able to send pictures through their voice and develop and generate 3D images with their sound, and how human beings might be able to learn from having an audiovisual art experience of this in some way. and something I'm calling cymatics, which is the idea that if you slow down the frequency and the sound of a bird, for example, and you hear its melody inside of what it's singing that we can't hear because our hearing is differently, we can imagine the waveforms that it creates and how you feel vibration in this inaudible way. So this is for if I had more time. But this is how I'm thinking about developing, based on this theory of consciousness in VR, an experience that I'd be happy to explain to anyone who'd like to reach out to me afterwards. And it's basically,
this is so good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's, I could get into detail, but essentially imagine that there are windows within windows within windows of consciousness that work like a continuum of agency between low levels of consciousness, which is like atoms and molecules, all the way up to our brain level of consciousness that's synthesizing information, and then maybe to higher levels of consciousness, like we might be pixels to a window up. Anyway, so just something that would be fun to explore visually. And then choosing alternative futures where you can actually shift your angle. And if you imagine you're on a conveyor belt of time moving through you, and that you have your own subjective time that's different than another subjective time, I'm interested in creating experiences that can use sound to entrain us to be able to slow down time and also to speed up time when we want to get different amounts of information in our frame, as far as processing goes, and how we can tune into potentially different levels of consciousness in our own system and the information that they're gathering, and shift our perspective to positive angles and positive futures, and watch our future pathway change in a VR experience that I'm working on with Jonathan Schooler, the director of MetaLab, who studies consciousness. Okay, so this is an actual slide that I find really fascinating. I'd like to share it with you. It is from a biologist who's doing very rigorous experiments on showing how different organisms that are smaller or that are more simple can be modular in the way that they evolve. So right now, our future doesn't look like just humans and robots, it's cyborgs, and it could be really this variety of things that we want to create a culture for now and sort of be expectant of, and how to build the supportive system for all the different life that is on its way to form. Potentially, yes. Okay. And I'd be happy if anyone wanted to reach out to have a connection to this talk. I'm happy to share it with you. Michael Levin's talk. Okay. I skipped forward now. These are some pieces that I did. And I'm going to publish them soon on my website and send emails to anyone who signed up. This is a piece I did with Maxie Cohen that she just NFT'd a few days ago, and it's going to be available to the end of Tuesday, and I'll have the link for that as well that I can post. And it's going to be a donation for UN's purpose on, yes, something related to the UN and for a movement in water and helping sustainable systems flourish. And this is my twin brother's visuals that's behind me the whole time, Scott Gregory. I love him. Here's my information if you want to find me, amandagregory.com, email I@amanda.am. You guys are like my favorite audience, so no pressure. Just kidding.
Amanda,
Thank you.
Amanda, thank you. So, you know, I'm here to be beaming Regenera. We met last year, but we haven't really had a chance to talk. And coincidentally, maybe it's not a coincidence, but you were just slipped in because we needed to find the right time for you. And in our beaming later, after the poetry tour, I'm going to be inquiring about the sense of synchronicity. Now, I'm going to tell a story then about why I have a poster of the electromagnetic spectrum. And we'll share that without the screen stuff. And you are definitely an leprechaun kin. This is how I got here from over 40 years ago by working with Bucky, and was gifted the leprechaun story, electrons, protons, and consciousness. The idea with all of these tools that were being developed back then, that we would evolve to creatures like yourself, to these beautiful beings that are understanding the potential of these tools and the effect it will have on our consciousness and how we evolve. Wow. Thank you so much for being here, my dear leprechaun kin.
Thank you for being the space for me to share. And yeah, it feels good to share and to have these conversations with you guys.
Yeah, lovely. Well, thank you so much. Roxy, you want
Pop myself in here and say hi. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you for this. I really would love to schedule a longer fireside so you don't have to rush that whole thing. And we can do a whole, you can make a whole, however long you need, like an hour and a half of it. That'll be great. Because that deserves to not be rushed. That was amazing. And you've been with us since the beginning. Yeah. 2 years of magic and wonder, and so many collaborations that were born of the space, and we've been friends for a long time, which is so cool and wild. And yeah, just like so delighted by your work and the way it's continuing to evolve and how needed it is for all of our systems, and seeing how it's continuing to flourish and expand. I'm glad we were able to find time. It was a little bit of a dance, but we did it. So yay! Thank you, thank you, and thank you for setting this sacred day off on the most beautiful foot.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yes, it's beautiful here too in Santa Barbara. That's great.
Love you, sister. Thank you so much more.
Yeah. So we have a little surprise for you. Mel, who has been puzzling us since he joined in the inaugural launch of Regenera Rising with his many characters, and we never quite know who will appear when it's called forth. Well, Malcolm Sphere.
Hi. This time I'm going to try to share my screen properly. So I'm going to go to share screen, and I'm going to pick something that I have here. Share that and share this. Are we seeing that?
Not yet.
Yes. We see a screen, but it's not the one you want us to see.
So maybe unshare and reshare so that it grabs the right one.
Okay, are you actually hearing that? Seeing
Nope.
it?
I turned it off because it was showing the wrong one. So you'll want to click share screen again and then grab the right window that's up already.
Okay.
And then click the bottom, on the bottom left corner, it says share computer audio and optimize for video.
Okay, share. I'm sorry.
So,
So I'm going to go, let me get the right film first, okay? I'm, oh dear. So, so the great short films, that's what I want to share. Okay. Well, where is it? Oh, I've got so many windows open, I can't find anything. Okay, here it is.
oh, I closed it again. Try one more time.
Okay, share. Okay, I'm gonna share this. And then that. Are you seeing my shared screen right now?
Well, you have to open it first before you click share. This is our very live tech check, everyone.
We're not seeing the film. Yeah, you might have to unshare and reshare.
So Mel, leave it open before you click share, and then click on the actual video itself once it's up. I'm going to stop your sharing one more time.
Okay,
Oh, wow, this is so worth it. Mel's work is amazing.
Okay, so I'm going to go into File Explorer, and then I'm going to open the film. And now where do I put share?
We'll just click the share screen button again in Zoom because it's already shared, but you can just do it again from Zoom. So click screen share and then grab the window that looks like the film.
Do screen share on
Zoom.
on my part of this thing. Oh,
Or you can just share your desktop.
Yeah, just share the desktop.
Yeah, what you might be doing. Did you open the film? Do you see the film open?
okay. I guess I got too many things open right now. I'm sorry for the confusion here. So I'm going back to here to, it says I am screen sharing.
Which is fine. Just click,
Okay.
click share screen again.
Okay.
At the green button, and then you should see.
I would stop share and pick share screen again.
And then you have to have the file open already. So.
Okay, the file's open. So now I'm going to share it.
Oh, we did it! Bravo!
We did it.
Yay.
Okay. Yeah, but there's no sound. Does it have sound?
Let's play it.
Well, okay. Well, I'm letting you know. If you want it to have sound, you need to click the share sound button.
Does it not have sound?
No. When you click share screen, you did it. You were so close. There's a little button on the bottom left corner that says share computer audio.
Okay, I'm going to do share screen again.
Yeah, and there's two buttons at the bottom. One's
share optimized for video.
Exactly.
It says share sound and then share. Now we have
stream bears all its sons away.
We lost you, Mel.
Eyes at the
okay, we're not getting it. Okay, I'm sorry.
We got it.
Just,
that was working.
That was it.
Yeah, we saw it. You just have to go full screen with the video.
Okay, share the sound, share the thing.
Here we go.
All right. Now, I'm just going to talk while it's going on. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
So the whole idea here is that that cruise ship Earth has rescued Herman Melville, and he is making short movies, but he doesn't know anything about movies. He's just taking pictures. He thinks moving pictures is taking pictures of things that move. And so that's what he's doing. But we're trying to understand how Herman Melville sees the current world as if he's been sleeping for 100 years. He died in 1891, and he wasn't really recognized until 100 years after his birth. And now he's looking at strange things in the environment. He's making silent movies. He's making movies of flora and fauna. He's making movies of things that look like goils on top of buildings. He's making pictures of things. Sometimes he's like a. They have sound, but it's more like environmental sound. So we're trying to communicate with someone from the past, maybe someone that had, that had difficulties as an artist, an artist doesn't seem. Oh, sometimes he talks to the pictures. Birdie, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Or sometimes he just plays a movie while of him capturing and releasing birds that happen to be caught in his building. The whole idea of Herman Mell is that we have put artists in the past, and sometimes we need to look at those artists as if they were still living in the present. For many years, I did performances where I would take a historical artist's unfinished work, and I would try to finish it for him. I would make that artwork as if the artists were still alive and I were him. This is a little different idea for the Design Science Studio project, and that is to take the artists as if they've been sleeping for a while, and they come awake in our present moment, and we need to kind of not only awake them, but we need to woke them. We need to put them back into, not put them in, update them into a world of new experiences.
If I were free to speak my mind, I'd tell a tale to all mankind of how the flowers bloom and fade,
of how we
and how we fought,
and how
we paid. They're called daylilies because they last just that long.
So as he's making these and watching these movies, he's trying to come up with a new view, and that may be a view of he goes to Venice. He goes to Venice to study mosaics and floods because he has experience with both of those things. And while he's there, he visits the custom house on Venice and runs into Charles Ray, who went to school at Iowa when Melville was there. And he just experiences these different things, and he tries to bring them back to he has to bring things up to date with his experience. Studying floods is very important. He studies floods, but the only filmmakers he's familiar with is like Jack Smith, underground filmmakers that took pictures with the camera at different angles and different directions. He tries to create a new relationship to film, like these views of these gondolas that look sort of like skulls, and he takes the picture and then he looks at it afterwards and tries to get a sense of what it is to make movies and how they represent his ideas. Like he goes to he likes to be in Venice at the time of the Aqua Alta when the water is high, because it gives him a view of a world where that's flood. He tries to take environmental films about about flooding, and it's all just to try to make a new view of the world that he feels is in line with the cruise ship Earth's aesthetics. That is the DSS Fuller. That is the ideas of like making the world better for 100% of life on the planet. And he does this by trying to capture things that that he doesn't understand. People dealing with flooding, dealing with fires, dealing with not recycling, dealing with different languages of people going up and down staircases. All of it's a mystery to him.
I dropped the shoe in the water. What? I dropped the shoe in the water.
Hello. He starts to make a series of films about warning signs. Warning signs. People covering their feet in plastic bags. Warning signs that tell you the Aqua Alta is coming and you have to go quickly to your apartment, or else you'll be stranded overnight in a different part of town. Talks to his neighbors out the window. And that's pretty much what he starts to make a series of films about the tests that are used of the emergency warning signal. Films of things he finds disturbing. Films of things he doesn't understand. Why these little flags are out there. And environmental things that he doesn't understand about why a lot of things about destruction, a lot of things about wasted materials.
That was powerful, Mel. Captain No Account. Wow.
Mel, every time you show up, we never know what to expect. Are you here with us? Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Hi, Mel. Hi.
I'm trying to turn the. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the end of it. Those are the great short films of Herman Melville, and he's been trying what he can to understand the contemporary world, but he has to be brought up to date because he's trying to do it through a camera, taking like short 19-second videos and things like that. But what it is all put together, we don't quite understand. We're just trying to learn from the past.
This is true. These are the artifacts that we've been left with to
Yes.
decode, right? It's
Yes.
the poetry of life, whether they're through visuals or words. And we so appreciate you bringing this forth and this journey that you've presented us with. There was a lot of comments about how beautiful this journey was with you, regardless of the technology. Herman Melville, they didn't have cameras back then. So just him going up right now and having to grab a video camera and do something with it is quite phenomenal. So thank you for.
Well, I'm glad we could bring his work to light.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mel. Artifacts are here everywhere, and we're just not sure where they are and when we encounter them. And one of those that I find most beautiful is poetry, the wordplay that comes from here. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go visit a very special Topia world that was created by Moni. Now, Moni is a passenger of the winds of time, a former college professional and public school educator, lifelong poet and learner, born, raised, and grown between two geographical continents, fully bilingual, full-time proud mom, dreamer, friend, and supporter of science and all fine arts. And Moni inspired this Topia world and invited poets of the Design Science Studio to collaborate. And in here, you're going to find illustrations for the Topia Poetry Multiverse were created by Umar Zia, who was with us last year in the Design Science Studio. And the Topia world, with all the poetry, was built by Julian, which he's been with us throughout this journey. And I'm not sure if Moni's kind of camera shy. So we have a very special video introduction from her that Roxy's going to share with us. You ready for that?
Hello, friends. My name is Moni Shohadai. I am a member of the Design Science Studio, a co-creator and a poet. And I'm doing this short video kind of telling you the origin of multiverse poetry journey, which is the name of the project, which was created in cohort 1 with the amazing help of DSS team members. And I wanted to find a purpose for my poetry, to be able to feed the dream, the ambition, the vision of the future we dream of, and we can co-create and regenerate. So that's how it was born. However, I just had the talent of writing. I had to think hard to find that path that will lead me to target all the aspects of our lives on our earth and reimagine our future. So with the use of visual arts, this amazing world was created. To be honest, it was the fruit of cooperation, of co-imagination, of help from everywhere to create this world that you can enjoy as you walk through the Topia world that it was created. That's all I can share. However, there was a big transition from cohort 1 to cohort 2. I learned that we pretty much reinvent ourselves. Everything is generated by one idea, by one dream. And on cohort 2, I arrived to the conclusion that it was no longer Moni's poetry, Moni's world that will not be in agreement with everybody's dreams, everybody's efforts, everybody's cooperation. So it was open to all the poets, all the co-creators, members of the SS, of the Design Sciences Studio. So they were invited to be part of this amazing, wonderful world, which is going to be alive anytime you want to visit and you want to enjoy the poetry, but also the visual arts, the music, and it's an invitation for you to dream as well. So all poets are directed to talk about all our living systems, whether it's the past, the present, and the future. And it deals with our relationship with our planet, nature, with ourselves, with each other. It also deals with our feelings as human beings, our inadequacy when we find ourselves trapped in a world that we consider unjust, that we would like to be equal for everyone. So that is the main purpose. And I really hope you can enjoy Utopia World. I invite you to dream, to be part of the poems, and give us feedback and tell me, what else would you like to see in a poem? What subjects would you like to be addressed? And I'll do my best. We all do our best. The most interesting part is that you will see a variety of poets with different backgrounds, with different styles, full of color, and with different voices. All of us form part of this amazing purpose path toward the future, for a future that will be always geared to protect 100% life in all living systems. It is a real honor for me to be part of this dream, of this quest, because we are all involved. And the most amazing part is that I found purpose in my poetry. And the purpose is exactly what you will receive when you hear the poems. And I hope I have used my words and my voice with the richness of a message and the power of an idea and a dream that is becoming a reality. And it will be in years to come. And that sums it all. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoy Multiverse Poetry Journey.
Oh, Moni, thank you for that beautiful introduction to your poetry world and your sensibilities and your desire to collaborate. We have, I believe Neha is here, one of our poets that's been weaving her words through our event. And we're going to take a tour. Let's see if we get Neha up on stage here with me. Where are you? Let's see. There she is. Let's see.
And if y'all pop up in Topia, then I can see your little cameras in here too at the same time, which is cute.
Yeah, Roxy, I'm going to stay right here with you on this tour. If we can show the tour. There we are. So again, this is Umayer's beautiful artwork. And he collaborated with Moni at first. And I think, do we have sound? We should hear a poem right there in the center where the womb is right there. One of Moni's that's been read by a friend of hers. We're not hearing the sound.
This poem is part of the collection.
Let's try again.
Yeah, let's try again.
Well, maybe while I get it up, Neha, what do you think about this world?
Oh, I just love it. Hey, everyone. And thank you, Mark, for beaming us. And thank you, Moni, for envisioning and co-imagining and weaving. I feel as both a visual artist and a poet, it was a dream to connect. And also we had the opportunity to meet at the Regenaissance, where Moni also made a beautiful poetry corner. So I feel it's so much part of our Regenera rising fabric, that poetry is, it's not a esoteric idea that is only for some special people or for some basement corner where you hide and write poetry, but poetry as essence of life. How do we weave poetry and poetics in what we do and how we connect? So Moni has been so phenomenal and so inspiring, both for me and for so many of us who have planted more plants. I like to think of it as a poetry garden with Mark and Luke, and I think there are a few more of us who are in the process of planting more seeds, and Julian really helped us out, Caro helped us out. So I feel how we can make poetry really poetry of the people and poetry of the planet. So Julian worked with me to plan some of my poem into this landscape and bring it to life, and added some gorgeous 3D art made from my 2D art. So I just love the idea that we can be in different parts of the world, different time zones, and inhabit these spaces together. Yeah.
You know, what I find really curious about Topia as an environment to be within, first of all, is that you can create your own world. So all of the artwork in the different Topia worlds of Regenera Rising all have a different sensibility to them. And they have lots of, some of them have art from all sorts of different people, or like what Moni has done is create her own Topia world. And when you go into Topia, you'll notice at the top, there's cameras when you see the tour, that you're seeing whoever is in there with you. And the sound comes in by proximity. So as you get close to a poem, you'll hear it being read. As you get onto the poem, your little finger will come up and you can actually click on it. And a video will come up and it will actually share the poetry in a larger screen. So here we are now in Topia.
And it seems like the volume is just sort of low
Okay.
In this one. So maybe we can wander around and find another piece.
Yeah.
La la la.
So what you do is you take your little topi and you walk around. So there's Roxy. Hi, Roxy. So why don't you head down south there, and on this journey, this path that's been woven, and we're going to come upon all the different poets that have contributed. Now, Moni's poetry is all over this world here, but we're down in this area. So you see, Moni's landed on a poem. Well, here's one from mine. And actually, you know what? This might be appropriate to read that for you. And I'm going to do that. It's a different story that's there when you click on it. But what that says on the screen, it says, maybe you want to back up from that a little bit. So, yeah. The poem right there says, taking our tales out for a telling. Oh, how they've tagged along. Forest, springs, trees, whittling while walking, mystics of song, story seeds to be, honed meaning buds, flowering the journey, life and wisdom reign, step again. So this is an invitation to journey through the poetry world, and maybe we could go down a little bit further, or east or west, and we'll come across, here's a piece that is, I believe that's Moni's right there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And
Mark, can I ask you a question? Have you
Sure.
always written poetry, and how has your connection with Moni, grown your poetry garden?
well, I can tell you that between Moni and yourself, particularly over this last year, has given me the courage to share my poetry that I've been writing as long as I can remember. And it was something that I kept to myself. So I want to thank both of you for that, for the invitation to share and bring it out. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. It's so wonderful. Yeah.
Mm.
Thank you.
What about yourself?
Roxy, I'm sorry for interrupting. You can go to Who Am I? If you look at the poem, Who Am I? It's an interesting poem because it reflects my transition from a different continent,
Mm-hmm.
from a different world. I think you passed it already. Now, the one you see on the bottom, the actual poem has not been uploaded. So it's up onto the left of the screen. You already passed it. And by the way, if you don't see Umair's illustrations that are amazing, you see our pieces. And by the way, most of those art pieces were paintings from Roxy.
Some of them.
That I decided to use to illustrate my poetry. I found the best I could that will match what I was writing about. One of the paintings, it actually is a landscape from Colombia, from the land where my mom was born. That is this one. This is that poem says we will see, that's the landscape from Colombia. But the one I wanted you to find is the one that says, Who Am I?
This poem is part of the collection, Multiverse Poetry.
Oh, that is good.
This poem is part of the collection, Multiverse Poetry Journey, by Moni Shoadai, member of Design Science Studio. All poems are available in Spanish as well as English. This poem is called, We Will See. We'll see, the sun whispered to the moon in the midst of a dark night. A magical owl flew across the sky and silently grabbed the promise made by the full moon and hid it away inside her nest. We'll see, the owl whispered to a Kogi native who was waiting under the shade of an almost dead willow. Yes, the willow answered to the changing moon. Yes, the sun said to all. The moon, the sun, the owl, the native kogi, and even to the willow. Promise came out from her hiding place, sparkling hope to a dying willow. Then, she smiling flew away toward the edge of the sunset, wrapping herself with the moon already changed by a new day. Poem written by Moni Shoadai, voiced by Kevin Slattery.
Wonderful, so beautiful. And somebody asked, and every time somebody asks whose voice it is, I like to think it's voice of the universe. Moni, you want to share about whose voice is that?
The voice of one of my adopted nephews. His name is Kevin Slattery. He is an artist, he's a singer, and he has an amazing voice. He projects so well. The reason why I don't read my poetry is because I become very emotional, and it's either I cry or I read. So I decided that, no, this is not going to work. So he actually does a tremendous job. Although today, more than one person asked me, why don't you have a female voice? So I've been thinking about recruiting somebody, and I know somebody who is actually in the session today, and I have asked her twice, and I will ask her for the third time. And she has a great voice. She also sings. She's amazing, and she's also my daughter. So maybe I can convince her to do some of the other poems. Why not? Yeah, somebody else asked me today. I think it was Pamela who said, why are you not using a female voice? Well, maybe because I have not found it, but I think I might be able to get that. But that is the story of all of you.
Oh, great. Thank you, Moni, for sharing.
This was the other poem that made it in here, right, Neha?
May we learn from banyan trees the creativity of growing aerial roots. May we learn from oak trees the engineering of inner depths withstanding violent storms. May we learn from neem trees the healing power of bitter medicines in fragmented sugar lands. May we learn from magnolia trees the artistry of unabashedly embodying our colorful magnificence. May we learn from coconut trees the tending of tenderness in the heart of hardness. May we learn from weeping willow trees the beholding of old grief even as we sow new seeds. May we learn from tamarind trees the weaving of wide canopies made by dance of tiny leaves. May we learn from sequoia trees the regenerating passages of purging wildfires. May we learn from sandalwood trees the chemistry of preserving our fragrance through snaky entanglements. May we learn from birch trees the shedding of old skins for welcoming the future now. May we renew, may we renew, may we renew.
Thank you so much, Roxy. So the story of this poem is, Moni is truly the inspiration behind it, because she really encouraged me as I was envisioning, how to translate poetry in this beautiful landscape of Topia. And I had been this is a part of my larger body of design science studio work, which looks at visual and poetic inspirations and regenerative visions from intergenerational trees of two lands really vital to me: India, which is land of my ancestors and living elders, and here on the Turtle Island as a first generation immigrant. So this poem weaves in trees from India, starting with banyan tree, and various other trees of India that are dearly missed in the pandemic exile time, and trees in my community and my time, through last several years here in America, trees that I feel have truly held me, not as a figure of speech, even though I love metaphor as a poet, but I feel trees that have literally held me, and particularly through the pandemic times that have been so hard. So, Moni really, really inspired me to make this, and then want to also acknowledge and give huge thanks to Julian, who he helped us, take these pieces, took this poem, planted it here, and this other piece you see on the screen right now, that's a banyan tree painting that he converted into a 3D art, and he took a butterfly from another painting and also made these moving butterflies into the Topia world. So I feel also to think more expansively about what poetry is. And I feel sadly, a lot of our education systems drive the poetry out of us. So how can we reclaim poetry for ourselves and our communities and our planet? And Roxy, I was so happy this morning when you and Marriott were presenting. You spoke about the role of poetry in artivism and the role of poetry in regenerative future building. And this is what I absolutely love about Design Science Studio. We are intergenerational, we are disciplinary, and the earth belongs to everybody, and it's not to any one person's domain. And how can we redefine coming together, which I want to thank Moni profoundly for her love and inspiration in so many ways. Just really love you, appreciate you, Moni, and I'm so looking forward to how we will continue growing this beautiful poetry garden, and giving a nudge to this wonderful human being with the wonderful voice who also sings. I hope she will consider recording some of your poems in future, Moni. So thank you so much, everyone. Moni, would you like to add anything?
No, I'm complete. I am extremely thankful to DSS for pushing me, in reality, to give me purpose. But then my whole dream is completed, because obviously this is a world that will stay always there. Topia world will not disappear. We can continue uploading our poetry, uploading also visual arts, different voices. And poetry is an eternal talent, an eternal art. And I don't recall exactly who was the philosopher, the poet, that said, the poet has a truth, the truth in his or her heart. Poetry can say it all. There's nothing against poems. And it's really awesome to be able to weave it with almost virtual reality. So, wow, I think that young generations will be invited to walk into this amazing world and listen. That's why the voices are so important. I wanted to let you listen to just a piece of a poem named Deep Ocean, because that poem was inspired actually by Roxy. In one of the sessions with the Design Science Studio, we had a writing homework or classwork. And everybody had to write. Well, what do? I just write poetry. And it was all related to the pollution in our land, the pollution in the oceans, the pollution everywhere, and what are the solutions. And then that poem was born right then, and it's there. So it actually was born in a session with the Design Science Studio. That tells you the impact that this dream becoming a reality has in all of us. And all of us are artists in one sense or another, whether we want to accept it or not. We're all singers in one way and another. Some of us have beautiful voices, and some of us have inner beautiful voices as well. So thank you, Neha, for your words, and for Mark. And I'm so happy that you accepted my invite. So it's now our world poetry, is our multiverse poetry. And I think you guys were weaving into a description of the world, and I know where it stands, but I'm sure when it's all finished, we are going to upload the final co-design description of the world, that is the essence. That's what makes me so happy, that it's all combined. It's not what I say, it's not what I direct, is what all of us come to agree. This is wonderful. This is what needs to happen in every aspect of our lives, that we need communication. I hope you agree with me. I really do.
Absolutely, Moni. 100% agree with you. And also, as a bilingual human being, I'm also hoping in future we will have more languages in there. And folks who are listening in, if you write poetry openly, secretly, we invite you to come out in poetic community weaving with us. And when you get a chance, please explore Topia. There is so much to just soak in at any pace that works for you. You can gently browse through the world. So thank you so much. Mark, I see you are here. Anything else as we take our train forward? And thank you so much, Roxy, for being our Chuk Chuk train master for the Topia tour. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to again thank Moni for the invitation to collaborate and share my poetry along with everybody else that wasn't able to do so. Thank you again, Moni.
Oh, my pleasure. My honor.
Yeah. Thank you.
Amazing. Aw.
Thanks, Roxy.
Yes, of course. And I was trying to figure out, I don't know, maybe the poetry, the volume is turned down a little bit. So I'm trying to figure out.
Can I make one comment that, there's a lot of people on the call that may not know that Moni is Roxy's mom and her sister who's behind the curtain, helping with a lot of stuff. This is really a family affair to make Regenera Rising happen. And just wonderful to be here with all of your family. Thank you again.
That's how we do it, I know Neha's also not from America, and my experience being first generation from both Colombia and Iran is that everyone does everything with their family. It's like a whole thing. You hang out with your family. I used to share a bedroom with my grandmother, like just, a big old multi-generational party. It's great. And I always felt really puzzled by that living in America, growing up here. I was born here, but I was confused genuinely by people who didn't spend time with their families and weren't like super close. And I know that it's a privilege and it's a gift because not everyone gets along with them. And so we have chosen family, and that's cool too. But I am grateful that we managed to stick it out. And yeah, we have like a whole lengthy gratitude thing that we're gonna do. We made this whole like multi-slide thing to just thank everyone. But yeah, while we're here, I will thank my mom for sure. I try to do good about calling her Moni in class or in session whenever we're meeting, whatever, because she is first and foremost a poet and a woman, and she's also my mother. So if it weren't for her, none of this would be happening, basically. Yay! She's encouraged me ever since I was a little tiny person. I've always been making art and always been like obsessed with reading and learning. And she's an activist. She would go, I loved hearing the stories of her going into the mountains of Colombia to teach the indigenous to read and write, to protect their lands. And it was very cool to be raised by an activist and an educator and an artist, and someone who would always take me to do all the cultural things and all the poetry things and all the dancing things. And even though she, raised me primarily as a single mother, and my sister Zara and Miriam and all our other siblings, she was always really good about just making sure that like anything creative we wanted to do, we could do. And so like I remember in high school, I had some troubled years. I was rebellious and depressed and obsessed with music and art and whatever. And there was art therapy. I've never really done therapy. Like it was always art. And so she like built me, or had her Hispanic friends build me an art studio in the backyard so that I could like manically make art all the time. And it helped me feel better and like, take care. And yeah, so she's just always really encouraged me that creativity and art matters, and culture matters, and that my dreams matter. So here we are.
So beautiful, Roxy, Moni, Mark. Something you said, Roxy, made me think of a poem which came out fresh from the oven. May I share it with all of you? Oh my gosh,
perfect. Do it.
So it's called, let me just pull it out. It's called Notes for the New Administration. And you'll know why what you said made me think of it. Okay, Notes for the New Administration. We shall need a ministry of poetry. For the hysterics of our present histories need the balm of poetry. We shall need a national budget for flowers. For the small, big horrors of our alien citizenry need the beauty of daily flower delivery. We shall need a department of artistic affairs. For the ghastly hardscapes of the past need to meet brave reimaginings of our future. We shall need a national deep breathing resolution. For the chronic hyperventilation is making we the people lunge into spirals of chaos. We shall need a bipartisan council of laughters and tears. For the false choice of either joy or sadness is tearing us apart. We shall need a declaration of interdependence. For the misguided delusions of independence have made our world hollow and alone. We shall need a garden of mourning. For the suppressed, furious grief needs a release, a witness, and a chance to heal. So Design Science Studio is our declaration of interdependence. And thank you, Moni, Mark, Roxy, and all the beautiful humans for joining our Ministry of Poetry. Thank you.
Oh, that was amazing. Bravo. Yes, Ministry of Poetry, I'm in. I see that Moni, you want to read it?
I can try. I'm going to try because I wanted you to find the devotion that you inspire me to write this poem. but you guys excuse me if I stumble in my tears because that's the problem. But okay, I'll read it. Deep ocean. All we see is oceanic water, always aware of its immense power. I close my eyes near the shore. I remember you. A voice stumbled through my veins. I remember you in the womb of your mother. Playful dolphins came around. One or more were clearly crying. I could see in the distance a fishing net filled with plastic, trash, pieces of lifeless coral as a trapped baby dolphin asked for help. Nearby, a sailing boat and an army of kids jumping into the abyss. They grabbed the net, tore it into pieces, freed our little baby brother, repaired the coral with a magic wand made of algae, cleaned up the water, and flew away in a wind-propulsed kite. I remember you, and I always have. Keep listening, the voice added. Then I knew why the ocean was part of my heart, and it is part of our inner life. That's the end.
Thank you, Moni.
It actually has pieces of reality. The kids jumping into the abyss is a group of kids in Costa Rica and Nicaragua who started the quest. They started the quest of collecting plastic, and they were going a boat every day, jump and free the fish and collect trash and we'll go back home. And that is amazing. That really happened. And then, of course, the vision of everything else is what we see around. But one more time, if it had not been because Roxy didn't push me in to write it, I probably had not. But there's always, the muse is hidden. We don't even know where it is. If I have the muse, I can write. But now I have a purpose. And I think all of us here have found a purpose. So all of you out there listening, if you want a poem about anything in a living system that you can dream of, let us know. I'll write it. Whether it's about turtles, about crystalline water, about Regenera world, about whatever. It all is possible. Come on, if artificial intelligence can create all these crystal amazing worlds, don't you think we can do better with poetry? I think we can. And then the most important part is that we awake the imagination of the listener. The listener can place himself, herself in that world that we are drawing with our words. So I don't feel that artificial intelligence is competing with us. I think that we can use artificial intelligence like Neha has done with the butterflies flying around, the birds. That's awesome. I want to learn too. It is amazing. But, the voice is the most valuable thing, It reminds me of the beginning of one of the holy books that says, at the beginning, there was the word, and the word is what it started everything. So just think about it. That's what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Moni. So everyone, please soak in that goodness. Take a deep poetic breath with us. And here we welcome our wonderful poetics of color making, Alicia. Welcome, Alicia.
Hello. Hi, I loved this session so much. I actually put my headphones in my AirPods in and walked out and watched the sunset while you guys were so I was like walking through the garden while you guys were walking through the garden, and hearing your poetry at the same time was really special, and to bring it all home and to like the family connections is really special. And inspiring in so many ways. And I think something too that is a cornerstone of human civilization that we're being requested to return to, you know, which are these strong family units or community units. We used to live in community with one another day in and day out, and now we live in these solitary homes. And so it's really beautiful to remember the importance of those family, you know, units and community units, and the strength in the networks there. So I was really moved by that. So yeah. Of course the
Thank
poetry.
you for sharing.
Yeah.
That is poetry in action, that you were walking in the garden and watching the sunset. That is, and what Moni was saying, that is unartificial intelligence. Thank you.
Yeah. So sweet. So sweet. I mean, it feels like we're really kind of moving into our beaming session, really. Like I was like, I don't know, I'm just going to watch this happen because I feel like we're already going into the beaming. Right? Yeah. We're going to be moving into some beaming with you, Mark, and it's also Mr. Mark Smith's birthday today.
Happy birthday.
Well, it's actually tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
You know, Mark, it is tomorrow in India already. Happy birthday.
There you go. It's my birthday in India.
Yeah, we should sing happy birthday to you again before the day's over.
I agree.
So
go ahead.
Yeah, I know that there's something coming that you're going to welcome me in, and then we're going to welcome in Claire. But I'm going to tell a little story first. But you go ahead and do what you got to do. I know it's waiting there for you. So.
Well, I mean, we know who you are, but there may be someone out there who doesn't right now, right? So Mark Smith is the living artifact of Mark Smith. Mark was gifted the sense of storytelling at an early age, and encouraging him to articulate his presence of mind. So come beaming with us.
Yeah.
Here we go. Then we can bring Claire back up.
Yeah. Well, so here's what I'm going to do. I am going to tell a little bit of a story that's going to lead into the beaming, and what we're going to do to take us through this journey that we have arrived here is recognize what the beaming is. And the beaming started last year during the Design Science Studio's inaugural launch of Regeneration Rising. And beaming came from the Backcasting Evolutionary Alliance mediums. And that is simply us, those that have a sense of what the future wants to be, that's willing us forward, so that all of life can flourish on this beautiful planet. And the idea that if we know deep in our hearts what that is, and we work on these projects like we've shared over this last 11 days, that we could actually look back over our shoulder and get a sense of where we've come from. That's backcasting. What is the journey that we need to take to arrive at that more beautiful world our hearts know is possible? And so what I'm going to do to start this sense of synchronicity off is I'm going to touch on 4 points that brought me here to this very moment to be here with you all. And then we're going to open it up, and we've got a nice long stretch of time to share each of our sense of synchronicity and what comes forth. And so I'm going to start with, first of all, I'm just going to remove all the fancy stuff here. Where'd it go? So I'm here. And the first thing I want to do is share a ticket. I'm backcasting. I'm going backwards. This is a ticket from 2016 where my partner in life, Deborah, and I believe she's here with us somewhere in one of these little windows, we went to see a play, and the play was called The History and Mystery of the Universe. And the playwright, some of you met him yesterday because I garnered up the courage a few months ago to connect with him, to invite him to participate, D.W. Jacobs. He sat in under the dome and introduced a photo of Bucky as a young man. So he did a little backcasting on Bucky, what the journey he took, where he started with his big glasses. And the next step back I'm going to take on this journey is a postcard of Spaceship Earth. This postcard is from the launch of the Buckminster Fuller Institute in 1982. Bucky died in 83, but they say they launched it in 83, but this is published in 82. And I was connected to this map deeply because in 1980, I took Bucky's book, Operating Manual for Spaceship Earth, and traveled around the world with friends. And one of those friends had worked with Bucky producing the World Game in 1976. And that was the year after the end of the design science decade that Bucky launched in 1965. And here we are revitalizing this design science decade. And I was asked by my partners at this business that we were at, that we were working at, that we had some of the first technology that wasn't called the internet yet, but we were online, testing it for business purposes. We had email, but it wasn't email. And I was asked to create a poster for our business, which was called the Dolphin Farm, because they were such good communicators. And we decided to do a poster about the electromagnetic spectrum, taking a cue of Bucky's. And this poster actually was a silkscreen that was created, on my desk because there was no computer graphics. I created the artwork for it. We put together the text for it. And out of that project came the Leprechaun Kin, the story of how we are evolving to becoming electrons, protons, and consciousness, that we are learning that we have a lot of decisions, important decisions to make. And this was quite a long time ago, over 40 years ago, that we needed to elect between the pro and the con. Hence, you are all my leprechaun kin. Now, what I have here actually is one of those posters, probably the last remaining one. Each one was different because of the pull of the inks. And on there, we showed all the aspects of the electromagnetic spectrum. What you see right there that goes up right there, that is visible light. And so most of what is in the spectrum that we are attuning to is invisible. And I'm going to read something on here, the quote from Bucky that started this whole project. Throughout history, we have made our judgments upon visible, tangible, sensorially demonstrated criteria. We may safely say that the world is keeping its eye on the unimportant, visible 0.1% of the historical transformations while missing the significance of 99.9% overall unseen changes. Forms are inherently visible, and forms can no longer follow function because the significant functions are invisible. What we usually speak of as our everyday world is a stage set with visible props, which are easily manipulated by ignorant people to exploit the equal ignorance of others. That's what got me here to this very day, was taking on this project. There's one other synchronicity that I have to share. And that is where I came from. I want you to meet my mom. So this is Betsy, and that's me. Since we're talking of family and the synchronicity of being present with each other, our new big family. My family is on this call. I think maybe a daughter or two, maybe another extended family, probably my significant other mother. So here we are, beaming Regenera from the heart of the Regenaissance. And now I want to open up the floor to anybody who would like to step in and join me. And first is going to be Claire, because that's the most current synchronicity that I've had of re-meeting Claire and all the magic that has happened since I invited her to join in on our journey here this last while. So Claire, welcome, and get us going here.
All the synchronicities go in all sorts of directions. And it's very hard to try and track them in a straight line or even a zigzag. And if you can't zigzag, then how do you know where to begin? Where is the middle? And when is the end? I met Mark, and then I forgot I'd met Mark until I met him again, and he remembered for me that I'd met him. And that was fun. It's fun to know that I exist outside of my own awareness. There's something about environmenting with Mark that makes me being here make sense. Because there's a part of my awareness that's like, I'm not studying in the design science studio. So why am I so here? So much here? It's not just the humans either, these synchronicities and serendipities, because one of the things that I've had shared with me are the three sisters, the mountains, where Deborah and Mark live. And there is something about them that beckons me. So even though I'm here, I'm also into the future because of the past. And I know that it all makes sense, even if I don't know how to keep up in my thinking mind, because it doesn't really have to. As long as I'm showing up, the rest of me can tag along. But I met Bucky Fuller, not in the flesh, I wish I had. When it was 2000, the year 2000, and I was finishing my bachelor's degree at CIIS, the California Institute of Integral Studies. And someone fortuitously shared a video of him talking on a stage. And I heard the stories of the hours that he would talk, and people would show up wearing nappies because they did not want to leave the environment and miss a word. And when I heard him speak, it was the same impact that someone like Alan Watts has, where there's a part of me that kaleidoscopes into other realms. And I'm really comfortable in those other realms. There's a transmutational experience that happens, and it happened with Bucky. And I was furiously writing, and one of my new colleagues was trying to talk to me. And it was like being in a dream and someone's trying to wake you up. And I had to try and gesture without distracting myself too much, with too much movement or a shift of focus, for her to please go away for a moment, and I will come back to her. And so I conveyed it, and she understood, and that worked out. But it's his great humanity that brings me here, because it's the thing I have in my soul, is the need to experience, to encourage, to invite, to witness, to share, is the great humanity of vulnerability and showing up. And we do it through art. We do it in all sorts of ways. We can do it in silence. I see John has said Claire is teaching in DSS. I do like teaching. I like healing. I'm part of that journey, and I am an ongoing.
We are inviting you to step up, step in, share your synchronicities, your sense of intention. What brought you here? What would you like to share as we journey onward and outward from the Design Science Studio in Regenera Rising? We're holding space. We've got plenty of space for what wants to be shared.
And there's no rush.
I can say that my experience of design science and Mark and Claire, it's built upon a connection of synchronicities. When I first, as a child, I must have seen a display of Bucky at the Los Angeles Museum, where I saw these shapes and these figures that looked like they were alien. They weren't of this world. And then suddenly play domes started appearing in all the playgrounds that I frequented. Before that, they were all square structures, occasionally rounded, but looking like castles. And then when I saw the dome, I realized this is something different. And then it was much later, when I was a young man, I was fascinated with the idea of dome houses. And I took my fiancée at the time, and we toured the dome house, and the acoustics were just so marvelous and so beautiful. And she encouraged me. She said, find out about this architect. Has he done anything else? Well, that was a deep dive, because first I read about Bucky, which was kind of a primer. Then I read Bucky, and I took the time over every paragraph and understood every word. And then I started devouring Bucky. Then I started speaking Bucky. The concepts were so ingrained that I was suddenly living his ideal. When he coined the concept, the more people that you choose to help, the greater your reward. and how serving the entire world was his purpose. I realized that there was a dream I could aspire to. And then the newness wore off, and people put me on the shelf and said, oh, he's just that crazy guy that talks about domes. And I followed the Institute, and I corresponded, got my vector flexors, studied domes, saw, the company here in Oregon, Pacific Domes. And then I received a letter saying, would you like to participate? That was another deep dive. I was at a crisis point where I needed something to hold on to. We'd just been through this global pandemic. I was declared, you are a necessary employee. You must work. Because I work in the machine. I work in what Bucky called obnoxico. And I was in an existential crisis. I actually asked a minister if I was committing a sin because the information I was putting out I didn't believe in. And then I was welcomed in with open arms by these 144 plus, the core group of DSS, the Institute, the richness of the first cohort that I only barely heard of. And then I expanded into the second cohort and started participating and risking getting out of my safe place and expanding my ideas and asking for help and getting challenges. And people who I would try to be like the river, but they were like a stone. They wouldn't change. And in the turbulence, I discovered my true path. And as I have graduated and declared today, I have a new goal. I am a new being. And that's what the beam has brought me. And I thank you, Mark, you, Claire, and all the members of the DSS and the core team for restoring my soul to my body, because I am again whole. Thank you. I am complete.
Wonderful to recognize that we're whole. We've always been whole. It's just when we're encouraged to recognize it, we're given the space, the welcoming arms. Beautiful. Thank you, John, for sharing that. Right, Claire? I see Della. Della, come join us.
Okay, I'll mute myself. There you go. Claire, did you do your poem? I mean, did you do your presentation? I got in a little late here, but did you do your presentation that you sent me on Facebook?
You mean the video?
Yeah.
No, I think that will happen later.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Oh my God. You guys in for a treat. Oh my God. Yeah, Claire put out that she wanted some art.
Oops, you're on mute, Della.
Okay. Anyways, I got the message from Claire in her presentation yesterday, I guess it was, or the day before, that she wanted some art for this beautiful presentation that she was doing, and I thought immediately of these two paintings that I did when I was traveling in India. I did a book called Journey to a Lotus, and I sent her the two paintings, and then she sent me a message saying, oh yes, she's going to use them. Because I haven't been here most of the day, I had a lot of commitments. I thought you'd already presented, but oh my God, you guys are so in for a treat. the artwork and the words, and it's just beautiful. And I loved hearing what you said, John. You are such a special person. I've got to tell people what John did for me. All of a sudden, he came out of the blue and said, I said, gee, I felt like I hadn't done enough on Earth activation, Earth action. He said, oh, I'll do something. And all of a sudden, he spent nights working on this film or this video about my book, Earth Action, which happened to be shown on Earth Day. And I want to thank you so much, John, for that. I mean, you're talking about all of a sudden helping people. Well, we really.
Tomorrow morning, Bachi.
Yeah,
I'm going to do it first thing in the morning, I promise. Actually, I'm going to
Yeah.
squirt some of your collagen on it so it's like soaks overnight and gets.
Yeah, well, thank you, John. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
So who else would like to step in and share their sensibilities of synchronicity or their sense of intention? This is an open moment that we have to share really what beams from the heart, what comes from here. Shant is there's another synchronicity, right? You know, my journey back when I was doing this poster 40 years ago took me out to the noosphere. The noosphere, that, you know, the root of that is nous, is mind. And so I call it the commons of mind. We have the biosphere and we have the noosphere. And Shant and I met in the noosphere of late because he brought forth the
news of the noosphere. Beaming. I love this idea of beaming that Mark has stewarded and encouraged in this. It's like beaming. We had a discussion, Mark, earlier this week about all the things it can mean. Beaming, like the words be and am. Beaming like a light. Beaming like the beam of a ship. Beaming as in beaming of the light. Going back to the light, we talked about you can talk, a light can be beamed in many different ways. There's diffuse, and then it kind of gets into a beam. There's lasers, there's the different colors and gradations of light. And now combine that idea with the idea of our hearts and the light within us. And that's what beaming is. That's how we beam, and it operates with synchronicity because light cycles operate outside and within of time, and our hearts also do. And beaming, we have this idea of broadcasting, you know, and we have news flashing. There's also now, we've introduced beamcasting and the NOS flash. These are flashes in our mind, revelations, the news flash. And as we become a unified field of a planet where we feel our oneness and even develop more of our human technology and acquire the higher abilities of that, such as telepathy and all these other psychic abilities, then beaming and these concepts can really become, they are a reality. And you know, things that we experience now that are so mystical or fantastical can become an everyday reality in how we operate. You know, from the dream to the beam. And back to you, Mark.
That's beautiful, Shant. Thank you so much. I think towards the end of our beamcast here, Shant may have a news flash, a forecast. Great. So we'll welcome you back in for that. And Claire, anything that you'd like to?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you. Take a breath so that we don't accelerate. But I also wanted to I was reminded of something because of what you were saying, Shant, which is that oftentimes when I look at the night sky, I find myself wishing that other people would look at it as if they were seeing two moons instead of one. And that kind of awe, that the phenomenal nature of that shock and awe, to be reminded that we're actually in space. That something like that would be a beautiful way to wake up to ourselves again, as if perhaps for the first time.
Beautiful. The heart, the two moons, the one inside of us and the one that we see outside reflected, the black moon and the white moon, and the different kinds of dark and light, what the underlying principles of how our universe is, and to realize everything we see externally is a reflection of that which is within ourselves, and so we can take that radical responsibility and come into that sense of truly not owning, being one, owning and one. Maybe there's something there. It's not ownership, but it's wondership, a ship of one, one ship.
Ownership. It autocorrects to own if I try and type that. Isn't that classic?
Right, our own. Oh, yeah. Om.
So a reminder, if I may, I feel like I'm speaking to adepts, but just in case it's helpful, I feel like I'd like to just mention that you can use your body as a way to connect to something that might seem non-linear around backcasting. And that sometimes I tune into my solar plexus. And that's why it's nice not to rush, because it gives us a chance to do that. And then to see if something is actually waiting to be noticed.
Who else is waiting to be noticed? Just come on and share what comes to mind, what's flowing through you right now, whether you're in the Design Science Studio or you've joined us as a guest.
John.
John, yeah, welcome.
Hi, everybody. I was thinking about my first encounter with Bucky. And as Claire, you brought up the solar plexus, I couldn't help but think about my first encounter implementing something was building a dome out of bamboo, which was overrunning my neighbor's yard, and he couldn't control it. And he was so happy to cut it down and then gift me all of these pieces. But this, the sense of something growing was kind of what I was feeling in my body, and honoring what most of the time the default world perceives as waste is the revenue that we get to, is this grand material that we're invited to transform and to build and reshape and rethink and reimagine. I remember like my neighborhood thinking I was like, had all the pieces stacked up, and it was a pile in the yard, and they had no idea what I was doing. And the structure, it was a 25-foot dome. And I was just building it in the suburbs. And I really didn't know what I didn't know what I was doing either. I had outside, it just was this draw towards building something with with what was right there, with what was proximate, with what was presented, or that I was invited into, called into. Likewise, the Regenera and Design Science Studio, I happened into this place and this space with all of you wonderful people through the Vision Train. And I happened onto the Vision Train through a pandemic forcing the Black Rock City and Burning Man to go online. And I happened into that space in a time that I was near homeless and staying in a person's garage. The wilderness, the space, the liminal space in between was a nested system where I didn't have what I saw as a safety net, you know, not a safety net in terms of how our social structures are formed in the US, but I had a safety net, a nested system of community around me. And it extends both ways into the past and the future. It's tiny and small. It's molecular and atomic and quantum, like it quantumly entangled in ways that I cannot see. The spectrum is wider. It's more diverse and strange. And I'm just here to celebrate it and celebrate it with you. So I just, thank you all for showing up and sharing and beaming with me.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for joining us.
And thanks for sharing your joy.
Yeah. You know, synchronicities weave us together. And Stephanie, who was in the Design Science Studio last year with us as well, and I believe she's somewhere here tonight with us, but she looped in Patricia. And Patricia, of all people, has quite a story to tell because of the synchronicity of actually meeting Bucky. Welcome, Patricia.
Thanks so much. It's been a beautiful many days here. I actually only was able to delve into the Design Science Studio this week because I was with my grandchild and I got sick and I had this terrible cold and kind of stomach thing. And I thought, I'm just going to lay in bed. And so I listened to you for many days. And that's why I haven't had my camera on because, you know, you don't want to look at a sick person laying in bed. And I've been so moved and it's amazing. And the first time I saw Buckminster Fuller, I was 11 years old. It was 1969. My father, an English crazy man architect who had been relocated from London, England to Terre Haute, Indiana, wanted to take us to Woodstock, which was that summer. I mean, 1969, the summer of 1969 was Woodstock, the moon landing, and as my mother would finally come around to the idea of Buckminster Fuller's World Game exhibition in Carbondale, Illinois. It was a time that was so ripe with the same kind of energies we're feeling now of this revolution and Jimmy Carter had laid out this green energy, renewable energy thing, and we were all going to be part of it. And I was so excited to go see Bucky. And it was the World Game where they put this huge map of the world on a big auditorium floor, and people had to choose a country and then go from that country and learn to share the resources from that country, understand which country had which resources and how they could share them. And of course, as an 11-year-old, I had no idea what was going on, but he brought out this orange crate, like a California orange crate, and because he was short, right? He was only 5'9", and the men were in hats and suits, and he brought his orange crate out into the middle of the room, and he stood up on the orange crate and started looking down on us and talking, beginning with this thing he would do with his hands, the dome. I swear he was making a geodesic dome with his fingers. And I asked him at one point why he did that, and he said it was his way of feeling the energy of the room. But I didn't know much about him, but I do know that at one point he was turning around on his orange cart or his, whatever fruit cart, and he was looking at everybody. And then he looked right at my brother and me. We were like maybe the only kids in the room. And he said, "You young children will be breathing this sweet earthian air long after I am gone. And it will be your job to bring the next generation into the fold in terms of understanding these ideas that I'm conveying today." And it put a yoke on my shoulders, like, like Jesus carrying the cross. I don't know what it was, but it's been a long journey, and it's all my whole life, really. While I've been a mother, I've raised 3 children. I raised 3 Bucky girls. I can tell you why they're all Bucky girls, but I was never able to really fully apply myself to Buckminster Fuller's work because I didn't really fully understand it, and I didn't really trust myself. I had a lack of confidence in my like, who am I to say, well, Buckminster Fuller gave me the warnings for humanity in 1982, and I'm really supposed to pass them on to you, So anyway, a long, strange trip it's been. The Grateful Dead grew up not far from where I live, but I'm so honored to have been here, and I have been offending so many people this week by trying to talk to them while I have earphones in my ears so that I can hear you all. So thank you so much, and I really want to be part of this moving forward. I don't know how, but definitely will hope to join you and continue this amazing journey to really catalyze the Buckminster Fuller mission to pass on to his fellow man the design principles of nature, with the understanding that they are essential to our future as a species. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Patricia. And
Thank
you offered earlier, and I've now got your contact, and we are going to talk about how we can emit the beam throughout the year, throughout the decade. And as Shant says, this is the new news. This is what we need to hear, is the ideals that are turning into ideas that are manifesting into the reality that we need to have. So thank you.
And never forget that it's really the climate change issue is the emergency that is bringing about the emergence of our humanity.
Yeah.
That was Bucky said, just watch. He didn't know what it was going to be. He said, watch, there will be an emergence through an emergency. And I've realized, oh my God, climate change is the emergency, and we are emerging. And it's just such a beautiful thing to witness. Really is fantastic. One of the great things about growing old is that you've been around long enough that you know a little bit more than a lot of other people. So
So I'm going to share one thing here.
Thank you, Patricia.
Before you go. This is actually the artifact that came out of the out of the World Game. This is actually Medard Gable's book. He helped to produce the World Games. He's still doing that. This is from, let's see, it's got his name signed here. 12.
Oh, I need that.
Yeah. And Earth Energy and Everyone. So this is the result of all the work that they did throughout the design science decade to understand what the resources that we had and how we were using them. So again, another synchronicity. I just had this sitting here.
Can I just offer one other synchronicity to that? So it was soon after Bucky died. I was working in advertising. I was in LA at the Chateau Marmont, where John Belushi had met his demise. And I was reading the paper which said that there was going to be this fabulous new testament to Buckminster Fuller opening up at Disney World in Orlando, Florida, that the geodesic Earth, the epic, what was it called? Epcot Center was going to open up with this testament to energy. So as soon as I got back to Chicago, I booked a trip down to Orlando. I walk in, and this is all in my book. I walk into the greatest geodesic dome. It's beautiful. It looks like the world's most gorgeous capitalistic golf ball on a tee. and you walk underneath it and you go into these stories all about the energy of the future. And guess what? Who they were sponsored by? Anybody got a guess?
Yeah.
Exxon.
Yeah.
Exxon was sponsoring the energy of tomorrow. And I nearly caught fire. You know, there's books about humans catching fire. I nearly combusted in that space because I couldn't believe that Exxon had been so good that they were already controlling the narrative. It was only a year after Bucky died. So anyway, just we all need to keep in mind that while we're fighting this fight, no matter what kind of corners we think we are turning, they're after us. We are facing the greatest evil mankind has ever faced, which is the desire for profit.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm gone too far.
Oh, you
Sorry.
don't have to apologize at all. I just want to share that your book is called The Girl from Spaceship Earth, and it is readily available. And thank you again for all that you've brought forth.
Oh my gosh, thank you. And I really do commit to working with you further to scale these ideas up.
Yeah.
Like I said before, you guys are all ready for prime time. I have looked at a lot of content, and the content this week has been stellar.
Yeah.
And I really think you're ready to get the word out to a much larger segment of the population. Thank you for all the efforts of the Design Science Studio over the past 2 years. I've been kind of watching. I kind of, took to the sidelines, but it's been phenomenal to see how far you've come in such a short time. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Roxy, Faith, so many others. Thank you for all your work.
Ella, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm kind of making dinner here for a number of people, but I didn't realize people were talking about their Bucky experiences. I just have to share my Bucky experience again, and you've heard it, Mark. But I was in Los Angeles, and this is synchronicity. This is really synchronicity at play, because I was doing workshops for children at a festival called the Symposium for Humanity, and I was supposed to do it in Toronto. It was the first time there was a connection between Toronto and Los Angeles, and all the major people were coming, including Buckminster Fuller. And because the festival, they didn't have the equipment to do it in Toronto, I was told to do it in Los Angeles. And I was excited. And there was Bucky in full color, right? And I went to see him speaking. And as I sat in the front row, and as he spoke, his body disappeared. His actual body disappeared. And he was only a bright light, bright light. And I realized what he was saying, you are the cosmos, was what he was showing me. I am the cosmos. You are the cosmos. Everyone's the cosmos.
Yeah.
And I got shown it, and it had great effect on me. And when I told that story, I think it was in the Vision Train, Amanda Sage heard the story, and she said, "You've got to find out about the Design Science Center." And I did, and I discovered, I went to last year's final event where people were presenting, and I thought, wow, this is it. I was so pleased. So it's all sort of happened because of synchronicity. Anyways, I think some of you have heard my story about meeting Bucky, but I had to tell it again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Claire, what's this bringing forth in you, and maybe what can you lure others up to share their sense of synchronicity, their sense of intention, as we get ready to, I don't want to say close up, I don't want to say end.
Well, no, it's a transition. It's just a transition,
yeah.
Right? Because energy just changes its orientation with our cooperation. If we have that capacity developed, otherwise it does it in spite of us, and then we're dragged along behind it. I think it's a nice way to think about it in terms of the richness of this sort of garden we've been in together, and perhaps has something changed a tiny bit for somebody, or a way of thinking about something that's developed another branch or another leaf that you'd like to share? Something that surprised you, perhaps, about your journey?
I'm willing to jump in
David.
a little bit. Hi, y'all. Oops. Forgot I was off camera. Yeah, I was really, I'm not, the word that came to mind was lured, but that's not right. I was beamed in through a whole bunch of different things during Regenera Rising last year. And I had just finished, or I was in the middle of space camp still, something, a program Buckminster Fuller Institute has each year. I think around and including the design science decade here that we're 2 years into. And I can't remember what first struck my synapses that made me want to jump in, but actually it was you saying the word leaves, and something I posted this morning, a Thich Nhat Hanh poem about how we are all leaves of the same tree, waves in the same ocean, elements of the same beam, if you will. Gosh, that's really all I have to share.
It's beautiful.
I appreciate hearing that sweet little synchronicity. Because I was speaking, but who was really speaking? There was speaking happening, right? There was something that got said a certain way that I didn't have a plan about, but it's a teleology of connection, a thread, as Mark might say, that happened to be a touch point for you. It's almost like you have a dream, you forget you've had a dream, and then someone says something and all of a sudden the whole dream pops back into your mind. And it's like, my God, that whole universe was there. And I almost forgot that it was coexisting in my reality, just in a part that I wasn't looking at.
It's also very related to another poem I like. It's an excerpt from Naomi Shihab Nye. And I can't remember the name of the poem, but it's 2 sentences, not even. Yeah, 2. Walk around feeling like a leaf, then decide what to do with your time.
So Mariette, something's brought you forth.
Yes. So I just wanted to share, since I've had a chance to be both in the GRC sessions and now here with you both on the Vision Train in the Design Science Studio, what a joy you have both been, and just how wonderful it's been to feel the energy of you two holding space to weave together 2 communities that are actually integrated, but to really hold that line and to do it so beautifully. And, Claire, I didn't realize what your voice was capable of doing from meeting you in GRC thus far. And then here, it was like one of the first things that came out. And I was, duly floored and grateful. So I just wanted to express that for both of you, a lot of gratitude. Thank you.
That makes me feel very fizzy in a happy, sparkly kind of way. Thank you for seeing me.
Absolutely.
And hearing you. This for me too was that's how I remembered you from what, 4 or 5 years ago with now what was your voice. And And then when I saw you in the GRC, when I was invited there by David Witzel, who was part of the BFI Space Camp last year, but it took a while for me to arrive there. And it just so happened to be when you took over the GRC Arts Collab. So, and then I recognized you, and then we decided let's mix it up here. And like Mariette said, many of us crossed over that bridge and wove together, and it's just been great. Yeah. Thank you, Mariette. And you've taken us on some incredible journeys yourself.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
And it's like there's another version of you that I've met, especially today. And I think you might have done something yesterday in the afternoon. It's a bit of a blur, the timeline, but there's a way that I've just been so in awe of the way you have shown up as this very composed, relaxed, self-assured, so intelligent. I just love how you are intelligent. Everybody's intelligent. It's just a matter of the shape of it for each of us, how that shapes itself, the texture, the personality, and so on. But I feel like I've learned a lot from you, and that I'd like to listen to you a lot more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, yes, let's keep listening to each other, all the others. I think that John earlier mentioned entanglement and nested, and I absolutely buzzed on that, because that nested entanglement, I might have shortened your words just a little bit there, but that is the truth that we all hear, resonate, and once we resonate, we don't stop. And so it is this amazing, amazing opportunity to keep recognizing that. So thank you. Let's keep doing this.
Yes, and that witnessing is what elevates us. It's just another lifting up, and if there is a wall, it helps us to like peek over and say, oh, look, there's my future self, or there's the project. There's
Yeah.
the vision.
Absolutely. And, if I have been composed and happy and willing to share whatever gifts I have, it's definitely because there is this thing that you just mentioned, this dynamic emergence.
Woo!
Obviously, I'm better than earlier. I finally had something to eat.
I couldn't have primed that better on purpose.
You have to go up and down in all these different directions, I think. And, Patricia's story also reminds us of that, I think, too. That sometimes we don't even think that we're worthy. We don't even know that we can.
God, yes. Even Joanna Macy wonders if she's done enough. And that's not something she says, necessarily on a public stage, but it is something that I'm aware. And when I heard that once, I was actually quite relieved. It's like, we're all just human, right? We're everything else, and we're humans wondering, if we're wondering about that. But what something else that comes forward is with regards to the witnessing is also pressure. I've noticed that I step into my most powerful self when I feel the most pressure or concern. So if I feel an anxiety around climate or someone's behavior, or something that doesn't feel true and accurate, or if I have an assignment to do and I feel like there's no way, how am I going to do this? Something about that pressure actually feeds my sort of rockets. So even though there's one part of me in doubt and really rather uncomfortable because I'm going somewhere new, the not yet familiar. But that you've witnessed me once where I was really in my kind of leadership power, and it was so reassuring to hear how you saw that. as a woman to a woman, especially?
Thank you, and you're welcome. And it is not easy to be a woman leading anything, these last few millennia. And that is also something that in the Design Science Studio, I noticed the other day. I noticed how many women were here and comfortable speaking their voices, and how many men were comfortable here speaking their voices, and how this dynamic that can sometimes be incredibly fraught was, for the most part, generally, very easy. And that relationship to space is so important. And that's what I do love about this interbeing that we're having, and this crossing of thresholds, quite specifically, Claire. It's that, we have this opportunity. And I know I ghosted you at one point because I was like, I can't do any dynamic emergence right now. I have to run into the Design Science Studio. And, Roxy and Nico and Bliss and everybody's really busy. I'm trying to make a little bubble. I'm making a blossom. Sad little blossom, perhaps, but it's my blossom and I'm going to make it bigger. And I'm trying over here, because there is, like we were saying earlier, so much vulnerability to this, and we have a lot of pressure. And so for me personally, and I think what I just heard too, and a lot of you have said today, there is this balance between the showing up and knowing one might do it very imperfectly and still showing up. And then that play of self-doubt, self-assurance, more self-doubt, self-mission and purpose. And this is what this room has done. And, I see it throughout the regenerative communities, but this is special and important.
The DSS Vision Train, the 11 days, which this are you referring to?
Yes, all of it, because Vision Train and Design Science Studio are intertwined and growing their own pieces as well. And then you can say that, again, every single person, partner, and entity here is growing within this and growing without it, growing within and growing without, and that's very much right, that paradigm, just like we have with inner fulfillment, with self-development, with spirituality and consciousness. And we're not getting hung up. We're having these beautiful moments to talk about this, but then we don't get hung up and we do. People here iterate. The Vision Train is constantly iterating and has consistently said, hey, Design Science Studio friends, like, first off, just straight, you come in the right door. So you're friends, you're safe, you're good. That doesn't happen all the time. And then, it does in certain circles. And this circle is again, one of those. It's one of these nested circles of safety. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, to all of it. If that's incoherent, that's just because I'm so excited.
We're all soaking it in. We could go on and on and on. If there's anybody else who would like to step in right now.
It would help if you put your hand, like the little handy hand, so that we can bring you in.
But I have a feeling that this is actually a synchronous time to, where's he going? Sean, let's beamcast the news, the forecast that you can share with us that can give us a sense of what we have to look forward to.
That's Straggler.
Thank you, Mark.
We're
And
done.
whoa, John, I see your
We're done.
filter. That is amazing. The Cyclops eye laser. That's really cool. So the news, let's get into the news for today. And today, actually, because it's the final day, we'll have a additional segment at the very end to forecast our next cycles that we can look forward to. So part of this experience with sharing the news, time weather reportals is that it has taught me, or it's been a process of iteration and adding and getting feedback and learning and the beauty of co-creation. So that is what happens as we allow ourselves to open up and share. And okay, let us start. So the volume, is that a good level?
Bring it down a touch so we can hear your voice.
Okay. Better?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, welcome to the news, the natural order operating system for today's time weather portal. The news is reimagining, reinventing how we share the news and making it from the noosphere, which is part of this idea that it's based on, that we're transitioning from the biosphere to the noosphere, the conscious planetary mind, the mental field, the Akashic records, the collective unconscious. These are all unconscious aspects of the noosphere that we're making conscious, that we're evolving into, and we're in the technosphere phase of it now. And we've been taught time as a linear thing, mechanized, 12 hours, 60 minutes. And there is an additional way to look at time that is ancient and present in the moment. It's the 1320 natural time based on our bodies of 13 joints, 20 fingers and toes, the 13 moons. And part of this idea is that time can be defined as an atmosphere of the mind, a collective mind field. And if we order our time, if we understand how time works, then we can have an ordered mind at peace. And that is where creativity springs from. So the most creative and harmonious coordinations of space and everything physical can come from there. So we will share this calendar system, which is like an operating system of the mind. It's slightly different from the one that we've used to. And so this is a reprogramming, conscious reprogramming. And we ask for your positive consent if you would like to participate in this process, because it is a co-creative process. The synchronic order we will align to, where synchronicities and miracles occur. And it can be a practice to consciously engage with that side of ourselves. So today is the first day of the Gregorian calendar month of May in 2022. And in the new Sirius date, the new Sirius being the star that this calendar system synchronizes to, the 52-year cycle. This is the 34th year, the 10th moon month, and the 28th day, which is the final day of this moon month. So there's actually a very close correspondence between the months between the two dating systems, and we will notice the energetic shift as a result. So that's a cool thing, synchronicity. Let's enter the now sphere, the natural order weather sphere of 4D solar galactic time, fourth dimensional solar galactic time. So we will talk about the solar calendar, the energy of this year, what's left of this year, the moon cycle that we're in, the 7-day cycle that we're in, then the galactic calendar, the 13-day cycle that we're in, and the energy of the day. And then an additional thing for the final day is forecasts of all these things. So we'll go into the forecasts into the future of all these energies. So if you can just take a moment, close your eyes, ease yourself into your body, take a breath, release, receive a breath, allow a breath. I'm modifying my language, not take, receive, and allow, and check in with which words resonate. Yeah, do you not see the screen share? Oh my gosh. Wait, let me screen share. I thought you guys saw the screen share. Sorry.
Okay.
Can you see now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yay. Yeah, so yeah, we are going over these cycles, solar calendar with the energy of the year, the 28-day cycle, the 7-day cycle, and the galactic calendar, the 13-day cycle, the energy of the day, of right this moment. And we'll also do a forecast. And let's see. So, as you have allowed yourself to come to a peaceful place, a comfortable position to receive what may resonate, the energy of this solar galactic year that we've been in from last July until this upcoming July is the yellow electric seed. This is actually the third year of a 13-year cycle that we're in, which actually the Design Science Studio synchronized with 2 years ago to start off. So this third year is all about the energy of activation, activating and bonding to come into service. And the seed, just like a seed, we receive things in our awareness, and the seeds in our awareness flower. So this is the year where these ideas are starting to flower in our awareness, and we're coming to focus on which ideas we can focus on within this greater 10-year, 13-year cycle. And we're inspired by creativity, we're guided by creativity this year. So that's the primary energy guiding us. Today is the final day of the planetary moon month, where ever since last July, we've been going through this cycle right here, and this culmination point of the 10th moon, the 10th energy of these 13 energies, is all about manifestation and producing and perfecting what we've been working on. So today is the final question you can ask: how do we perfect what we've been doing? And we will be moving into some places of the world are already in the new moon month, which I will mention next, which is a slightly different, it is a different energy. So the fourth week, each week also has an energy. So this is what time weather is that by becoming conscious of the cycles, we can discern the energetics of them and flow in conscious resonance. So enlightenment stabilizes timelessness. Enlightenment. These are all very poetic. Take it as poetry. Receive it how you can interpret it in your life. You may hear these words, enlightenment, and that will key you in this weather report and make it make sense even further. That's synchronicity. The seventh day resonates with the heart chakra, the radioplasma of the universe. There's 7 galactic radioplasmas, and the Celia day, which is the 7th day, is with the heart chakra. So work with your heart today. Okay, galactic cycles. We're in the blue eagle wave spell. We've been in these past 9 days. We've been in the blue eagle, and it's all about vision, which is very resonant, once again, synchronous with this whole event. We've been articulating a vision. We've been using our minds to express ourselves creatively, and these are all energies of this eagle, the eagle symbol. The 9th day of a cycle, as you can see, this is a fractal of the year, but this is a 13-day instead of a 13 moon. The 9th day is all about formalizing the action of the previous 9 days. So the first 4 days we identified things. The next 4 days we were commanding progress on them, radiating that progress, and then we have come to a day of formalizing our intentions so that we can realize. Can you hear me now? Is it better? Lower?
Bring it down a little bit. There you go.
Yeah, it's like the lowest on the music.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe I'll just.
There you go. Yeah.
Just turn it off.
Hear what you got to say. Thank
you. All right, I'll just turn it off. Okay, so today's energy is the blue solar night. So the solar energy was about pulsing our intention forward, pulsing and realizing our intention. And the blue night is all about dreaming, intuition, and abundance. So the perfect day for the perfect energy for the final day carries us through. We pulse our intention, our dreams forward so that we come into a sense of that abundance and use our intuition to guide us forward. Another way of putting it is that may this energy help. Yes? Oh. May this energy help us to push our intention forward by seeing in the dark and finding the treasures that reside within us. And we are guided by the power of transformation, the storm energy that's today catalyzing. So we just have a synchronicity here. This candle, this is a storm candle. So
It was just lit for the
we
first
just
time.
lit it. So oops. It
Didn't
says
make it
storm.
show up. Oh, I go this way a little more. Oh,
Storm. Do you see the word?
storm.
Yeah.
Storm. That was cool.
That's how it works. You notice things in your life and you're like, wow, this is like making sense in a cool way. So the question of today in the solar energy is, how do we or I shine the light for others? And am I using my intuition? And are we using our intuition to push our intention forward and create an abundant life? And so, yeah, that was the theme today. Is like, what's next? And so this is this energy of dreaming. We dream in the nighttime, the blue solar night. And it's funny because it's like the nighttime, but also solar. So imagine the sun's energy in the nighttime. How would that work? Interesting, right? So extended forecast. This is the additional part of, of this final beam newscast or news beam. Outside the next moon month that we're entering into is the spectral moon. Its spectral energy is about dissolving, releasing, and liberating. So the question is, how do I release and let go? And this will be from May 2nd, tomorrow, until May 29th. So if you want to take notes, notice, you can notice like how this synchronizes or even use it in your planning. I'm going to read also the remainder moon months of this year until July. So the next one after that is the crystal moon, which is about cooperation, universalizing, and dedicating ourselves to the universalizing of our what cooperation does. It brings us into a state of communion and togetherness. So the question is, how can I dedicate myself to all that lives? That is from May 30th to June 26th. And then the final moon month of this year, of every year, is the cosmic moon. And that is about transcending. So the 13 is like the next rung on the spiral, the 13th moon month. So we've endured, we're enduring, we transcend, and we do that through a state of presence. And so the question there is, how can I expand my joy and love? And that's from June 27th to July 24th. And then the next year starts on the 26th. So the interesting thing about this calendar is that there's a day out of time, which is the 25th, July 25th. And that's a day just to relax and celebrate peacefully, art and everything. So it's probably a festival day. But the 26th is the first day of the next year. And the next year, July 26th, 2022 to July 24th, 2023 is the red self-existing moon. This energy of the moon is about purifying and flow. It's a feminine, universal water, the energies of the moon. And this four symbol is about defining and measuring. So it's the 4th year of the 13-year cycle. So we're going to be defining things, but in a very feminine way, in a purified way, purifying way. So these two energies of actually creating the form, but doing it in the feminine way is the theme starting in July. And so the Blue Eagle is with us until the 5th of May, the creativity vision. Then we'll have the Yellow Star, which is all about the art, beautifying and elegance. The Yellow Star shines and radiates elegance. That's from May 6th to May 18th. And that's the final 13-day cycle of the greater one, greater 260-day cycle. And we'll start a brand new one May 19th. So that's another just date to note. May 19th, June or July 24th. These are end dates or start dates, end dates of major cycles, year cycle, 260-day cycle. So May 19th will kick us off with a new cycle until next February. This is galactic energy, and this is what creatively is what is helping us evolve beyond just the solar system. This is where the inspiration and the creativity comes from. Thank you for these sources. Thank you for the space and time. Thank you for everyone participating, Mark and the whole Design Science team, Roxy, Dofe, Cliff, and everyone participating, Claire as well, and the beaming, and all these resources, and love God's source energy, where we get it from. And here's the news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sean.
Wow, that's just so much knowledge. It's amazing.
If you could unshare your screen.
Mark, I have to do a 60-second backcasting that happened during Sean's share before we. Okay, because it's actually blown my mind, and I have to show you this so that it makes sense. So this is a map in dynamic emergence of any human. It might be other species too, but I'm just focused for our evolution's sake on humans, because we're the ones behaving strangely. But here's the thing that I suddenly realized that goes back to the inception of these maps. This orange band is called the collective consciousness. Now, when I downloaded this about 3-4 years ago now, I was actually told a different name, and I couldn't agree with it because it seemed too exclusive. So the original name that I was given for that was the Conscious Creative Collective, the Conscious Creative Collective. And I couldn't accept the idea that only some people would be involved in our collective consciousness. So I played with the name of it, and I'm going to stop sharing just so I can finish the share in person. So I call it the Creative Collective. I call it our collective consciousness, which is a very, very common term. But what I realized today is it is in fact also the Conscious Creative Collective, because the Design Science Studio, people and participants, and all the innovators that we sort of mycelia with are in fact consciously creative. And there is a distinction between just being creative and being consciously creative. So I've actually met the intention of that original sphere, the orange sphere. I've met it in all of you. And that's just stunning. I mean, what a beautiful gift for me to leave this moment, this conscious moment together.
Thank you, Claire. We're not leaving. There's some surprises coming up. There's a bit of a dance party. We're going to release all this energy. And before we start that, I would like to invite Roxy back. Roxy, are you here?
Oh, she's transformed.
Yeah, there she is. There's been a long journey. We've been dancing together for 2 years now, right, Roxy? And the notion that there would ever be a beam didn't exist. It just didn't exist. Where'd you go? And
she's off planet momentarily.
There she is. So yeah. And it was through the weaving that we've done together that we've arrived at this beaming. And thank you, clearing off the
stardust.
Yes. And we're here now to celebrate you and your team And are they beaming in? Where is everybody? Come on in. Roxy, please.
I'm wrangling the troops here.
Yeah, let's see everybody.
Come on, kiddos, you too, Sean.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a house full there. Every time I turn around, there's somebody else in the house.
Yeah, I'll pop up there one day.
But is it too dark now? No.
So we've got 3.
Oh, there's more. Wait, maybe I can turn on this one. Hold up. Yeah. Oh, we're popping a bottle? Okay. Liz is like, we're popping a bottle. I think I was doing.
I have one of those in the fridge.
This is cute. Wait, how do we all get in here? You gotta hug or something. Do I need to squat? It's good for your thighs to squat, I think.
Ready?
You have too much of a Jew for that. Like my
Wait, hold on. Okay, Bliss has a vision and includes champagne. We can talk to anybody in the meantime. Right at me. Okay, while we prepare this celebratory beverage moment that I didn't know was happening, I'm gonna back this up a little bit, see if we can fit more bodies in. Nice. Okay, great.
You have it down over there.
Huh?
I mean, I wish I
What's
could
that?
teleport myself to be there.
Ceci, I know, where are you? Wait, can we get some of the team up here though? Because this is so like a team effort. Yeah, I see a John Van Meter. Hold up. There's an Alicia. How do I get him up here? There's probably an Oaken out there. I mean, there's no way that. Oh.
Wait, we lost everybody.
Okay.
John spotlighted everyone.
Yeah.
Can't help himself.
Still working. Where is goodness. Oh my gosh, y'all are getting crazy with the spotlights.
You want to add the spotlights?
What's happening? Oh, wait, there's something. Oh,
I feel like, is this part about the crew, Mark? Is this part about the crew?
Yeah, you're on the crew.
Like-
You're on the crew.
Yeah, you didn't know?
You're on the crew.
Just stop touching buttons.
Oh, there's Ceci.
I'm not sure that I am. No, there we go.
There we go. We got Alicia. Well, yep.
Only one person spotlight.
Okay, I'm on it. Everyone else, hands off the wheels.
Yeah.
I mean, the wheels, the driver.
I've been
Damn
doing
it,
that
Nico.
too.
Maybe you should be in front. Maybe I should be behind. How do we do this? Is there a chair? Oh, there's a chair. If I sit in it, am I shorter? No. We're trying to figure out this whole level thing. None of it's working so far.
I'm trying. I'm like way too crowded.
Is this fun? Oh wait, look at this guy. We have an audience, everyone. We have an audience.
We were expecting a tetrahedron. Come on.
I mean, this is great. Hold on, while we do this, we're gonna.
I don't know if this is necessary.
Wait, I think having some Wahina in the background will be good.
That was it. No, you didn't
John's the whole peanut gallery.
The whole peanut gallery. Okay, guys. This is a cacophony of madness. Wait, yeah. Let me see. Can I sit here? If I sit, is this? Oh, this is so much.
That's perfect.
Okay, great.
Nico, come on, Sean. Come on, everybody close to the light.
Nice. This is way better. Okay, I'm like really short now, but it's really cute. Okay.
Family photo.
Wait, I also see a Pamela. Pamela's been like tirelessly adding videos in the background.
Pamela's got to be in here.
Pamela for sure. Mariette, we made that talk today.
You only fit 9, y'all.
Claire's got to be in here.
Is there Raina in there? Is
I don't see.
stuck in
Do we have Ceci? Oh, Claire, you're an honorary. Oh, wait, but Miriam. Hold on, Claire. You might get, you are an
I
honorary.
might disappear again.
I can get Miriam to turn on her screen. Miriam, where are you? Yeah,
There she is.
Where's she at?
Come on.
She got to be up here. She's like, core crew.
I'm doing a terrible job of pouring because they're.
Oh, there she is. Yay!
All right.
Oh my gosh, cuteness.
Almost falling asleep. But
Okay, Ceci, did you finish your last minute task in the musicians? I still don't see her.
I wasn't able to find her. I mean, the name I looked for her, but it's like.
Claire, you're missing from our musician slide. Don't be sad. We'll add you. We'll add you, but it's not because we're not trying. Okay. What? This is hilarious, by the way.
I mean, you need to take a picture out of that, right?
No, she's in the participants. If you go to the participants, it says Claire. with Clare. You know, just take a screenshot of her face.
The participant.
Okay, so while we are obviously self-organized, you know, in a non-linear system.
All right, everybody smile. Smile for the camera.
Hey! This is adorable.
Do you think if I pour this in your keyboard, they'll get some of the champagne?
Yes, no.
How do we-
Also,
how do we
look how many
distribute
beautiful
champagne?
smiles. Everyone has such a beautiful smile.
All smiles are beautiful.
Ridiculous how cute everyone is.
Oh, I love y'all.
Oh my
Hard
god.
eyes.
This is good. Ooh.
Please, your thing is good.
Wait, have I drank it? Okay,
Mm.
wait,
Cheers.
apparently we're cheers. Cheers!
Everyone,
Cheers.
bring the cup.
I mean, I should bring mine one too.
Don't drip it on
Oh,
her.
damn.
course not.
Don't we have water? This is not fair.
You are
Ceci, I love you.
Okay, Ceci, did you find it?
Claire Hedin?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
one. That's
Hedin,
sorry.
I'm
So
sorry.
let me tell you what's happening back here while we're being ridiculous. Is that we made this attempt at creating a thank you series of images that acknowledges many of the people who helped make this 11-day marathon possible.
Some call it madness.
Some call it madness. Some call it, where's your box? You know, after this, we're gonna have a dance party, and then after the dance party, Regenera will undock.
Yeah.
For an unforeseeable amount of time,
And we will nap.
and we and there will be naps. And there
Dormant
will be
state.
many naps.
Goes into the dream world.
The while Ceci
Okay.
adds Claire.
You have it. It's
Yeah?
ready.
We
Yeah.
ready? Okay, cool. So, oh, look how beautiful. See, that was great.
But
All
I
right.
will go and grab a drink because it's not fair that you're drinking
You have to,
booze
you
and
have
I'm
to
not.
break it on your computer.
So wait a minute.
One.
I will bring some mezcal because I have it.
Yes, get your
Okay, wait, what
mezcal.
do? I'm not screen sharing yet, but I do want Wahinia's music in the background. But tell me if you can actually hear it and still hear me, because I just like love him and I want it to be mine. I like the vibe.
Is this Regenera relaunching for a
Is
year?
it playing right? Can you hear us?
Or
We can hear it.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us at
54
the same
days?
time?
Yes.
Okay, great, perfect. That's fair. What? All right. So we're gonna start. Wait, what did I do? There was a question.
That was mine.
I'm sorry. Okay, so we're gonna alternate. Look, we made an art. All right. Actually, Ceci did this. Okay, so we're gonna take turns. Who wants to start? Okay, Sean, you start. First page, go.
Welcome and thank you to everyone. Well, welcome to the thank you page of the design.
Thank you page.
Of the Design Science Studio Regenera Rising 11-day event. And this is an expression of our gratitude to everyone that made it happen and everyone visible and invisible. Both principles apply, and this is just a sample size of it.
Nico, go.
The studio team.
But you gotta read them all out loud.
So many people. Thank you, Roxana Shahadai, for being our fearless leader and working endlessly and never sleeping. I hope you sleep.
My name
At
is
some
spelled
point.
wrong. I have an E or an A in my Adai.
Well,
It happens.
We love you. We love you.
Oh,
Thank you,
you're
Nico
welcome.
Alejandra.
Thank
Thank you,
Nico.
Amanda. Thank you, Faith, for being the most wonderful co-founders. Please, you're epic, and your pictures are so epic.
Woo,
Please,
please.
you come to save the boat this year. We love you so much. Mariam, you're the most amazing designer. We love you so much.
Woo! All of the designs.
Epic. Chelsea, tireless worker. We love you. We can't wait to hang out at your tea fund that you're building.
She coordinated all the volunteers. Wow.
Kado is the playful, amazing being that we love so much. Amanda, you're epic. Half of this could not have been done without you guys. You're incredible. Nikki, thank you for all your support.
It's Nikki's birthday today, I believe.
Nikki and I met literally every week, every single week without fail.
Isn't that cool?
Birthday today.
Demetrius Bulldog, very serious. You're amazing, helping a lot with like all the backbone of the studio and like helping us have some structure. Ceci, thank you so much for jumping in. You're incredible. It's been like such a blessing to have you supporting us in team. Steven, building the new Bauhaus with us. Thank you for your brain and all your time. Thank you, Chris. It's missing an H.
We're missing an H there. C-H-R-I.
Thank you for sending all those wonderful emails filled with emojis. I love you. I love you very much. Veronica, epic. Thank you for joining this year and being so amazing and bringing all your joy. I always smile when I see you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Yay!
The best. The best. You smile all the time. And she's so sweet.
They are great and wonderful.
And Harris, such a creative force. It's been so amazing to have her like jumping into full-on mode creation. So amazing. Thank you, people.
Yay. Okay, I'll start on this one. So we have many pages for the creative team. So many creators came together to make all of this possible, starting with Mama Muse, Alicia's Sacred Heart, and Vincent Arena. Woo! Vincent stayed up way too late, way too many nights in a row. He's amazing. Vincent is
He's amazing.
Ever. Thank God for Vincent. Seriously, because of Vincent, we have this incredible platform that we were able to navigate all of this complexity with ease and goodness. Ceci, yay! So made all of the beautiful art cards with Elena and Miriam, and who else was helping with cards? Steven and Kath.
Catherine, yeah.
Is there anyone else? I'm sure there was more. Mostly those four, though, for sure. And Irena, which I just mentioned. But man, Irena also would meet me at like strange hours because she is in New York, and I'd be like, I need to go to bed. She'd be like, okay, tell me what you need. G also, we would go to sleep, and G would fill in everyone's bios and their links and their descriptions, so that when things were live, we could pop them in, and then everyone could follow everyone. Isn't that so nice? G is amazing. Woo! Oaken, rock solid. Oaken. Neha, sprinkling poetry every day. What a beautiful, kind, loving force of creativity always. Melissa, no matter what, always there. Just literally showing up.
Like 45 minutes to go find internet to help us.
Amazing.
Love
you.
Love you. Brittany Neff, oh my gosh, Brittany was in the middle of a yoga teacher training, but definitely helped as much as she could. Thanks to Brittany, we had a TOSA come today, which was cool. Susan helping out, Pamela making sure all the videos are updated and the repository. Oh, so good. Yeah, Pamela, the doer. Wendy helping with graphic design and just generally being a force of love. Shanita, oh my gosh. Y'all, if you have not explored the art world, I will try to do some tours while we listen to music, but whew, Shanita made the most beautiful new installation in Protopia in New York City. Highly recommend. And also was super supportive during all of the immersive art builds, making sure all of the art pieces were connected to the artist's work and their descriptions. And also they were super just always there and really passionate about the studio. I want to keep helping Alexandra and Chelsea again, helping kind of all the places, making sure our marketing stuff actually reached people. Mark, what's not to say about Mark Smith and all of his beautiful floating heads and endless emceeing forever.
Holding so much space in such a really thoughtful manner. Thank you, Mark.
So sweet and so kind and so caring, and like really wanted to make sure that we were okay always, and is just really believes in this, and it's so beautiful. Stephen Bao also, just what a delight, has helped make so much possible and is just such a kind and loving force forever. John Van Meter, yes, we love you. Epic John. Woo. Wait, Equanimanos. What's your first name? Francesco? Oh, we spelled your name wrong. We spelled your name wrong. Francesco Equalimetos. Que lindo. Rachel Roberts, Yobi, shout out to Yobi. Raphael helped a bunch with also the events. All these say at the bottom, powered by Habitual and the Buckminster Fuller Institute, because it is our partnership that makes the Design Science Studio core exist. Yay! That's my creative studio and CFI. Woo! Nico and I. Go team. Okay, who's taking the next slide?
Harris helping out with all of the storytelling. Veronica helping out with all of the partnerships and just making sure that all of our partners were here and onboarded and helping share the word about DSS and helping us share the word about them. Liv, Scott, oh my gosh, putting together that why DSS segment for us.
Oh, that's so cool.
Mariette, just jumping in so many different places and being such a great MC. We got Chris with all of the newsletters. Summer Perry helping out with some of the MCing. Aaron O'Brien helping with some of the sound checking.
And live streaming.
Oh yes, live streaming is so important. Jessica coming in and helping us. I'm not sure what was Jessica.
Well, Jessica was like very good moral support. She was like, I am here for the decade and I want to help with fundraising, and you got this, and just like the best cheerleader. And also was trying to help with some volunteering stuff and was having some power outage issues, but the spiritual support was very real. It was very real.
Julian helping everyone.
Literally everyone, including my mom.
Everyone.
That saying is real in this statement. Everyone and your mom, that's
Everyone.
true.
Kat helping out with a lot of the digital support. Melody hanging out with us, letting people into the room, staying up every night, all night, just like Jeet hanging out with us.
Halfway across the world.
In Istanbul, I think just went to bed.
Mongolia helping out.
Making music.
So good. Serena helping with all the world.
Oh my God, Serena like single-handedly built both of the new New York City worlds. I was like this and this, and I made a Google Doc, and I was like, here's some stuff, and just like helped everyone build their stuff in 3D. Like so beautiful, such a wonderful spirit, and just cares so much about this, and was in the first cohort, and is so talented.
Miriam making it all pretty.
Make everything pretty.
So pretty. Caro helping out
and actually making it happen too. Like
that's true.
At strange hours.
Yes, also on our schedule, that one. Caro helping out with Topia.
Caro and Noor are the masterminds behind Topia. Everything is year round. It's good.
I don't know, I did some stuff.
Oh my gosh,
endless.
Endless amount of
prodding. Bliss is like the coordinator of coordinators of coordinators that project manage the projects to make the projects happen.
Yeah.
Like just an incredible, dedicated, heart-centered, all the love and warmth and smiles.
And we did always do this.
Every morning, no matter how tired and how exhausted you were, you showed up and you were like, "Good morning,"
and like, "Wow, everyone's so great," and crying because
I'm
of
crying all day, every day because of your beauty.
That's like a role.
Beyond grateful for the role that you play in this team.
I am beyond grateful. Oh my gosh. Thanks Becca for Bliss.
Yeah, thanks Marcy.
Marcy.
Yeah, thanks Becca via Marcy.
Yep, and Tori.
Basically,
it was like Marcy and Tori. I was like, okay, great, perfect, done.
And
Nico,
doing stuff, doing
Imagineer extraordinaire.
For all of your playfulness and joy and magic and also willingness to be here, making all of this happen, and also asking how everyone is doing. Thank you so Feeding much. us when we're not sleeping, making sure that the population of Regenera grew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roxy. We're gonna put her in a sleeping pod for the next 7 days. Yeah, don't talk to her at all. Like let her. Yeah. The whole reason that we're all doing this thing for each and every
I think
one
that
of
picture
you.
represents you really well.
Thank you for your passion and your joy and your vision. Being the weaver of all of this beauty. You're welcome.
Yeah. Courage to commit. 10 years.
So long as we're all getting massages soon. Oh yeah, for sure. Elena. So creative, so willing to jump into literally everything. Like no task was too menial. It was like this needs to get done, and because it gets done, good things happen for everyone. Let's do it.
So real.
No problem. The doer for
so
sure.
real.
Definitely a
Super
doer. Yeah.
And with like such beautiful grace, and also was like making beautiful sculptures that now we have, which is great. Touching the earth and just being such a like a consistent, caring force of love and presence and belief.
And Jurgis helping to weave it all together, like the glue that like makes everyone giggle together. Icing.
Yes,
the icing.
He represents the Regenaissance.
Yes.
He's the Regenative.
Revolutionary recreationista, and he had some crazy stuff going on this week, but he made sure to be here at the beginning and the end, and he was here for graduation. That was so cute.
Really ties the room together.
Yeah, he was in cohort 1 too. He is an evolutionary.
Why am I on every page?
Because you're Pluto.
Oh,
these are the stewards of the pods. Okay. So these used to be called captains and co-captains. There might be a few missing people actually, but basically what this is these are the people. So 144 people is a lot of fucking people. So these people said, all right, I will step up and I will lead small groups whenever we break out into, well, we tried this new thing this year where we did 24 groups of 6, and that sort of worked for some and less for others, but then we ended up, kind of merging into parent pods and such. But overall, it ends up being kind of 12 parent groups of 12. I almost poured that on me. Pouring out for the homies. So the stewards are the people who said yes to helping lead small groups and connecting and holding space weekly, sometimes every other week, with people in the development of their creativity and their vision. So these are those people. Who wants to speak their names?
You
can just say them all. Yeah.
Speak some names that I know. Yeah.
Harris, Nick, Natalie, Shant, me, Stephanie, Marlena, Anders, Harlan, John, Melody, Jeffrey, Veronica, Chris, Bliss, Benny, Mark, Jarno, Steven, and Sequoia.
This slide
Thank you.
of people just brings me so much joy, and I cannot wait to continue the relationships that were started in the DSS with the people here.
Hey. Ooh.
Our visionaries.
Oh, let's do it.
So our visionaries were all of the people that came and spoke and presented and shared their gifts and their knowledge with the cohort this year, and we've so many beautiful people. We've got, I'm gonna do the first line and someone else.
Do you want to say what they taught about too? Do you remember?
Yeah, we've got Snow Raven that taught us about neo shamanism and the Kutsur temple of, I think, just
Shamanism and science. Yeah.
Shamanism and science, and who has shared her wisdom of the Saka people from Arctic Siberia, and shared her voice, and taught us all the beauty of just your voice and making it heard, and her I can't say enough. I'm a fangirl. Snow Raven, I'm a fangirl. Love you, Snow Raven.
And she came to so many of our events. And
They're starting off and opening every single event that we've had this year. Can I share about Marcy? What's that? Can I share about Marcy?
Well, I'm also a fangirl,
but also she's my mentor. So
Are you sorry?
I have one line. It was one of my favorite visionary experiences in the DSS this year, talking about creative collaboration and the way that Marcy curated that talk and that experience was so well done, and popping in and out of each of the breakout sessions and really listening to everything that we had to say was really moving and was one of the more impactful sessions of this year for me. So thank you, Marcy.
Yeah, Marcy is the reason that I'm here with the DSS. She introduced me to Becca, and Becca introduced me to Roxy, and I worked with Marcy for 2 years at Meow Wolf, directly under her, building the Vegas exhibition for Meow Wolf, and have learned so much from her over the years. And I learned so much during both of her sessions. She taught not only creative collaboration, but also writing effective proposals, so that way all of our artists could not only have the way to like create their art, but also help to get their word out. And that was beautiful and powerful. And we want her to come. We want everyone to come back, but we want us. Like I said, fangirl. This whole row. I'm fangirl.
That's so good. Well, I'll also say Marcy is one of my 3 main mentors in life, and I've been working music festivals since I was 18, and I would do all kinds of random jobs, but my background is in art, and so eventually she ran into each other at Symbiosis, and she was like, "What do you want to be doing?" And I was like, "Oh, all the large scale immersive art." She was like, "That's what I do." And so then she took me under her wing and she said, "Okay, great, that's what you'll do now." And thanks to her, I got to do that for some of the biggest, most amazing festivals in the world, like Lightning in a Bottle and Symbiosis, including when we did Oregon Eclipse. And she just like has always seen and believed in me. And there was a time when I was supposed to join the Meow Wolf team, and I remember crying in the rain in the hot spring in Santa Fe and saying, like, I want to do this here, but I know that I must focus on art for the future of our planet and for all life. And I was like weeping in the rain with her, and she was like, "I will always be here, but trust that, and you got to do that. Like, don't say no to that impulse." And she's been meeting weekly, monthly as an advisor, and is just one of the most beautiful presencing forces and is so good at weaving people together and keeping the integrity of their uniqueness sacred, and not trying to homogenize it, but rather just like finding little ways to weave people together and uplift their uniqueness. Anyways, love you, Marcy Fangirl. Marcy Fangirl Club. And she came and taught. Woohoo!
Greg Watson. Greg's session with Elizabeth Thompson was beautiful on the world's game, and we learned so much from his wisdom. I don't know what else to say.
Also taught about comprehensive anticipatory design science.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. It's a beautiful human thing. I'll say about the session.
Just that he is like a Bucky head and is constantly teaching people about the world game, and I think is just really believes in the work that we're all doing, and has been really connected to the Buckminster Fuller Institute for a long time, and is a force to be reckoned with, and has been bringing the world game to the world in many ways. I guess I'll keep going. Catherine Connors. Woo! Hopefully y'all got to catch one of the 2 sessions this summit. Catherine Connors came and taught about cultural change through new narratives and how we understand the fabric of story. She was one of the people who was on the core team of Disney that basically analyzed the traditional princess structure to say there's a new way to tell a different story. We don't just have to center this hero or heroine or this traditional relationship. There's a way that we can tell, stories that help perpetuate community and collective collaboration over just romance and romanticizing this, archetypal past narrative. And and she wrote The Feminine Revolution, and is just such an amazing geek, and we love her so much, and she taught us so much about like the fabula and the heart of story, and how we can intentionally craft new narratives for cultural change. Javier Seno-san, who came.
Ceci should speak.
Oh, yes, Ceci. All right, your turn. Cue Ceci.
No, I mean, it's okay. I can only repeat the good things that I have said from him before. But I mean, it's amazing. It's opening your eyes to a whole different way of looking through things, through life, and as I said to Veronica at some point, it's like the only thing that you need to do is to ask to them, right? And because that's how I got in. It was like I asked to be let in, and they welcomed me, and they showed me, and they teach me, and it's like it's amazing. Really, it's super. It's wonderful. So, what can I say?
Javier is one of Ceci's mentors, and he came and taught about biophilic design and architecture, and designing with and for nature and in the shape of the mother, and unboxing reality. Very much so. Mm-hmm. How many years did you study with him, Javier? With Javier Ceci?
It was only one. Actually, it was like 6 months. The class that lasted only 6 months, but we have kept in touch since then, and I was able and lucky enough to see the whole project of el Parque Quetzalcoatl y el Nido de Quetzalcoatl, to see it since the beginning. I was there when they were building it, like the first stone and everything else. So it's like I saw the process and how he did things, and he would ask me. I mean, I was a student writing diapers, and he would ask me my opinion, saying, "Hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that?" It's like completely open and willing to share all the love that he has for knowledge and life. It's amazing.
Yay. Robert Suarez from Planet Home is where we met, but he also runs this amazing forest initiative. He is one of the most incredible designers that I know, and he also worked at IDEO. I worked there for some time, and he is doing a lot of work around kind of design for solutions, and came and taught the STEEP framework and looked at like how we analyze different frameworks for sectors, and how we can look at different frameworks to help us assess how we can use our creativity to help connect collective action to what's needed across many sectors in the world. Jeff Sue and Alexandra Groom-Klumt from In Rhythm, two of our partners and friends, they came and taught about regenerative design, particularly applied living systems, and then welcomed many of the cohort members into a fellowship, also into their regenerative design course.
And us into their regenerative leadership program, which was really, really beneficial because we are really working to practice what we preach and really build the system from within so that we can continue to share it outward. And yeah, that was really, really beautiful.
Actually, I'm one of the fellows of their first fellowship initiative this year. They selected 25 people, and they're part of their thing that they're teaching is how to move in how we structure organizations from being a machine-like analogy to like a regenerative living system, which is like what the Design Science Studio is modeling itself after. So.
And Hamchi taught us about rapid prototyping. Also should be up here is Jenny Gottstein, who taught about gamification and play testing. Casey House taught about synergetics and wove in some of his favorite synergeticists. He's a evolutionary from Cohort 1, who is also leading Sinew, which is an entire art-based. There's a lot of artwork that he's created, but he's basically translating the complexity of Buckminster Fuller and synergetics to make it accessible for the world.
One thing that I love, what I just remembered, hearing Greg Watson really early in the program, like bust out his synergetic book and was like, and I've been reading this for XYZ number of years.
It's the most important book.
It's the most important book, and like, oh, I'm like talking about it, and then Casey just came in and just like gave us a brain dump of synergetics, and I just like, that was a really good pairing together, and just like, yeah.
Totally. Yeah, apparently one of the most important books ever written. So get synergetics. Tony Patrick, thanks to Tony Patrick, we have Regenera. I'm pretty sure that without all of those world building sessions that he did with us, the foundations of what became Regenera and the story of this floating city that we're all on would never have manifested. So much gratitude to Tony Patrick for coming and weaving and educating and supporting us understanding world building. For a collective mind to come together in that way was really, really important. The beam came from that. I mean, so many things.
Christian Sensarian was 2 different courses or 2 different classes, and I think what I took away from his classes is really being able to step into the other side and like look at the companies, the organizations that we are working like to fight against, and like taking putting ourselves in their shoes and in their viewpoint, so that we can kind of like change our perspective, so that we can come at like how we change things from just a different perspective. And I think that one was I think that his sessions were, I think, very difficult, because we tend to you know, my name is Bliss, you know, I'm always coming from a place of like positivity and love, so going and like switching that perspective, I know for me personally it was a little bit difficult, but it also made me grow as a person, and I think that was a really powerful couple of sessions. And I bet you want to talk about Brendan, because also powerful session.
Brendan was amazing. He taught us about myth and myth making, and how to just craft a new myth for humanity, so we can create a new mythology, a narrative system. And he talked about you know, how it shifted from religion to now this moment in which we are it's like losing our kind of like our ground and our beliefs, and how we need to together start putting out our own personal myth, and through that creating a collective myth that allows us to move forward as a civilization.
What's not to say about Amanda Joy Ravenhill? Amanda, we love you and really support her. She's taking some very well-deserved rest and reconfiguring to focus on climate solutions, and has been just incredibly fundamental to everything. She taught primarily the sessions on the Design Science Decade, and so it was under her fingers that the Design Science Decade, the original one from Buckminster Fuller, kind of got reconfigured for the 2020s to 2030, and now are the Design Science Decade. It went from phases to themes, because we know some of these are happening at the same time. So she really taught about the different Design Science Decade themes, and also just in general as a genius and one of the most passionate people in the entire world about helping to support our planet and all of life within it, and a super nerd and artist and musician and drawer. I mean, she's just super creative, and has been a beacon of light, and is one of the 4 founders of the studio. Chad Frischman was her previous partner in crime at Project Drawdown, where she was one of the authors of Project Drawdown, the most comprehensive plan ever released to draw carbon out of the atmosphere. And he came and taught about the planetary, was one of the people in the Planetary Challenges, Opportunities, and Solutions session, and he was teaching about drawdown. Nikki Selkin, as mentioned, came and met every single week with me. She's a creative development director at Gray Area, but also came and taught about the art historical moment of NFTs that we're in, about how to mint responsible NFTs. She also taught a whole session on kind of project development and ended up doing a thing about defeaturing, which was, you know, like not taking futurism another step to say what happened in 100 years, so we can analyze the potential unintended consequences of our actions, so that we can kind of be more mindful. And what emerged from that was that people found each other and things they were passionate about. So I think that was a pretty critical session. So these are a lot of the visionaries from this year, and these are some of the visionaries, some from this year, some from last year. I'll try to breeze through them because a lot of them were from last year, but Sandra Kwok taught about decolonization. Becca, just generally inspiring, but also taught about the planetary solutions, and really she's an incredible radical revolutionary activist and Regenaissance woman. She is also a resident DJ, and we love her, and has given many keynote talks, really inspiring us to know that art can create cultural change, and has, and just empowering the creatives around the world to believe in that force, and to connect with our indigenous wisdom and to support it. Lana Lipset taught about participatory design. Dave Zabosky taught about shifting from the hero's journey to the kindred quest. One of the original illustrators for Disney, many of your favorites. Esther Berlin also taught about traditional ecological knowledge and indigenous wisdom last year. Lynn Twist, Soul of Money, and also looking at moving from scarcity to sufficiency. Joe Clinton, Synergetics, as well as Kurt Prisbilla, Tony William, one of Bucky's best friends and amazing creative mystical human. Medard Gable, also Synergetics, and Comprehensive Anticipatory Design Science, and so much more. Bonnie DeBarco as well also taught this amazing class about comparing Bucky to the Leonardo da Vinci, and did this entire kind of analysis of the Renaissance and the Regeneissance of Bucky. Anthony Randall came and taught about planetary solutions. We also have Ben Haggard from the Regenesis Institute, where I studied regenerative development design, came and taught about regenerative design. Edie Farewell, who studied directly with, why am I forgetting her name? But it's right here, Danella Meadows. And so she taught about Danella Meadows and thinking in systems, and did this incredible visioning session with us. David Satori, a musician who's also an activist, came and taught about this intersection between music and activism and art. John Crawford was one of our partners at the University of California, Irvine, and taught an entire session this year, kind of looking at how do we create artifact, how do we look at the difference between multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary approaches, and how do we, really encourage the art of the work to come forward, and remember that art isn't always there to answer questions, but to ask them. He is a long-time educator, and I also, thanks to him, we created the Living Systems Art and Design Collaboratory, and so much more. He taught me endless amounts of things about pedagogy and creative education.
I think I just want to voice too that a lot of our visionaries came back and were also participating in our mentor sessions as well. So really just sharing in just more ways than just teaching sessions, and really being there for our cohort members. Cohort members. All right, musicians. We know that without music, we cannot integrate, and wiggle and dance and play is critical. Who wants to do our musicians?
I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll name them, and if people want to add, because I'm still learning all of the landscape of musicians. So we mentioned Becca Dakini, who's a DJ.
Resident DJ.
And hours and hours and hours of playing.
Yeah, on the music side, she has many titles. Claire is right here.
Claire.
Dynamically emergent, sound healing, spiritual, shamanic type of, experience that has been a delight to experience this week. So thank you, Claire, and the many aspects of our consciousness that you've guided us towards. And Blue Marion, He's a
amazing
DJ.
human.
Mhm.
Yeah. super kind. He
Yeah,
did so.
started early in the week playing music for us live while also playing in a room of aesthetic dancers for Earth
Always
Day.
with a smile.
Such a big smile.
Cornflower. This is my greatest discovery this year. Like I love corn. Like I love you, Cornflower. You're so good. Such inspiring. Love it.
Kayla Wilson.
Oh, so beautiful. Kayla came to us from the Vision Train and played some just really beautiful acoustic music, and at the same time her mother Selena also gave a talk this session and was I think drawing at the same time that Kayla was playing, and that was a really beautiful moment for me.
Lydia Violet.
Lydia Violet,
yeah.
yeah. Lydia Violet's a dear friend. She is one of the stewards of the work that reconnects with Joanna Macy, and she came and beamed in from Scotland. Hello, it was so cool, with a bunch of other Scottish activists, and played fiddle and sang Persian lullabies, and also it was music.
Noam Aharon. Epic picture.
I don't think I caught that.
Also DJ'd and was epic. Russell.
Russell made you dance, huh?
He may be. Are we gonna do his DJ set?
I have his music. Yeah. He sent us a set, so we're gonna dance to Russell.
Ronan Harvey.
Yeah,
Wahinia, we're listening to Wahinia right now.
Wahinia is my fellow cohort to revolutionary. Joaquina Sitka and DJ Horizon, Josephine Dow, Kaias SR, Rocker T. Made several appearances
hours
this week.
upon hours upon hours
John
last night.
Lon.
Yeah, man. Y'all, I will confess that I used to really like I really used to like reggae, and then I think that I was a stoner in college for too long, and then I stopped liking it unless I was at the beach. But like Rocker T has changed my reality again. I think I like it again anytime. It was so good. So good.
Shadow Devereaux.
Woo!
Fire. And
Indigenous
Shelley
artists that beamed in from Montana, and it was amazing. Wow.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was so beautiful, and I can't wait for more of their music. And yeah, that was awesome. With Colton, right?
Also,
Colton?
we always need new musicians. So if you know musicians, send them our way. We always are jamming and partying.
Yeah, we like
introduce us to your friends who make music.
Yeah, because we gotta like this regenerative revolution is a lot. It's just a lot, and we need to like have catharsis and dance and like get in our bodies and not in our heads. And so, it's such a gift to be able to share the space with the musicians, the breath workers, the people who help us get embodied, because otherwise this can all feel very intense, and because of these amazing humans, it just helps us resonate and connect and be more buoyant. So
and Shelley is a dear sweet friend of mine, a longtime friend. One of the reasons that there's the wiggle at the end of the bliss hug, that's her fault. And the beautiful thing about Shelley coming and performing for us and singing that water blessing is that she hasn't really performed very much, but she keeps getting a call to share her voice. So we were blessed to be able to listen. One of the first times she's shared her voice publicly. So thank you, Shelley.
Thank you, Shelley. Also, like a lot of these musicians this year came from the Vision Train community. So shout out to the Vision Train community. Also, just the Vision Train in general. We're not to the partner page yet, but like seriously, y'all, like it is an honor to be in like linking train cars together, and so much trust and love and support.
Yeah,
we could
Mama
never
Muse.
do this.
Mama
without
Muse
y'all.
out there.
Benny, Monkaya, Marley.
Oh yeah,
so
Marley. Yeah, we missed some people. It's okay. We can always edit. Good call.
Yeah, we've got a whole nother page.
Okay, partners. Woo! These are a bunch of the partners who helped support getting the word out this year. One thing I want to note is that somehow Gray Area got left out of a bunch of the earlier communications, even though they're one of our core partners and I meet with them every week. So we love you, Gray Area. Gray Area is amazing and really has been with us since day one. So thank you, Gray Area, for all of your support, all of the world building, all of the connections, all of the education. And really like also New Art City, thanks to Gray Area, which is a platform that was built during the pandemic to literally support artists, primarily like marginalized or less sort of centered artists, find a place to showcase their work in a time of great isolation. Regenerosity from Buckminster Fuller Institute, they brought in a ton of amazing content from all around the world. Our friends at Leaders on Purpose, The Rights of Nature, United Planet, Dynamic Emergence, something. Claire. Hearth Revival, You Productions. Oh, you want to say some words about Alico? Alico was kind enough to connect us with this amazing list of talented and beautiful humans, and we were able to hear from so many of the people that he introduced us to. We heard from Lux from Hearth Revival, who taught us about consent. We heard from Ariel, who taught regenerative leadership. Jamar Smiley came and did the most powerful spoken word. I think everybody that was on the session that day was speechless and moved and in tears, and it was so powerful. And then we also had Piyush that came and kicked off a conversation about re-enchantment, and Alico himself, who came and led a very, very powerful discussion on, what day was that? I don't even know what day it was. I think it was Wednesday. It was returning to our houses of magic. Yes, that one.
Wednesday of which
I don't know. No, there was only one Wednesday, turns out. It was a Thursday to Sunday thing.
The history of capitalism.
Yes. And I think that, you know, it takes very like creative and grounded people to share such like deep, important conversations. I think that there's a lot of times that you know, we do want to focus on the light, and it does take those conversations about the dark that does help us continue to shift in the most beautiful ways. So thank you, Alico. Thank you, Alico. Pacific Domes. Domes, all the domes. We got GeoShip. You want to go on a dome mission?
Well, like domes, like so important. Like, you know, every time it's like, you know, Bucky Fuller. I'm not sure. You know domes? Yeah, of course I know domes. Well, like he's the guy that
I was happy to meet Asha, and once I mentioned Design Science Studio, she was all over me. It was like we were old friends. And
that was it's totally John's fault that we have Asha. John hit her up and brought her to a mentor session. Oh, that's right. I think she donated a little bit of money. And
I was so nervous the first time I talked to her. I stopped at the brewery across the way and bought 2 cases before I went to talk to Asha.
Oh, thank you for that connection.
Yay for all our dome partners. We're gonna get all your domes into our land soon.
And all our virtual worlds, Nico, you want to do these?
Yeah, Perusia, Damien, you've been so helpful and you're such a wonderful being, and we love Perusia so much. Perusia created by Damien and Caro and a bunch of friends, and it's like bringing experience design and ontological design out into the world in the most delicate way, and all our main partners like Bucky Fuller Institute, nothing would be possible without them. Have Ritual. That's us.
That's it. Yeah, Have Ritual. This literally is the whole Have Ritual, bunch of the Have Ritual team. Go Have Ritual. Woo.
Mission Train, our favorite hangout place and our favorite method of transportation into the future. and so many planet homes, so special.
That one's
That
that's
one's-
Catalyst.
That's a really important one.
Don't forget that one.
Vincent is
Vincent.
So we are riding the train right now, but like Vincent is best place on the internet. So yes, that. I lost my train of thought because I was
Vincent,
so excited.
Catalyst.
Yeah,
Because of Vincent, we were on the train.
yes.
The whole event page.
Navigation.
The whole-
Everything.
The whole
Like
event page and everything
he
about.
like sat up and he's on East Coast time, so bless his little heart. We were like, oh, it's midnight, and he's like, why do I have to add a feature right now? No, but like he is. I don't think I've ever worked with a person or a platform where they have like customized. Wait, oh, is that him?
No.
Oh,
Wouldn't that be cute?
oh, I got
though?
really excited because I heard his voice. No, like he just went above and beyond, and you know there were so many times where like, oh, wouldn't it be great if they could do this? And then like 2 hours later, he's like, well, it does this. For everything, and that cute little video, like the tutorial. Make sure everybody like knew what was happening because it's such a like a complex and like robust program, but yet easy to use.
I don't think we got a single grumpy email.
No.
Last year we got a
everything's
lot of grumpy emails. You're like, how the fuck do you get around this crazy ship? We're like, I don't know. The city is no. I'm sorry. Does it have any maps? But this year, thanks to Vincent.
There's one thing that you learn by working in science studios, that you can't say no to rocks.
Wait, this is not true. It's just hard to say no to rocks. I'm just excited about everything. Who else do we have? These Eco Art Lab. That's John.
Oh, John.
Yep.
John.
And Planet Home, they came and did a really baller panel. That was awesome.
Intelliky, Alex.
Yeah, and Alex.
The Needed on Purpose, Tatiana, you're amazing.
Yeah. Yep.
Bridging the gap.
And this time last year, a few days ago or whatever, right before we started, basically, I had this moment and it was like maybe 1:30 in the morning. And I ran downstairs and I was like, Nico, I figured out the word partners has the word art in it. I freaked out. I was like, this is amazing. Yeah, so.
Well, Sylvie, we had Gmo come and.
Oh, he gave us money too.
Also,
Yeah,
I
he
like it's
donated a
not
little
in
bit of
here, but I
money.
wanna give a shout out to Earth Table, which has been
Woo!
giving us like a very free
For
account
sure.
that has made our life much easier.
They even wrote me an email that I didn't respond to.
You're amazing.
I should have responded.
Thank you for the work you do.
We love you, Airtable. Yeah, this whole thing is built on the back of Airtable. If you didn't know.
Angel Protocol. Oh my gosh, their talk was so good
And hopeful. I feel hopeful.
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
We missed a couple because we're gushing on everyone, but we love you all. Oh, we missed the Vortex immersion in there, another one of our domies, and also so Atlantis, thank you for dancing. Thank you for dancing the whole time, having great background, giving talks, and then being so excited and ready to step into the role of a visionary next year.
Yes, we got your email. We're so excited and we love you. Oh, there's a few more slides, yeah.
Right. It never ends. It never ends because there's so many people that like made this thing.
These are all of the courageous artists who came forward to say, I want to direct my creativity towards a shared mission to make the world work for 100% of all life, to support a future that is thriving and equitable and just for all, to create regenerative futures by co-creating and coming back to the hearth, to the rhythm, and to creating a communal culture that can support this. And so this is the 144 people. They're incredible, and we should just all cheer for them because they are an endless inspiration. Yay! Woo! Go you! You're amazing. You can do it. We're doing it together. I think of this like word buoyancy a lot when I think of the studio because it all seems very intense, but then when we do it together, it's like not as hard because we don't have to do everything.
David. we just want to share our love and our energy to the family of David Drescher, who we lost recently, and his wife Myra came and shared some words with us a couple of weeks ago, just about his passion and his joy and the way that his life was changed by the DSS, and it was just so moving to, you know, we spend all of this time working with everyone and loving on everyone and amplifying everyone, but you don't necessarily always get to see the impact and feel the impact of how, you know, everyone has shifted. And hearing Myra's story about how David was shaped and just excited about the program was such a beautiful thing. And we shared his the passion letter that he wrote to get into the cohort program with Myra, and we shared it in our one of our last sessions, and it was just so moving, and to feel his loss, I think it's a difficult thing, but he is always in our heart, and he will always be a cohort member.
He also sponsored.
Yes, I can't believe I almost forgot that. David was so excited and so impassioned about the program that one of our cohort members is here because of him.
And he was one of only 5 people who sponsored another artist.
Mm-hmm.
And it was amazing because his wife was saying that he was shy, you know, he didn't often come on camera or speak up, but that every time the sessions were over, he would share how much of a sense of belonging he felt, and how passionate he felt, and how supported he felt, and how excited that, like, he really felt by being a part of something like this collective mission together. So they just had a memorial yesterday here in Marin, and yeah, he passed away or transitioned about a week before the summit. So I send a lot of love to this brilliant being, and
well, and I think he also was encouraging Myra to attend the studio, and she just wasn't able to at the time. So we do hope that we can welcome her. I mean, she's already in the family, in the cohort family, but we do hope that she does have the opportunity.
All right, y'all are whispering to each other now. Come on.
Are we whispering?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
We love you.
We can make it taller. Okay. We love you, David.
Hey, Oaken, can we get a mic check on Bliss, please?
Oh, thanks for the idea, man. That's freaking great. I'm sending them into a breakout.
Oh no, we got some production chatter happening. This is the equivalent of a shoulder mic. If y'all don't know what we're talking about. All right, this is all you.
Regenera Rising was made possible by the generous support of the Design Science Studio community. Special thanks goes out to our second cohort of 144 revolutionaries, our first cohort of 144 evolutionaries, featured speakers, and volunteers. We thank you so much for everything. Gaia, our ancestors, all those whose names aren't here, but have made an incredible contributions to this vision and those to come. We celebrate you. Thank you.
Do it. Go.
Together, we launched a world that works for 100% of life. This is made possible through our spontaneous cooperation and collaboration. We thank you for making Regenera rise.
We did it! Yay!
Is it time to dance? I was just gonna say that. Ugh, the emotions. Ugh. Let's dance already.
Oh yeah, fue
I let him in. I let him in. I let him
Vincent, turn on your camera.
Oh yeah, you got the champagne, or is that wine?
We love you. We can't hear you.
You guys can't hear me? Hold on. Oh, it's probably just so loud there. Hello, everybody. How is the party going?
The ending credits. It's like
I know.
the credits of the movie.
All right. Now we can have a dance party. Yeah, Ed's got his head on. He's ready to dance. Ed's ready to dance. And Vincent's here. Vincent, you just missed this whole big, beautiful, crazy,
Longest thank you ever, but we talked about you a lot.
15 minutes. Where were you?
Can you come say things because we love you? Vincent, we love you. Thank you. You're so muted. But oh no, wait.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes!
Awesome. I'm sorry I missed the after party. It was a cousin.
No, it's not over.
Okay.
We were just
discussing-
starting. We just literally
about
thanked everyone for an hour.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we need the second bottle. It's time. Yeah, you just got here in time for the second bottle to be popped.
Yeah, and for the dance thing, which is great. But seriously, everyone, can we all unmute and thank Vincent for making a platform that meant that literally everyone could be spotlit and we could explore and connect to everyone's projects and their work and literally have an event, period, at the end.
And can still continue.
Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you,
Vincent.
Thank you. Yeah, and continue to have it because the repository, which we haven't even thought about starting, everybody will be able to like relive all of the
I
magic
think
that
it
happened
started.
again.
I think they've started connecting the things, right?
Yes, but like the big videos, not like the little
okay,
individual. That's going to take like John and
John,
Pamela,
poor John.
a lot of hours.
Maybe us too.
Words do no justice, brother Vincent.
That's true.
And it's good to see you still have a full head of hair.
So it was funny because I was out at lunch and talking to my friend John, and I'm like, I got this great compliment yesterday. Roxy and like Bliss said that no one had an issue with like trying to navigate the site. Then I look at my phone and I have 3 missed calls from Roxy. I'm like, oh no. I'm like, I spoke too soon. And then she's like, Vincent, nothing's working. All broken. What's happening?
Oh yeah, we exploded it because there was too much magic.
Yeah, it turned out it was something I totally could have fixed from my phone by just like paying Amazon another $20. But it took me like an hour to figure out that it just like the site ran out of storage because we did like more than 20 gigabytes of photos. And I had to upgrade the Amazon storage. It was just stopping everything from working. It's really funny. So yeah, it was incredible. Yeah, to basically have Catalyst going from something that's like 20, 30 people using it to like now 400 people on it at a time, and like incredible to like see it grow and to work directly with the DSS team and like just make it better and iterate every day. And like this is our the third conference that we did like in like a 2-month sprint almost, so pretty exhilarating.
Can I just share something, Vincent? So I met Vincent, and he was sharing a year ago in a call with some other folks, and he was talking about this idea that he had, and he was showing this graphic about how he's going to connect all these different groups and stuff. And off over the side is this little dome, and it's BFI, and he's like, "Yeah, I want to loop them in." I was like, "Yeah, well, we want you here, so." Welcome and thank you again for all you've done and what this provides for the future of carrying this data forth and sharing it not as data, but as heartfelt deliveries of these important messages. Thank you again, Vincent.
Thanks, Mark. No, you're the one who really forced me to apply for the studio. So thank you so much. It was, incredible decision for sure. Has definitely altered the trajectory of the universe. So thank you, Mark. Your beaming has brought us all together.
Wait, Mark, it's your fault we have Vincent? What? Oh, look at the face.
You guys have no idea. I'm usually behind the curtain, and there's a lot of weaving going on. We had IdeaPod send out 50,000 emails the other day.
Thank you, IdeaPod. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, IdeaPod. Not everybody opens their emails, but there were subscribers. So, but there's just a lot of, everybody is just, there's so much going on in the back channels, and everybody's supporting each other, whether it's emotional stuff or it's the work that needs to be done. And I just am in awe of each and every single one of you. I'm tired too.
Yay! Let's get in our bodies and celebrate. Dancing. Can we? Oh, I'm so. Woo! Woo! We love you. You all deserve to move your body and celebrate. Thank you for your care. You're not alone. We are together. We love you. Give yourself the gift of movement. Today. Presence. Here, I made you a turtle out of a turtle, I see it. So cute. Turtle. It's a little lopsided.
Days at least.
I promise it picks up. This is just the beginning, and then we're going to transition. Oh, we should. Yes. Okay, we'll swing it. Yeah, do you want to take a look at your movement? This is Rosso. So Rosso came, and this is a new set. This is the new one, yeah. So Rosso came and DJ'd the other day, and it was incredible. And he sent us a new one because Becca's stuck on the ferry, but we'll hopefully be home by 11. Let's dig it out. This was a really beautiful thank you ceremony. We love you. We gotta dance before Regeneration arrives again, It's gonna undock soon. You gotta enjoy the party while it's here. I'm taking I'm This is getting on the city.